Well, depending on where you are in the world, good afternoon, good evening, good morning. It's Word Balloon. It's Baltimore Comic Con on live, and so happy to be here. John Suntress. Every day of this convention is like Christmas for me because I get to talk to my friends, and I get to talk to one of my good friends across the ocean. We see each other less frequently than the Olympics happen. It's Mark Miller. It's great to see you, buddy. How are you?
Fantastic, actually. It's funny. We're in a sort of semi-lockdown again in Scotland. I know it's different all around the world what's happening, but our pubs are closed. And I think that was that psychologically for Scottish people, that's been a disaster. The pubs are closing at 6 o'clock, 6 p.m. So we've all started drinking at breakfast time. We're getting up and in the pub at 11 a.m. just to make this work for us, but it's tough times.
Well, we are opening Miller's Pub for the next hour or so, and I have my cocktail in hand.
I've got my Irish cocktail in hand.
Lovely. Cheers to you. Great to see you, my man.
And I've told everyone who's tuning in to have a six-pack beside them for the whole hour, and we'll all have a drink together. We can't actually. One of the best things about a convention is when we all meet in the bar, isn't it? It's lovely. Readers, writers, artists, everyone. We just all get there and we all just talk crap all day, Yeah. And this is kind of as close to that as we're going to get, isn't it? We can all at least have a drink together.
I'm sure a lot of us are all over the world having virtual drink ups with our buddies and stuff like that. And it's a great opportunity to catch up with you and talk about some of the amazing things that are going on with you with not only comics, but also your great production deal with Netflix. We are all, eagerly awaiting Jupiter's Legacy. Am I right? It's Legacy or Circle?
I'm watching it, Jupiter's Legacy.
It is Legacy. Go on.
Yeah, I'm watching it every day, which is so weird. I do feel quite spoiled. I saw The Kingsman 6 months ago, and I'm watching Jupiter's Legacy every day. I mean, this is one of the beautiful things about being a producer. You can get to see it a bit early, and in this editing process, when all the special effects have been added, every week there's a new little tweak to it, so you get to sit and watch it again. And technically, it is work, even though you're sitting there for 8 hours having the time of your life watching this stuff. It's still technically work. You get paid for it, which is great. But it's looking great. I mean, I'm loving it. It's looking fantastic.
That's excellent, man. We were talking a couple hours ago, and you were telling me the effects look great. And it's so great, Mark, because I think back to when Bendis, had his streaming show Powers. Yeah. And, again, for television, they looked okay. Yeah. But it's a different world, man. 5 years later, I mean, my God, the effects are incredible and film quality.
Well, this is a super expensive show. I mean, this is up there with The Crown and all that kind of stuff. Is the money has really been spent on this. So do I actually. I really like it. But it's $100 million show. I mean, this is enormous. This isn't like most comic book television. I mean, Marvel shows haven't cost anything like this. The ones that have been on at Netflix, and it's there. It's actually like you're watching a Marvel movie. It's like that goes on for 8 hours. I mean, this is really high quality stuff, and the writing is fantastic. Amazing high level actors. It's so sophisticated. I almost can't believe that it's mine because it's so sophisticated.
Well, I'm thrilled for you, and I do want to talk about the TV show and the cast because, first of all, it was a great comic. You and Frank did such a beautiful job in both Jupiter's Legacy and Jupiter's Circle, and it's really, really exciting. And as we've talked about in previous conversations, what a great opportunity to tell your story on such a wide canvas of multiple hours in each season rather than a 2 or 3, even 3 hour movie.
Yeah, it's funny because I think my stuff tends to lend itself quite well to a movie. Like the structure of Kingsman works well as a 3-act structure movie. The kid has nothing, the kid trains up, the kid is James Bond by the end of the movie, and Kick-Ass and all these things all follow a nice movie structure for 2 hours. But Jupiter's Legacy was funny, and it was James Gunn, the genius who did Guardians. I don't think I've ever said this publicly, but James Gunn looked at it and he said, "This is not a movie." He said, "This is a brilliant television show." He said, "There's too much complexity to it for it to be a 2-hour movie, and something that's a really critical flashback that we can spend a whole hour on in the television show would have to be 2 minutes of a movie or 90 seconds of a movie." So to be able to do it so layered is great. I mean, as ever, James Gunn is right.
I understand. What does Vaughn think? I mean, again, your continual film collaborator and stuff. Yeah. What did he think about the TV move?
Well, Matthew, funnily enough, I've actually given him a sneaky look at the first episode. He's seen episode 1, and he loves it. Like
That's
he was
great.
on the phone last night. I mean, he and I, although I'm at Netflix and he's over at Fox Disney, doing Kingsman just now,
Okay.
and I technically can't work on Kingsman because I'm a Netflix employee. I'm an executive at Netflix now.
Sure.
He and I talk every day though, and I know everything that's going on over there and everything, so we gossip all the time. So he's been really excited about this for ages, and it's kind of weird because we're so used to working together. But he and I first started talking in 2007, I think. And we've talked almost every day since 2007. So it's kind of weird that he's almost watching this as a fan.
Yeah.
So it's fun, but we're talking about doing something together. I mean, I'm trying to lure him away from Disney and get him over to Netflix, which would be awesome. I mean, Netflix is the place to be. You don't want to be at Disney.
And right now, honestly, as COVID has paralyzed so much of the entertainment world, it's the streamers that are best positioned to churn out new content. They really catalog and stack that stuff up to slowly put out. So they're in the best advantageous position. We were talking again earlier. Buddies of ours like Greg Rucka have a home run with the Old Guard, his Charlize Theron movie. And it's really been fascinating watching the TV and motion pictures that have been streaming lately. It's all high quality stuff.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, it used to be the stuff that was streamed was the stuff that studios didn't want, wasn't it? It was the stuff they weren't going to make a buck on in the cinemas. But now the stuff that's made is great. And Netflix, I think, anticipated 3 years ago that Amazon were going to up their game. We all knew Disney Plus was coming and everything. So Netflix used to be almost the only game in town. But now there's so many competitors now, and you've got amazing stuff like The Boys on Amazon. You've got Lord of the Rings coming. Paper Girls, I think, is coming to Amazon and all that. So there's a lot of really good stuff coming. So Netflix bought our company in 2017 for that reason. So they bought 17 franchises and with the company, and they own the company now. I mean, a lot of people think it's a first look deal or something, but they actually own the company, and we all get bought out. And then as a separate deal, they asked me to come on and create stuff in-house, create movies and TV shows and things. So I think right now we're actually on franchise 22 or 23 or something. I mean, it's preposterous, right? So but Netflix just want to destroy everybody that comes at them next year with all this good stuff. So it's exciting. I mean, COVID has obviously delayed a lot of things and held them up for everyone, but it's the same all over, really. So I think most of these shows will be hitting, I guess, a year or so down the line. Jupiter's, though, is up early next year.
Okay, that's great because, several people are already asking, like Dan, when it's dropping. So, early next year, everybody. That's what's going on. Chris Knoweth, who you might know from your Miller World message boards. He's got a long question here. As a longtime Miller Worlder, I have 2 comic projects ready, created with a team, with me writing them, and now want to ask what Mark thinks makes more sense, submitting the creator-owned projects to publishers or doing crowdfunding in these difficult days. And that's a great question, and it's one that has been a continuing conversation on Word Balloon as well. So, I'm really interested in your thoughts on all this.
I would 100% say crowdfunding. Crowdfunding, definitely. It's a very, very competitive and crowded creator-owned market just now as well. So I think creator-owned monthly books, a lot of them are struggling. I mean, a lot of them aren't hitting 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 sales, which you kind of really need to break even and do well in it. If I was still doing my own stuff instead of working for a company, I'd 100% be going the crowdfunding route. And then you just sell it again. Anyway, you just bring it out from a company later and publish it as a book too, But it's free money, so never turn down free money. That's
amen. What do you think, Mark, as we talk about the comic book business for a second, what do you think about the fate of the monthly magazine format?
Oh, it's inevitably going to be here still forever. I mean,
okay.
Again, it's exciting to be able to read everything all at once, but you have to think about it from a business point of view, just from an actual company point of view. Joe Quesada, I remember, said this years ago, people used to say, why don't you do original graphic novels? And Joe says, I'd rather sell it twice. Joe said you could sell it as a monthly and then you collect it and bring it out as a graphic novel anyway. So you have that end product for the people who like reading that. But why lose out on the revenue of doing monthly books? It would be insane, So, and a lot of books, I think, would lose money if they just came out as original graphic novels. Like Kick-Ass is a great example. When we brought out Kick-Ass, I think our advanced orders on issue 1 was about 45,000 on issue 1, but we ended up doing 128,000, I think it was, by the time you added up all the printings. We did about 7 printings of it. And that meant that we made, a lot of money on the monthly books. And then there was an established audience had built up and some heat by the time the graphic novel came out, and we did 100,000 copies of the hardcover inside 8 weeks. And if we brought that out as just a $25 hardcover, we'd have done 2,000 copies if we were lucky, because nobody would have taken that who'd take the risk on a $25 book they had never heard of. So I think make it as cheap for people as possible. I even feel comics are too expensive. I'd love to see comics cheaper. I think companies, because the people who run the companies are well off, forget that people are cash sensitive. But I remember what it was like to go in with £5 in my hands, and I had to make a decision. There was 8 comics I wanted to buy, but I could only afford to buy 4 of them. And I always remember it.
No, buddy, I'm the same. It's from that same era. And as Tevya asked, and this is my wonder, and that's why I said the physical magazine. Do you think comics will go digital in the future? And the physical, I don't know. I don't think they'll go away. Yeah. I think physical comics might be just like vinyl music, and that real hardcore collectors will still want that paper product, but it may not be the mass product that it was 20 years ago.
Well, here's my perspective on it. I think it always goes in cycles anyway. You tend to think comics has roughly a 20-year cycle. So, you had 35 to 55, 55 to 75. And it's a parabolic curve, not to get too scientific about it, but if you can almost plot it on a graph in terms of sales, and what tends to happen is that there's a new influx of readers comes in, and something brings in the new influx of readers, whether it's comic stores or whatever, there's something at some point in these graphs, roughly every generation. And I think what digital is going to do is create the next wave of hardcore people, so I think digital almost started too early, like whenever it came out, not everybody had a device. And I think now pretty much everybody has a device. It's very rare to find a kid now that doesn't have a tablet. So so I think if they can drop the price of digital's still far too expensive, I think. But if you can drop the price of digital down and go international, make it a really, really big thing, I think you're going to bring in lots of people into paper comics, because you'll always get a hardcore fan base when something goes as wide as I think comics could go digitally. And in anything, there's a certain number of people who become fanatics like you and I, and I think that's the inevitable next step. So I think that'll happen over the next 3 or 4 years. I mean, I've always predicted a massive comic boom in 2026. And I think comic stores are going to do absolutely fantastic. I was saying this 10 years ago, right? But I think 2026 there's going to be like a massive comic boom. It's going to be like crazy, and it'll run all the way to 2030 when it starts to taper off again. But I think that it's going to be digitally led this time, like properly digitally led. I don't think it'll be Comixology. I think there'll be something interesting is going to happen, and I think that you're going to have a whole new bunch of people going into comic stores who'd never considered picking up a comic before.
Interesting. That's interesting. You picked 2026. Certainly, likely far enough away from COVID. So from that standpoint, I get it. Why 2026? That's interesting. Just take 5-year cycles or whatever,
or 20-year cycles. And
20-year cycles. Okay.
It tends to have an incline, a peak, and then it comes over the other side.
Sure.
So that's a parabolic curve essentially. But it forms a sine wave whenever you look at the way the market goes. I mean. Yeah. Listen, we're boring everybody to death with my theories here, so we need to go into the cool stuff.
Well, but you're not far off. And honestly, Mark, thinking back in the 15 years we've known each other, I do think back to our first conversations in 2006 when you were in the throes of Civil War and are like, I'm really lucky right now. I'm, between what you had done already at DC and what you were doing at Marvel, you're like, I'm not going to be here forever. So I kind of have to, make my move. And at the time, I'm like, well, where are you going? What the hell are you talking about? And here we are. And seriously, it's been great, Mark. I'm so pleased for you. And truly, the work has been equal to the opportunities to transfer them from comics to film and television. And I really, man, it's been exciting being ringside and watching all this stuff happen for you.
Thanks very much. But I mean, so much of it is luck as well and being in the right place at the right time. I mean, this is again part of my crazy graph theory. If I'd been born 10 years earlier or 10 years later, I wouldn't have had the opportunities, because I think, the peaks, like I say, tend to come roughly around the middle of every other decade. So like 1966, 1986, 2006, 2026, there tends to be these peaks. And unfortunately, if you're born at the wrong time, you don't sort of, oh, sorry, one of my...
Not a problem, buddy.
Do you know what Roblox is?
No, Roadblocks, or what are you saying?
Roblox is a kid's game. And it's
No,
all
tell me.
line, right? And my 8-year-old daughter like plays all the time, right? And our friends are calling all the time.
Oh,
this is
that's
the
awesome.
we have in the house. Yeah. Sorry about that. So yeah. But like, yeah, basically, if you're born at the right time, you can be lucky enough to ride a wave, So like if Stan Lee hadn't have been around in the 60s, or Alan Moore and Frank Miller hadn't have been around in the 80s, probably someone else could have capitalized on an emerging kind of interest in comics at the time. It was just going to happen anyway, And luckily, we happened to have geniuses there at that point. But I just think I've been incredibly lucky. Just at the time where they'd run out of Marvel books to adapt, they suddenly start looking for creator-owned stuff, and I just happened to be a guy that had a lot of creator-owned stuff lying around at the time. So I never get too big-headed about it. I always think I'm extremely lucky. I was lucky to be at Marvel when they did the Ultimate line, and we'd 5 years of being Marvel's top books, which was awesome. If I'd been at Marvel 5 years earlier, that would never have happened for me, So it's a bit like Forrest Gump, where there's some dope who sort of wanders in and lucks out now and then. I think I've just been awfully lucky.
I've referred to myself as Forrest Gump when it comes to my broadcasting career and the opportunities that I've got. I'm like, hey man, I'm a foot soldier in broadcasting. I'm very lucky for the things that happen to me. So I get it. That's fantastic, man. A lot of people are wondering, and likely COVID is the answer, but I'm going to throw these questions up here in terms of Tiago Alves asks, what about that lovely trailer for Jupiter's Legacy you talked about some weeks ago? I imagine that COVID kind of delayed the release of that trailer.
No, they're actually they're just they're fine tuning it. Like I saw the trailer. There's a teaser trailer, there's a full length trailer, and then there's the show. And I've been sitting on them for weeks. It's awesome, So I've just been sitting looking at them, and I cannot believe how cool they are. Even the teaser trailer is tiny, right? It's really small. It's under a minute. I think it's about 50 seconds or something. And even I was excited. And I've been watching the show like every week for months, like watch the unedited version, without the special effects and everything. But even I was excited by the teaser trailer. That's how good the trailer is, And then the full length trailer is just fantastic. It's great. And my kids are furious because my two youngest are 6 and 8, and they said, "I can't wait to see this. When can we see it?" And I was like, "About 7 years." It's you can watch the trailer, but 7 years for the trailer.
Mess with them. That's excellent.
Actually, I should point this out. Actually, lockdown. There's a lot of sad stuff, obviously, with lockdown. So I try and find the couple of good things that have happened. And one of the weird things that has happened is my kids have become obsessed with comic books. Right? It's the strangest things, and especially my 8-year-old. She just got into it. Yeah, and I've got 3 daughters, and all of them like superheroes, and they go and see the Marvel movies and everything. But they've become obsessed with it, and I think it's because they've been locked in the house with me. So like they're not hanging out with their friends as much, and like there's just comic stuff around all day. And when they're not in school, when they've been homeschooled, they're just seeing issues of the Flash and things lying around. So they're now like experts. It's unbelievable. Like I genuinely heard them fight last week, and I was like, "What's going on?" And they said, "She said Brainiac's a level 9 intelligence, and I know he's a level 12." It's like, I mean, that is the stuff that's going on in the house. It's like, I can't believe what's happening, but it's fantastic. I'm loving it.
That's excellent to hear. And they released the North American book selling numbers, and graphic novels are up. And honestly, a lot of it isn't Marvel or DC. It's a lot of this young adult stuff and manga and Diary of a Wimpy Kid and all that stuff. And you're right, man. No, sadly, this is an extended rainy day period that we used to live through and curl up with our comics. And kids are doing it. So yeah, you're right. Maybe this is a new resurgence of the format of comics. Yeah.
And what's really fascinating is that my kids have really got into stuff that was out before I was born. So I'm fascinated by that, because they're not that interested in even 80s stuff or 90s stuff or 70s stuff. They're interested in 50s and 60s stuff. So being a massive fan, like I've got all the compendiums, those big 500-page collections and everything.
Oh yeah.
And the kids found this stuff, and then they get me to read it to them every night before bed. And they can read themselves now, but they're just lazy, so they get me to read it to them at night. And my wife's like, "What's going on here?" Because they kind of have the taste of a 70-year-old man. So like they love, their favorite Superman is like Wayne Boring's Superman and everything. It's like
that's amazing.
Incredible. Yeah.
That's fantastic. Well, honestly, Mark, that stuff was, as you know, written for a 10 to 12-year-old audience.
Yeah.
So that kind of makes sense. And I mean, those were my storybooks when I was a little kid, and I really started reading in the 70s, new and reprint stuff, and luckily, especially here in the States, they'd have those 100-page spectaculars where there'd be a front news story and then silver and even golden age stories. So I grew up loving the Justice Society as much as I loved the League.
Absolutely. You know, and what's really interesting is that they have no sense that these are old stories. So there's a timeless quality. You know, when you're a kid, Cinderella or Sleeping Beauty, you know, it's just a story. You don't think, oh, well, that was written years ago, so I'm not into this. And the kids are like that. You know, they actually read this as if they're watching their current favorite Disney Plus show. Yeah.
Sure, absolutely, man. I mean, as I look over, I keep looking to see what people are asking, because I know this is a great opportunity for people to jump in and ask questions from you. Let's see here. Oh, here. So up to this point, what has been your most enjoyable story series that you've written, and which artist for your work has taken a series far beyond your expectations? Interesting question, Adam.
It's a really good one. I mean, I'm going to answer this, and I know I'm going to alienate all the other guys I've worked with. I've worked with maybe 25 big artists over the last 20 years, and I'm going to hurt everybody's feelings and say Olivier Coipel. Magic Order is the best experience I've ever had working in comics. It's just great. I mean, I loved writing it. I was really happy with it. Netflix were super excited about it. And Olivier drawing it, he made it look 500 times better than I saw it in my head. He's great. And he and I had talked about working since I was in my 20s, you know, I mean, like years back. And I'd always been after him. And he'd always signed up with Marvel for something, you know, he was never available to create our own stuff. He was never available. And then suddenly it happened. And we finally, the stars aligned and we did Magic Order. So I've loved it. I've just finished book 3. Book 2 is being drawn just now. And there's going to be 4 books in total. So but I've really enjoyed doing that book. It's been fun. Jupiter's Legacy, I love doing too with Frank Whiteley. I mean, Frank and I are neighbours. You know, we live in Glasgow together. So I know him so well for over 20 years now. And working with him is always brilliant too. But I'm lucky though. I mean, think about the guys I've worked with. I mean, it is crazy, isn't it? I mean, like, I showed you earlier. I mean, listen, by the way, just to point out to people, this isn't my office. This is upstairs in the house, you know, because one of the things I love about this is you get a little peek inside everybody's office, don't you? And you can see all the original art. And I do have loads of original art, don't I? I showed you earlier, but I can't, because the house is an old house, I can't get a signal in my office. So I've had to come upstairs. So don't think I don't have any original art, anybody who's watching this, right? I love my comic book original art. But I've built a gallery downstairs of all the guys I've worked with, and it's crazy when I look at it. Joe Kubert's done my stuff, Steve Ditko's done my stuff, you know. I've had obviously Frank Whiteley and amazing modern guys and everything as well. I've been crazy lucky.
Yeah, Johnny Romita and
oh my God.
Dave Gibbons and, you know, the like. No, it's been amazing, Mark. And truly, you know, we said this earlier, as you said, your connection died out. So I'm like, oh, we got to videotape you walking around. And then maybe, you know, on a future Mainframe or Word Balloon episode, we'll take a really good look at your studio, because you're right. I mean, trust me, folks, I saw it. It's amazing. And
Christopher Reeve's cape hanging up, and I mean, it's cool, honestly. Like, please don't think I'm this boring. This is not my office. It's like my office is cool. But like, but I mean, the guys that I haven't worked with yet, Travis Charest and Adam Hughes, they're like the two gods I haven't worked with. But
that'd be great.
No, but I'm secretly working with Travis on something just now. Travis is already, he's halfway through a thing right now, which we've been working on for the last year or so. So that's exciting. So my run of crazy artist luck continues. So we've actually, I mean, before COVID, we decided to take this year off publishing, and we're not actually back in publishing to May next year. This was always our plan. We actually stopped in February last year. But when we come back, we've got some crazy stuff. We've got the sequels to Magic Order, Jupiter's, 3 new series, one of them with Travis Charest, you know, is a new thing with Frank Whiteley. There's some amazing stuff coming up. It's a really exciting couple of years.
That's excellent, man. People are asking about both the TV show of Jupiter's Circle, but also they also want to know about the Jupiter's Requiem. I suppose that's the new arc that you're teasing for May. So we don't want you to spoil. But, you know, I would imagine, you know, I don't know what you can tell us about what's coming up.
Well, I've finished it. It's all done. It's 12 issues. 12 issues starting in May. This is all the big secrets. So it starts in May. Magic Order 2 starts in July.
Okay.
And the 5th volume of Jupiter's Legacy, which is called Jupiter's Requiem, it starts in May. It's going to be 12 issues long. There'll be a slight break. There'll be a 3-month break between issue 6 and 7. So it's going to be 2 more graphic novels. And it goes 30 years into the future. So the first Jupiter storyline is set in the past. The next one's set in the present. and the final one is set in the future, but it goes a generation on, and everything's all explained. And that doesn't sound massively exciting right now, but see, once you've seen the show, you realize the backstory is so interesting, and they go into it with so much more space in the show. Now, the structure of the show is really great. It's been mentioned before, but half of it's set in the present day, and the other half of it's set in the past. And all that stuff is just absolutely awesome. But you need to buy all the books ahead of the show so you can really appreciate it and see what's been done with it. So there's 4 volumes just came out. We repackaged them and brought them out about 2 weeks ago. So if you go to your comic store, support your retailer and pick up those books because they're pretty good.
Absolutely, man. And I'm very excited for the TV show because, again, we've discussed this before. The fact that you can go back and forward and look at the origins of this superhero family of people, and then also into the present and the future. What would have been in a 3-hour movie, like you said, like a 5-minute scene and stuff. Now you can spend an hour if you want looking at something.
Well, that's it. I mean, the show starts in 1929, like the book, where you have the Great Depression and you have like the financial crash, and then the superheroes. You know, these 6 people go off to find this mysterious island and come back with powers that save America. And you know, the kind of the level of complexity they put into it's incredible. You know, they do the Wall Street crash in episode 1 and run through the 20s, and then season 2 we'll move into the next period in history. We go through the 50s, the 60s, all this stuff. So it's like you've never seen a superhero thing like this. You know, even Marvel have never attempted anything on this grand scale. I mean, it's going to be 5 seasons, you know, 8 hours each time. So you've a 40-hour story here. I mean, this thing it's got scope. It's a universe really more than a franchise itself. It's an entire universe of characters. So I love it. I'm delighted my name is associated with it. It's great.
That's excellent, man. And I'm sure you're starting 8 years before Action Comics #1 or 9 years before. So that's cool too. I mean, it's I think this is a great opportunity to really explore the way history unfolded and what if there were superheroes alongside of it and what the impact could be on such significant, things. I mean, obviously Watchmen did that to a degree, but really only handled 30 years. And you're obviously not only going up to the present, but going into the future with this.
And we go really deep. You know, there's a whole season in 1929, an entire seasons in 1929. And what I love about this actually is historians always get everything wrong. So I love the idea that in 150 years, people are going to think that Jupiter's Legacy started in 1929. They're going to think Superman's a ripoff. Superman's a complete ripoff of my story. I love it because we were 9 years early.
That's hilarious. That's fantastic, man. Well, it is Miller's Pub, and we do have the opportunity to give away a couple great snifters that we got from the people at Wiggle Liquor. And I'm sorry that I don't have the picture handy. I am like so unprepared today. I apologize. However, we do have a couple celebrities that want to ask a couple trivia questions of the audience. So, I want to everybody get ready and see if you can answer this first question from a former collaborator of Mark Miller's.
Hi, Mark. This is Dave Gibbons here. Wish I could be there with you personally, but I'm kind of busy. But I do have a trivia question for you. So here it is. Which other Mark makes an appearance in both the Secret Service comic book and the film, but not in the same part? For a bonus point, what is the character's name in the film? Hope you can figure it out. Cheers.
All right, cheers, Dave. And I, as Quizmaster, will demand that you not only answer what the celebrity is, but what his name was, which is different from the comic and the film. So we'll see if we get an answer to that. But I thought that was a pretty cool question.
That's a great question. That's a great question. Obviously, I know it. Am I allowed to answer this? Can I win this?
I'm sending you a Brandy Spector regardless.
I could say it now, and I'd be the first one in. I'd be the first one to win.
Yes, I want. We need the full name, everybody. And again, I'm sure people right now. All right, like getting out the smartphone. Don't cheat. Come on now. It's like a bar trivia thing, man. Come on, you're not supposed to use your phones. I want to see somebody really answer the question. But while we're waiting for the answer, we'll talk more. And let's see. No, I'm sorry. People are guessing, but not correct and not yet. But we'll get you.
Do you guys have bar quizzes in the States? Do you guys have that?
Oh yeah. Oh sure. Pub trivia, absolutely, man.
Like I used to pride myself in always being really good at those, right? So my friends and I would go along. But the worst thing that ever happened was a smartphone. because obviously people were cheating, and they were like, somebody had a phone under the table, they'd always get the right answer. Now, I remember one time there was this crowd of guys in the pub who were the toughest guys I've ever seen, and they were getting like questions on 1920s jazz and everything, and I was like, my friends and I were like, do we go over and confront these guys? And do we win the bottle of wine this week, or do they win it? And we thought, we'll just let them win it. They were terrified.
It's a two-part question, everybody. We want the name of the celebrity, but also his character's name in Kingsman. So there you go. And right now people are guessing, but not guessing correctly, or not giving us the full answer. Not going to give it away until I see the full answer, everyone. And Dave is holding back, and he'll have the answer for you shortly. But yeah, I love pub trivia. And it's always a compliment to me when my friends are like, "Hey, you're good at this. Can you join us? We're going to do it." I miss pub trivia. Fred Van Lente, the fine writer, would run a lot of bar trivia nights.
Oh, really?
And he's been doing it on Word Balloons. So on Friday nights, I've been having him on, and it's me and the audience playing together as a team. So
one of my brothers and I got super competitive with it, and we used to start bringing people we weren't even friends with to be on our team. I'd bring somebody who was an expert in geography or something like that to be on my team because I knew there was a geography question. So, like, you got to let it go sometimes.
Understood. I'm sorry. I keep reading answers. I want a name, kids. You can't tell me what he does. That's not a name. I need a name, please. So that's interesting. Very funny. There we go. Kevin K. Wright, I believe, has the correct answer. Let us make certain by hearing Dave Gibbons' answer for it.
So did you get the answer? The answer is, of course, Mark Hamill, and the character's name is Professor Arnold. If you said Mark Strong, you're wrong.
All right, put that glass down, Dave. I think you're drinking a little too much. But yes, indeed, it was, let's see, I want to make sure I got the, yes, Kevin K. Wright has the correct answer. Kevin K. Wright, everybody. So Kevin K. Wright, my email is john@wordballoon.com. I expect to hear from you, and that better be your proper name or we're going to have an issue. But we want to be able to send you a lovely brandy snifter from the fine people at Wiggle Liquor. I feel like there's an old baseball announcer. Wiggle Liquor, everybody. Have one on us. Boy, oh boy. They had they sent bottles of rye and bottles of bourbon, and I wish I could send them, but I don't think you can send booze through the mail. I think that's an issue, and we don't want to get arrested, but we will send glasses. So Kevin K. Wright, congratulations. You got it right. Mark Hamill and Professor James Arnold is the correct answer. So very good. There's another question coming. It is tough, and I won't tell you the celebrity is, but we're not playing around, man. They're going to make you work for this. I don't know if we're going to give a second snifter away, and I was mad. I let them kind of ask their own questions. But it was great. It was lovely that Dave did that. I should point out Dave Gibbons being interviewed tomorrow by Tom King, a one-on-one conversation. It's going to be great here on Baltimore Comic-Con. But anyway, this cast for Jupiter's Circle, man. Or am I saying it is Circle? Man, I just keep worrying that I'm going to say it wrong.
It's Jupiter's Legacy.
Oh, Legacy. See, I am saying it wrong. All right, Jupiter's Legacy. Yes, indeed. So
that's fine.
You got Josh Duhamel. You got Leslie Bibb. I mean, they're the name actors that I can think of right away that are part of this cast. And right now, I've got the IMDb page open. Unfortunately, Mark, I know our friends at Netflix sent me a nice little cheat sheet, but I think the cast is being listed in order of appearance,
right?
Rather than their characters. But it's great, and much like what we've seen already from things like The Boys and Watchmen and stuff, it's great that you've got some recognizable celebrities to come in and be these legacy characters in the sense of like Josh Duhamel, who was always great. I think Leslie Bibb is fantastic always. So you're pleased with the casting and how everything's going?
That's amazing. I mean, like Stephen DeKnight, the original showrunner, did the casting, and he's got such an eye for it. He did season 1 of Daredevil, and the casting on Daredevil is just spectacular. It's brilliant. And I knew we were just in good hands. So he would send me the audition tapes of everybody, just, as a courtesy, just saying, like, here's who I'm looking at, and here's who I'm going to choose, and he had some brilliant people. I'd say there's about 7 standout performances. Luckily, if you're lucky in a show, if you get 2, and there's like 7 really good ones. You know, the younger people can sometimes be the weak spot. You know, the people who are around 20, if they're in a scene with somebody in their 50s who's got 35 years acting experience. But the people, like Elena Kampouris, is like unbelievable. She's going to be a movie star for the next 30 years. You know, she's absolutely incredible. But I think people don't quite know what they're in for here. You know, this is something special. It looks great, and the actors are just world class. Brilliant.
Has the fact that the TV writers are playing with your characters or the performances themselves, have they made you take a second look at your characters and maybe bring something else to the news? Well, the news story's set in the future, so I don't know how many of these characters are going to show up, but again, you might still be playing a timer or whatever.
Just a couple. It's actually quite nice. So I only have the voice of my character instead of the voice of an actor generally. You know, Kick-Ass was a little different actually because, you know, by the time I was on Kick-Ass 2, Kick-Ass 1 was being filmed, you know, so I met Aaron and Chloe and all the guys, you know, so you kind of did get a little confused as you were writing. You would sometimes, instead of seeing the drawing, you would see the person. But the beauty of this being a generation on is it's not an issue, you know. So you've got to always think of the comic first, otherwise you end up with a bad comic. You know?
Prior to you making the deal with Netflix, I don't know where Kingsman 3 was in development, and I don't know how much you were able to work on that. Were you able to work on that?
Even Kingsman 2. I mean, I started the company sale. We actually had. So we were talking to some people back in 2016, and Kingsman 2 was being put together at that point. So I had no time to work on Kingsman 2. So I was an executive producer, which meant I could go in. I talked to Matthew about the script, and then I could go in and watch edits of the film and give notes and everything. But I wasn't able to have anything like the involvement I had in Kingsman 1. I had no time to write the book. Certainly, there was no book for it. So, you know, like Kingsman 3, I can't work on at all, which is in some ways is kind of sad. I feel like Jor-El waving Kal-El off into space and just hoping for the best. But you know, Matthew is like the Kents, isn't he? It's like it's fine. It's landed in good hands. Everything's okay.
He is like trying to think
how dark it's getting in Scotland here. I'm going to try and get a little bit more light. Let me
okay, buddy. No problem. I mean, you know, we see the sun, but you're good. Oh, there you go. That's good. It's very, very atmospheric.
I know. I look a bit sinister suddenly now.
You always look sinister. Don't kid yourself. You know that. Jesus. Oh, that's so funny. Now, this is interesting. Now,
yeah.
Oh no, I don't think that. Well, Steven said Ultimates deserves much more credit for being the backbone of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. You know, Mark, I've been another comic book friend in the last couple of years has been your Ultimates collaborator, Brian Hitch, and it's been really fun talking to him as well about how what you guys set up, exploded on the screen. And really, I mean, that first Avengers movie and a lot of what we see in the DNA of the cinematic universe absolutely came from the Ultimate Universe.
Oh yeah, I mean, Marvel have never made a secret of it though, you know. So I mean, they've always been very great about it, you know. So like, I mean, we did the book. I started writing it in 2001, and you know, the book came out in 2002, and then the Marvel Universe really started in 2008. But you know, my friends who worked on it, like Zach Penn, I mean, he's publicly said essentially Avengers is his adaptation of issues 1 to 13, you know, and there's lots and lots of similar scenes and everything, you know. But which is great. I mean, it's the nicest compliment. I mean, but we just thought we never anticipated anything like that. You know, back in 2001, we were like, okay, Marvel have no money whatsoever. We're making less money than we got paid at DC up front, hoping that we were going to make some money on the back ends. And it was just such a great opportunity working with people that we really liked and everything, you know, as opposed to thinking, okay, this is going to be $1 billion franchise at some point, you know. So, I mean, for us, it was way beyond our wildest dreams. I mean, we just genuinely, when I came to Marvel in summer 2000, I genuinely thought, will Marvel still be here in a year's time? Because I don't know if you remember at the time, but the rumor was people's checks were bouncing and everything, you know. And I was working over at Wildstorm at the time, and I was making $150 a page at Wildstorm, which is a pretty modest sum. And Marvel offered me $100 to come over there. You know? And weirdly, I actually agreed to it. I was like, yeah, that sounds great. But just because I like Joe so much, and the idea of working with Joe was awesome. And then it obviously went crazy and everything worked out brilliant. You know?
No, and I was going to ask what was the appeal of coming to Marvel? Was it also more freedom to explore these characters? Was DC? And again, this is just a reader's
Yeah,
perspective at the time. That maybe there were
yeah.
just more rules about how to write certain characters, and Marvel, given where it was,
Oh,
they were more like, "Hey, what do you got?"
yeah, I think each company goes through periods of being the cool guy and the conservative guy, you know. And I think like DC in the 80s was super cool. Marvel was cool in the 70s and the 60s and everything, but DC in the 80s, Alan Moore, Howard Chayk, and Frank Miller, you know, people were cutting loose and doing crazy stuff. But Marvel, it was like the Wild West in 2000s. I mean, one beautiful thing about the company being on its knees was that they were ready to take a risk, which was brilliant. You know, we would never have got away with what we were doing in 1991 when Marvel was making money hand over fist, but Marvel was almost gone. So they said, look, let's get these idiots in and just see what happens. And that's, as a writer, that's the most exciting thing that can possibly happen when people say, go and do what you want. And it worked out great. And DC was the complete opposite. I mean, DC in the 90s was like a prison camp or something, you know. I mean, it was dark. So like you would, you know, it was very corporate, and Marvel just suddenly felt like freedom. And I just, all my life I wanted to be in DC, and then when I got there, I was like, I'm not really having a good time here at all. You know, I don't fit in with this thing. Whereas Marvel, I fitted right in, and I loved Joe, and I loved Bill Jamis and Dan Buckley, who came in and replaced Jamis. And you know, Bendis was great, and I worked with the most amazing guys like Hitch and Adam Kubert, Andy Kubert. I mean, it was just a dream. And then Johnny Romita and I became fantastic friends. We did Wolverine together, and that led to Kick-Ass and everything, you know. So my sort of 8 or 9 years that I was at Marvel was good times, you know. It was really, really nice. But I was always very aware, as every creator should be, you know, after, you know, Frank Miller had given this great advice, which was, you know, do Marvel and DC or whatever, build an audience, and then take that audience with you and go on and do your own things. So I did have an exit plan as well at the same time. And I was aware that Hollywood were coming calling, and Hollywood were turning anything I was doing at Marvel into a movie, you know. So it was a nice logical next step for them to turn my stuff into films as well. So I appreciate the Marvel years for what they were. They were just great fun. It was every 5-year-old, it's their dream, isn't it, to grow up and work for Marvel? And I was so lucky I got to do that for 8 years.
That's amazing, man. You know, someone earlier in the chat, I'm not going to scroll because we keep getting new questions, but someone had asked, would you ever want to go back to a DC property you did? And surprisingly, it was Swamp Thing that they were asking about. And
oh my God,
you know,
never. It was so hard.
It was so what? It was so bad. You know,
so yeah.
I was going to say, honestly, I think people do overlook your Swamp Thing, and I think it was a fine run. So,
no, it was a perfectly decent run, you know, but it was so hard to write, you know. It was
really.
Oh my God! But I loved it. I mean, I had fantastic editors. Stuart Moore, one of the nicest guys.
I love Stuart. Absolutely. Yeah, you're 100% right. Yes.
Yeah, the team I had at Swamp Thing was just fantastic. Julie Rottenberg, there was just lovely, lovely people. But it was actually really difficult. Like, I was really young. I was 22 when I got Swamp Thing, you know, so I was really young. And I wrote it for 3 years. And see, to get 36 issues or whatever I wrote, stories about a guy who's a plant, like a vegetable, right? And I wasn't allowed to cross over with the DC universe. It's like you could write Batman, or you could write essentially a talking houseplant. And he didn't even speak normally. Ellipses, those 3 ellipses every couple of words, you know. It was difficult. It was really hard. And I just tried to keep my head above the water the whole time. We were always in cancellation. I used to phone up Stuart every month and say, Stuart, are we cancelled? And he went, we're 500 above break even. And I somehow just kept my head above the water the whole time. But it was difficult, I've got to say. So I wouldn't go back to that. Years down the line, though, I must admit, I would absolutely love to do another Superman project, like Red Sun. I'll do a run or anything like that, but Red Sun I had such a great time on, and I would love to do another graphic novel. You know, just maybe 100 pages or something. Do a big Superman project. I'd like to do one big Batman project, a Green Lantern. I've got really good ideas for some Justice League and things like that, but it'd be years before I can get to do them. But I've got notes. I mean, I've got millions of notes. I've got like a Green Arrow series and things in the back of my mind, you know. So over the years, I loved that stuff growing up. I mean, I absolutely loved it. So you can't help as an adult to just, you don't mean to, but an idea comes in your head for the elongated man or something like that, you know.
That's outstanding. Well, again, you're already predicting what's going to happen in 2026, so maybe something for the 2030s we can look forward to.
Maybe late 2020s. Maybe I think I could probably do.
Okay, there you go. That'd be great, man. Absolutely. And you'll come on Word Balloon. We'll be senior citizens, and we'll still be talking about this shit. That'll be great.
This is so ridiculous, but I actually know what I'm doing up until about 2025. Like I've got the month by month plan of it all, because in Netflix, what we have to do is we create the stuff as movies and TV shows first, and then I'll do the comic later, you know? So I need to know who's available. And yesterday I booked an artist for 2024. I booked him for 2024. And people sign 5-year deals with Marvel and DC and everything.
I can appreciate that. Absolutely. That's amazing. That's fantastic. Got our people are waiting to come on later, Mark. Mark's frozen right now, but I'll say it. We've got some very cool people coming up in the next hour, and I certainly see one of them, and it's good to see you, my man. I'll tease when it's time, but it's great to see you in the backstage area right now. One of my favorite guys. I haven't seen him in a long time. This is, again, thank God we got video right now, man, because really it's the heart, the end of convention season technically. There we go. Mark's back. There you go. All good, buddy. I was worried, but no, we're cool. That's great. We're gonna chat for about another 10 minutes or so, Mark. But no, it is great, as you were saying. You're lining people up for the next literally like 5 or 6 years, because people have exclusives, and you got to catch them when their contract is up, obviously, to tap them to do something new. Was he frozen again? Son of a gun. All right, he'll come back. Don't worry about it. So, something, I will promote the next panel while we're waiting for him. Hey, look, everybody, he's going to join us at the top of the hour. I don't know if he can hear us. Can you hear me, Ryan?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Excellent. Yes, Ryan Stegman and Donnie Cates coming up in the next hour. It's a good opportunity to promote that. They're going to be talking about their great event that's going on in Marvel. Good to see you, buddy. How are you?
Yeah, you too. How you doing?
Doing all right, man. Yeah, I appreciate you jumping in right now. I don't mean to put you on the spot, but we got Frozen Miller here. Poor Mark stuck in the Phantom Zone.
He looks great, though.
He does look great. So good, man. I'm excited to hear your conversation coming up in the next hour. Are you talking to Amy Dallin? Isn't Amy doing the panel?
I have no idea.
I forget. Oh, no. It's Christy Blanche. Excuse me.
Christy's that's right. Yeah, I just saw her tweeting about it. Yeah.
Absolutely, man. From All Yeah Comics in Muncie, one of the best retailers out there. Mm-hmm. All right, Mark has popped out. We'll see what happens right now.
I'll just pretend to be Mark. Go ahead and ask your questions.
So, let's go back to Wolverine, Enemy of the People, and Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. What a great two story arcs that happened with you and Johnny Romita. What'd you think about that, Mark? Now you got to answer in a Scottish accent, obviously.
I can't do the Scottish accent at all. I don't think anybody can except Scottish people.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, working with John Romita Jr. was an honor. I mean, he's the second best artist of all time to Ryan Stegman, but,
That's awesome. I was going to say, I love, and really, this is not meant in any insulting way, but there are times where Mark and I will talk, and I will be like, all right, I need you to repeat that because I didn't quite understand it. Because he'll get excited, and in his Scottish accent, he's like, don't worry. And he told me a great story of when he was working at DC, he had an editor, and sometimes the guy would just, whatever he said, would just start laughing. Like, yeah, that's hilarious. That's hilarious. Right. And one time he was telling him about how, it's been a really tough week. My uncle, who I was really close to, passed away. Yeah, that's hilarious. That's fantastic. And it's like, no, I don't think you understand what I was saying. And I'm like, yeah. I get it. That, and I remember when Mark was on like Good Morning Britain, like one of their morning BBC shows. And it was, BBC was going to run a Curse of Superman documentary. Mm-hmm. And it was great seeing Mark. And then I was teasing him, here, he's back. Mark, I'm telling him, there you go. It's all right, buddy. No. I was telling Stegman, I remember when you were on like Good Morning Britain and they were running the Curse of Superman reality show. And they had you on as a guest. And it was so fantastic. And I really enjoyed just watching so Mark, tell us all about Superman and all the terrible things that have happened to the actors that played him and stuff. And it was great. And you're just like, and I don't know if you remember that television appearance or not, but it was outstanding. I loved it. It was one of my.
The thing that was amazing about those days was nobody knew anything about superheroes, right? I mean, this was back in 2005, but now everybody knows everything about superheroes, which is great, isn't it? Like the world has finally caught up with the rest of us. But back then, I'd be like, well, there's this guy called Superman, and he dresses up as Clark Kent during the day, Where now even my ancient aunties know that Tony Stark is Iron Man. It's awesome. I love this world that we're in now.
It's insane. Stegman, you were
Great.
awesome pinch hitting there. I don't know if you want to ask Miller a question while we're sitting in Miller's Pub.
No, I don't want to take up his time. I mean, you've got plenty of questions for him, I'm sure.
All right, buddy. Well, we're looking forward to your.
Ryan, I'm just saying hello to you here as well. I can just see his little face in the corner of the screen. Good to see you.
Nice to meet you.
And in 10 minutes, he and Donnie Cates are going to be talking about Venom and their big event that they've got going on Marvel right now. So
Fantastic.
he gets the Marvel headaches right now, Mark. You see, you're free and clear right now.
Yeah.
So,
do you know, is it a big crossover scene, Ryan? Is it a big event book kind of thing?
Yeah, we're doing King in Black, which that's what we're going to talk about. We just did Absolute Carnage. You can see it. I have my own posters in my room because I'm a narcissist.
Yeah.
But yeah, now we're doing King in Black.
That's awesome.
Are you tying in with are other people tying into what you're doing?
Yep. Big time.
Oh
We've got a crazy amount of tie-ins.
It's the hardest job in the world, honestly. Like, I didn't appreciate it. Like, everybody says it. You know, the guys in the 80s, the 90s, and everything, they're like, you will not believe how difficult it is because you're always going to run against somebody who doesn't do what you're planning to do and everything and stuff has to be redrawn. Oh my! Have you encountered all that stuff yet? Yeah.
Oh yeah, we did on Absolute Carnage. We definitely had some hiccups that didn't even get ironed out by the time publication happened. So.
But Civil War, honestly, I could only. That was my World War II. Even though it did well and everything, it was like the hardest experience ever, and I was so happy to see it drift off. Like I had to read all the strips. There was maybe 50 tie-in books or something. It was just insane, and nobody was reading my original plot and everything, and I was having to try and kind of bend it towards the tie-in books and everything. It was horrific. But I look back at it now and I just think it's a nice thing to have on your shelf.
You did a great job on it because honestly, I'm in the rooms when we pitch these stories and it's always brought up. We're just like, well, what did they do in Civil War when this happened?
That's beautiful. Ryan, I can't wait. It's at the top of the hour. Yeah. I see Donnie and Christy backstage. I will let you prepare, but thank you very much for pinch hitting while we were having connectivity, and it was great having you and Mark talk for a moment. So thank you.
All right. Nice to see you guys.
Bye.
There we go. That's beautiful. And I want to squeeze in this last trivia question with one creator. I don't think anyone's going to get this, but I'll throw it out there.
Well, hello, Dr. Millar. 20 years ago, you and I were thrown together like a boy band to put together the Ultimate Marvel Universe, and my fondest memory is what a gentleman co-writer you were on Ultimate Fantastic Four. More than I. So my trivia question for you is, what's my name? Oh, you know what? I have a real question. Real trivia question. How much is your Netflix deal worth? Okay, now I have a real trivia question. What was the last thing anyone said to you at DC before they kicked you out? I want to see if I can tap it. Oh, hello. Little known fact, both Mark and myself, just a couple years ago became honorary doctors of our alma mater. And I only bring it up because it's annoying when I bring it up. So where did Mark get his doctorate from, and what is it in?
Okay, now finally, literally, he sends me these videos one at a time. I'm like, ask a real question.
I love
He's like, how about this? How about that? I'm like, it's driving me nuts. So we did finally get a real question. Go ahead.
You know the real answer to this is emergency ear, nose, and throat surgery.
Good. I got a skin tag I want you to look at when we're done. It may not be appropriate for video right now, but I'll So,
bend over. Look, John, you just bend over.
But this is a really, really hard question. So Mark and Brian were given doctorates, apparently honorary doctorates from a real university. I've got the name here, and this was tough. I'm like, hey, how about you want to actually give something away?
I got one from a real university. He got one from the American university. Come on.
Okay, but we're looking for Mark's university. So let's see. Oh, I believe Adam Anderson, everybody.
Yes.
Indeed. Right. Adam
Wow.
Anderson, congratulations. You've won a brandy snifter from Wiggle Whiskey, everybody. So that's fantastic. And good Lord, that's great because we're literally out of time. I'm so glad we got that in. Mark, we're all excited for Jupiter's Legacy coming in the spring from Netflix.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. And we're hey man,
don't forget the new Kingsman movie as well. New Kingsman movie out in February, so the perfect
outstanding.
Valentine's. Yeah. If you're in a relationship where you've not got much to say to each other anymore, it's the perfect night out. Go and see the new Kingsman movie. You can just sit in silence.
That's beautiful, man. Well, listen, the time always runs too short, so I guess we're gonna have to continue this conversation on a future Mainframe Con or a future Word Balloon conversation coming
100%.
up in early 2021. Buddy, it's always great to see you. I'm so proud of you.
As soon as the world opens up again, we're out our cages. I'm going to be in Chicago, so we should get out for a proper pint in Chicago too, because I've got a lot of good pals out there. So I'm keen to see you.
Absolutely, buddy. You can count on it. Thank you very much, man. It's been a great hour. Cheers. Lovely to see you, and you and the family stay safe and stay healthy.
You too. All the best, John. See you then.
Thank you very much. Mark Miller, everybody. Hope you enjoyed it. Coming up at the top of the hour, it's King in Black, and it's going to be a great conversation with Christy Blanche, Donnie Cates, and Ryan Stegman. I see them all right now backstage. Can't wait to share it with you here on Mainframe. We're going to take a little bit of a break. Feel free to refill if you want, and get ready for an excellent conversation with these three fine people. But for now, I'm going to say goodbye and also remind everybody, and Christy is a part of it, Christy Blanchard, our moderator for the next hour. We got the live Ringos coming up 8 o'clock Eastern time in a different room. Please join us. And really, thanks a lot for watching.
Are we live? Hi, I'm guessing we're live. Not sure. Okay. Oh, okay. That's awesome. Hi, everybody. Welcome to Baltimore Comic-Con, the best we can do in 2020, which I think everybody's doing a fabulous job. My name is Christy Blanche, and I am here at All Yeah Comics in Muncie, Indiana. And I have the absolute pleasure of talking to two gentlemen that I have nothing but respect for. And as a fan, I love their work. As a retailer, I love their work. So I would like to introduce Ryan Stegman and Donnie Cates.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey guys.
Hi guys.
Hey Christy.
Nice sweater.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I thought I'd be festive for this. It's finally getting into like nice fall outside. It's like 55, so I thought, hey,
There you go.
I'd like one of those sweaters, Donnie.
I'm sorry, what, Ryan?
I would like one of those sweaters. Donnie usually sends me stuff like that.
I do. Yeah. I owe you shoes.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't want to know. Yeah, our temperature went from 80 yesterday to like 40 just in the span of one day.
Awesome.
Yeah. Awesome. Welcome to Indiana. If you don't like the weather, wait 15 minutes. Well, I'm so stoked that I get to talk to you guys. I have tons of questions.
Let's do
it. As a reader, I'm excited for King in Black. As a retailer, I'm super excited for King in Black because I'll be able to afford one of those sweaters. I just wanted to start a little bit more at the beginning. We'll get to King in Black, but
Sure.
Donnie, do you realize that you signed your first Marvel work at my store?
I do. Absolutely. I do. You and I go back a very long time.
We do. We from way back, and when I knew you were going to be a star, way back then, but dang, dude. Then you got to hook up with Ryan, who
I carried him, is what you're trying to say.
Yeah, really, honestly. The guy's been doing most of the hard work. He just makes me look good.
All right. I have you were Donnie, you were an intern at Marvel.
I was, yeah.
So I would like to know how it feels from being an intern and getting to work, see all your heroes, to you being the hero.
Oh,
how does that feel?
It's honestly, it's such an honor. It really is. And I remember, I remember distinctly when this whole thing started. In 2017, I got my first exclusive offer to be exclusive writer for Marvel, and when it happened, I was at home, and Axel Alonso, our then editor-in-chief, called me and made me the offer. And I hadn't had a single book at Marvel published at that point. Axel just really believed in like the scripts I was turning in for Thanos and for Doctor Strange. And also, I didn't know this until later, Axel was putting in a place because he knew that relatively soon Jason Aaron was going to be wrapping up his run on Thor. And Axel wanted me there because Axel, I guess, saw the future and was like, I think this kid could be on Thor, But what's crazy and very surreal about it is that when Axel called me, he was in a little diner and he was ordering coffee. And as he was talking, I could hear him like ordering and stuff. And it dawned on me, there's only one place he could be. And it was the diner that's on the bottom floor of the old Marvel offices. And I was like, that's where I used to go to get everybody coffee. Like he's standing, getting himself a cup of coffee where I used to go and get trays of coffee for everybody. And this guy is asking me to be an exclusive writer. It's so bizarre. And Ryan knows this. Every single time that we go to a retreat, back when we were able to travel, I always make a point of going and sitting in intern row and kind of spending some time and talking to all the interns and stuff. That's really important for me. And you know what's funny? I always, when I was an intern, I always said to myself, man, you know what? If you actually get the chance to work here and be a writer, I'm going to make sure that my interns are credited and that I'm really kind to those guys and girls, and because they do so much work. And then I became a Marvel writer, and I was like, nah, screw all that. I don't have time for that. Well, because they get, you know why? Because they get paid now. Like, oh yeah, Marvel interns are like living the life now. I was poor, and I worked at a Halloween spirit shop at night, and then like went to work in the morning. So I got no sympathy for these cats rolling around in their fat Marvel cash.
Oh yeah. Fat Marvel cash. So Ryan, you worked on The Magician's Apprentice, and then you just kind of started doing some Marvel work, and then boom, you're like, and everybody's, this guy blows my mind with his art. How did that step occur?
Well, it took a long time. Honestly, like I've been doing stuff for Marvel for like, it might be 15 years now. I can't remember, but basically I did the Magician Apprentice stuff, which is like this novel adaptation that really was made to be sold to libraries essentially. So it wasn't really in stores that much even. But then I remember I was working with Mark Paniccia, who's still an editor at Marvel, and Jordan White, who he and I started at about the same time. And they both seemed to see something in me. Like I wasn't very good, but I was very hungry and very inquisitive, and I was always asking questions. And so Mark kind of kept me afloat while he was the only one that was interested in working with me, really.
Mhm.
So he gave me, at one point, Magician Apprentice ended, and we were going to finish it in a separate series called Rift War. And in that time, I had no work, and he started giving me Marvel Adventure stuff. And you know, it's Marvel Adventure Spider-Man. I did 2 issues of that, and then I went back and did Rift War, and then after that, they offered me Incredible Hercules, which was my first foray into the actual Marvel universe. I did about 3 issues of that, and it was pretty quick after that I got an exclusive contract. But I do remember him saying, when I started working on that, he said, "Hey, you're creating quite the buzz up here, you know." And I was like, "Hey, that's got to be good, you know." Which I also remember, Tom Brevoort came up to me at a convention about that time, and he said, and he's got a very like dry wit about him. And he walked up and he said, "You're creating quite a bit of buzz up at the office. A lot of people are talking about you." And I was like, "Oh, well, that's good." And he said, "Oh no, not all of it's good."
That's the most Brevoort thing I've ever heard.
Right. And I was like, "What?" You know, like now I get him. So I get that it was a joke.
Brevoort's compliment sandwiches are open-faced sandwiches.
Yeah. And yeah, I told him that story one time, and he died laughing because he thought it was hilarious. So, I mean, it was funny, but it was terrifying at that time. It was the same convention that they came up to me, and I found out. I remember they came up to me and they said, "You know, we want to." Because I'd asked for a raise, and they kind of weren't saying much. So I was like, "Well, I guess that's it for the raise." And they said, "We hear that you wanted a raise." And I was like, "Yeah." And they were like, "How would you feel about, you know, this much more? And, you know, we sign you up and you work with us for a couple years." And I was like, "Okay." And then I'm really close friends with Scotty Young, and I went and told him what they had said. And he was like, "They offered you an exclusive contract?" And I was like, "Well, no, they just said I would like work for them for a couple of years with a contract." He's like, "Yeah, dummy, that's an exclusive." And I was like, "I guess it is." Oh my God. So yeah, that's from great. There, I've been with them ever since.
Again, as a retailer, when you started with Superior Spider-Man, and everybody was like, "Oh, this is going to be terrible." I mean, in the shop, they're like, "Doc Ock can't be this, blah, blah, blah."
Right.
So I was like, try the first 3. If you don't like it, I'll give you your money back. It's going to be awesome. I mean, look at the talent, right?
Right.
By the end of the series, they were like, "They can't end this. This is the greatest series. I've been on it from the beginning. I believed in it."
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So did you get any of that like pushback?
It was funny because Dan Slott had told me everything that was going to happen. Like he told me, we went out to dinner at C2E2 one year. We went to Illuminati's. I remember we were having pizza and whatever. And he told me the whole story. So in my mind, I just know everything that's happening. And I don't think at any point about how people are going to react to this particular part. So I'm just like, this is exciting. This is a great story. I can't wait for people to see this. And then issue 700 hits and Spider-Man dies, and I'm looking at Twitter that day, you know.
Wait, he what?
Spoilers.
Yeah, I'm a little bit behind in my reading. What?
Yeah, sorry, too soon. But so people are going crazy on him, and they're like yelling at him and saying how this is the worst thing that's ever happened. And I was like,
Twitter?
Yeah, yeah.
That's not the Twitter I know.
And then I'm like, oh my God, what have I gotten myself into? And but then I remember issue 1 of Superior came out, and of course, as you know, like we've got where the story goes, the response was immediately positive. So I always felt like and especially at conventions, I noticed this, that people before it came out were like, "I can't believe you guys are doing this." You know, they were all upset about it. And then after that, they would say, "I was so upset about this, but I read it and I love it." And then some people would be like, "I hate that series. You know, I can't believe you guys did this." And I'd be like, "Well, have you read it?" And they'd say no.
Yeah.
So it was like, if they read it, they loved it. If they didn't, they hated it. You know?
It was great. I dug it so much.
So
I was really sad when it ended, because I was like, I want him back. Can we have him back?
Yeah. Yeah, it was great. I loved it. Dan's amazing.
Oh yeah. So Donnie, you just kind of like, we'll talk about crossover in a minute, because I know this is a Marvel panel, but dude, So excited for that. It's so excited. Everybody's so excited for it. So you've done the, Silver Surfer Black. You've done Guardians of the Galaxy. You've got Absolute Carnage. You've got Thor. You did Doctor Strange, which was so awesome. I'm a huge Doctor Strange fan. I've got the tattoo. Speaking of tattoos, is that your tattoo right there?
Oh yeah.
That's Ryan's art. My Venom tattoo is just this logo. It's
okay. So it's this one.
Yeah, it's that one. Yeah, exactly.
I was trying to figure out. I'd heard a rumor that one of these was based on your tattoo, and I was like, I don't know which one it was.
We're doing a whole new series of those that are going to be variant covers for the King in Black series.
Oh, nice.
They're actually all designed by my tattoo artist and friend Ian Betterman, who was the artist of a tomahawk that I did at Image. And they're so cool looking. They're really, really great.
They're huge hits. I'll tell you that much.
Cool. Yeah. Awesome.
I'm so jealous of artists because it's like how you see the world must just be spectacular. So I had some questions about this whole King of Black thing. So I got into a discussion with someone, and they said that the first appearance of Null is in Thor: God of Thunder 6, and I said it is not.
It is
because
not.
Null was not created.
Right.
Series. Null was created by Donnie and Ryan, and they were like, "No, it's not." And I'm like, okay, "I'm a girl. I don't know anything. Just been doing this for years."
I try so hard to stay out of those conversations because I only end up ever making things worse.
Yeah.
There's some sort of confusion over what Dylan's first appearance is as well. Not going to weigh into that either. But I mean, yeah, of course, when that issue of Thor came out, Jason didn't, and he didn't know that was Null. Like none of us even knew what Null was. I was when that issue of Thor came out, I think I was barely out of being an intern. I wasn't even at Marvel yet. I was a huge fan of that series, of course, right?
Yeah.
And when I started kind of building out the Bible for what would eventually become Ryan and I's run. I looked back on Gore's origin story, and boy, to me, all black, the sword and everything that he can create with that sure looked like some cool symbiote stuff to me. And so it was just a matter of me calling Jason Aaron and being like, "Hey, would you mind if I played with this? Like, do you have anything in mind for?" like where that sword came from, or like who that like black clad god is. Mm-hmm. And he said, "No, man, let's go for it." And then, Jason was able to like play off of that a little bit and War the Realms. We've gone back and forth, but no, I mean, I again, I don't want to rile any feathers up too much, but yeah, like it's the first appearance of Null is in Venom. What is it, dude? 3, 4 at the end of 3,
I think. Yeah.
3. Yeah. And his origins in 4.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's this man's opinion. But what would I know, right?
I would like to get out from those conversations too, but when you're stuck behind the counter, it's like, okay, I need to go.
I can only imagine.
Chris, yeah.
Christy, you know that I know because I've been there.
Oh, I know.
I was a retailer.
I know.
The amount of nerd-splaining that one gets as a retailer is great.
Yeah.
Question mark?
No, I especially love it when they'll come in and they'll be explaining to somebody else's story, and I'm like, that's totally wrong. But
yeah,
you do you.
It must be infuriating for you because I've known you for probably a decade now.
Yeah.
And if people are arguing with you about that stuff, it must just kill you. You to be like, I know him. I can just text him right now and ask this question.
Yeah, it's I'm used to it. My favorite though was when a guy found out that I own the shop and he went, "You are you sure?" And I'm like, "Okay, yeah, I'm done."
Yeah.
So one of the things. So this has been a huge lead into this event. I mean, it's how you've connected everything is amazing, and it's. I mean, as a writer, also it's really I admire it so much because everything ties in so well.
Well, thank you.
And sometimes we see reader fatigue on events,
Sure,
because there's so much stuff going in.
Yeah.
And I've seen it a lot with even like, the Joker stuff recently.
Mhm.
I don't see that with this. Why do you think that this is just different in that way?
That's something that Ryan and I have talked about a lot, and we're really like. I think I can speak for Ryan. We're really honored to have like some of the best fans in the world, and when I've said this in other places and stuff, but like Ryan and I got on the phone 4 or 5 years ago, and I walked him through when I was kind of courting him to come over onto the book. I walked him through the entire thing, like all the way up until the absolute end of our run. And so it was every arc that I had planned out, including Absolute Carnage and the King in Black, and then what comes after and everything. And it was a hugely ambitious pitch. I remember distinctly walking into a Marvel retreat and pitching that entire story, and they were like, I think CB stopped me at a certain point and was just like, wait, this thing that you're talking about right now, when is that going to come out? And I was like, 2021. And it was like 2017. And he was like, wow, you're real confident this whole thing's going to work, huh? And I was like, until it doesn't, And so the gamble that is so cool that it's paid off is that, we've been seeding Noel's arrival on Earth and Noel's involvement with this since issue 1 of our run, almost 3 years ago. And it's crazy that people have hung in there and not gotten bored with this silly story that we're telling, and we're so thankful. I think that what we're the most excited about is that we've kind of done our events in such a way that they grow larger in scale and scope each time, and we've learned a lot from Absolute Carnage, where Absolute Carnage was very much a Spider-Man world-centric kind of event, and kind of took place like over in a certain part of New York, like down, I don't know where Eddie's warehouse was. But then that book did really, really well. Fans really enjoyed that. And so we were able to earn not just the fans' trust, but also Marvel's trust to go into something like King in Black and have the confidence for Ryan and I to walk into that room and say, okay, if Absolute Carnage was a 6, this is going to be an 11, and we're going to need all the toys, and we're going to break a lot of them, and we need to go as big and as hard as humanly possible. And I've said it a million times, we have the best editors, we really do. I mean, the Spider office, from Nick Lowe to Devin to Danny, they're so supportive, and they have got our back every single step of the way, and CB's been great. So I think maybe to answer your question, the enthusiasm walking into King in Black is it's been built for so long, right? And also I think it has a lot to do with Ryan and I's friendship and how we interact with the fans online and talk, and because I think that it's an innate quality that fans can always tell when a team is having fun. Mm-hmm. And I think that anyone can tell Ryan and I have a blast and that we're best friends, just like making fun comics,
Well, yeah, I think that one of the reasons that people don't get fatigued is just because Donnie's payoffs always pay off. Like, there's no beating around the bush. There's no tricks. Like, it's always all there. He reminds me a lot of Mark Miller. I just talked to Mark Miller on the previous thing for a minute.
That was cool.
Yeah. But like we said, we bring up Civil War all the time in the room because that was the event that everything paid off, Right. And that's what Donnie does really well, is every time that I'm reading these scripts, I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe I get to draw that, And the same with King in Black 1, I showed a friend the the art from it, and he was just like, it looks like you guys just drop everybody into the middle of everything and it's just all happening, and that's amazing. And I was like, it is like, that is the whole thing, is all payoffs. It's awesome.
It really is such a culmination of not just Ryan and I's Venom run, but seeds that I've been planting in oh God, I mean, honestly, Doctor Strange, there's payoffs that come from that. Silver Surfer Black immensely ties in. My Thor run, my Guardians of the Galaxy run. There's little pieces that the King in Black is me turning all my cards over and being like, this is why this is. And there's going to be a lot of moments of people being like, oh crap, that's why that was there. That's why, and my cat's here. That's why that's there. Like, that's why that book did this little piece that maybe I didn't understand at the time, you know? So it's been so odd because, like I said, Ryan and I have been talking about this book for like 5 years, and now I'm turning in those script pages to him that we've always imagined, and Ryan is turning in the art for things that I've always seen in my mind. You know what I'm saying? It's really sorry, my cat's being a maniac.
To me.
So it's a, I think honestly what people are going to see when they read King in Black, and I hope that it comes soon, I think that it will, the absolute unbridled joy that we are having making it for all of you guys.
I love it that, so Venom 1, you had lightning in the background on the cover.
Mm-hmm.
That was, looking back now, before I was like, oh, that's cool. You know, sometimes it's just cool to, nice background.
Yeah.
Now it's like, you gave us a huge clue.
Yeah.
So Ryan, kudos on that. I mean, it was a huge clue. Also, going back to Absolute Carnage a little bit, the use of color.
Oh my God.
Is incredible storytelling.
Yes.
Yeah.
When Peter Parker shows up, it becomes bright. You know, everything's always like dark and rainy, but he shows up and it's like, it's bright. And that's the great thing about comics is it makes you, you know, you can feel that. And so, I mean, how do you feel when you get the pages back after, you know, you have great inker, you know, everybody in this team is just spectacular.
Yeah.
But how do you feel, Brian? This
is one of the few times that I feel like, I mean, I just don't even really give notes. I didn't give Frank the note that now it gets brighter, you know, like
neither of us talked to him about that, but
I feel like we knew that, but we didn't say it.
Yeah. We've always tried to separate the Venom look visually from, like, you know, Superman comics, Metropolis is daytime, Gotham's always night. So we wanted to have that same thing where Venom is always dark and rainy compared to the very, you know, Ryan Otley and Gleason, very bright Spider-Man book, you know. But then, in Absolute Carnage, you turn that page and the sun is coming up,
right,
you know, as it peeks through. And we saw that when, I mean, Frank is such an invaluable part of this team and is such a phenomenal storyteller in his own, you know.
That's not, you don't always get that. I mean, I think there are great colorists that I don't know if they even read the script sometimes, you know. You're like
Frank insists on it, like we'll chime in and be like, hey, I need to get this script. And like, you know, if you're maybe just now getting into our Venom run and are doing a reread, look back from the start of our entire run. Every single time that Noel starts to influence or starts to talk to Eddie, those panels are always blown up in bright red.
Yep.
Yes.
That was we didn't tell Frank to do this at all, but that was foreshadowing for Absolute Carnage.
Mm-hmm.
Which is interesting how it feeds into my brain, because now when I'm drawing something, I see what he's going to do, but it was his idea to begin with, and now I can kind of like integrate it into how I'm drawing.
Right.
It's such good storytelling. Your team is, again, incredible.
Thank you.
Ryan, how cool is it you get to draw dragons?
Well, that was one of the selling points at the very beginning. That call that he talked about was, there was like, like Donnie called me and told me everything that was going to happen. And he was like, there's this sword and there's dragons. And I was just like, okay, well, I'm doing this job. Like at this point, I went in thinking, I don't know if I'm going to take that job. I've got other plans, you know, I will fight anybody that won't let me do this job. Like I am doing this. This is mine now.
Yeah, except for Ryan is probably changing his tune now that he has to draw a billion dragons. I don't know, fun, but the billion is maybe not.
I'm an expert at it now, at least.
Yes, you are. Yeah, absolutely.
I do have a question, Grendel. So
yeah.
Is Grendel's name Grendel, or are all of them Grendels?
Well, yeah, yes and no, right? Because when the first one made landfall on Earth, that is where the legend of Beowulf and everything comes from. So we always refer to that specific one as Grendel. But yeah, I guess to extrapolate that, I guess they all are that. You know, they're all
kind of like Kleenex. You know, there's Kleenex brand, which is everything Kleenex. Okay. Yeah. We have a question from Devin Perfect. When writing such a massive arc, is there fear or anxiety to ending it when it's been such a large part of your lives?
No. No, because honestly, you know, there's something that I've gotten a lot better about. Like when I first started at Marvel, absolutely. Like, you know, you're coming into these characters that have been around longer than you've been alive and will go on well after you're gone. And so there's some responsibility because you're going to be hopefully kind of leaving your mark in this infinite ocean that will, you know, go on after you. And so you want to make sure that you don't break these things or take them off of their path and everything. And so, yeah, going into it very nervous, but at this point with Venom in like some of the big events that I've done, you know, I heard a comedian the other day talking about not being nervous about doing Saturday Night Live. And the other guy in this podcast was just like, how do you not get nervous doing Saturday Night Live? And he goes, man, there's people out there that hate like The Godfather. Like, like someone's gonna hate it, and it's gonna be not someone's favorite thing. All you can do is be confident and make something that you like. You know, I can confidently say that I love King in Black. I think it's one of the coolest things that I've ever been a part of. I think it's some of Ryan's best work of his entire career. JP Mayer, our anchor as well, is just going ballistic. We're all having so much fun, and we all have known about this event for so many years. And so now we're here and we're all just bringing our A game. And I think Ryan said a little while ago that we finally got the first full PDF of the first issue, and just reading over it. Yeah, I mean, obviously there's going to be people who's not their favorite thing or don't like it. I can only hope that more people like it than don't, you know. But I rest easy at night knowing that I'm incredibly proud of it, and I think the entire Marvel team is as well.
I would say too that the anxiety of finishing something, I just feel like it's an accomplishment. Like I'm excited for the end. Also, because Donnie and I have our whole lives planned out at this point. As a team, like we know what's happening, so yeah, it's not like.
If I can just be sappy for a second, you know, Ryan and I knew each other. We ran in like similar circles, but we never really like hung out together or really got to know each other. And one of the greatest parts of doing this book is that Ryan is legitimately my best friend now, and I talk to him every day, not just about book stuff, just about life stuff. I'm friends with his wife and his two boys, and it's probably the best thing that's come out of the series is like the friendships,
right?
And the you know, and I think that level of trust that Ryan and I have together shows on the page and shows.
Oh, it absolutely does.
Yeah, and we've been able to do things that are so fun. Like it's so incredibly rare in comics that you are lucky enough to have a partner like I have in Ryan, who I trust implicitly, that I can like. I'll be completely honest. There's scripts that I've written for Ryan where you know what, a great example of it is in Absolute Carnage, the diner scene where Spider-Man and Eddie are, which is my favorite part of that entire issue. But I wrote the entire issue or wrote the entire scene, and then I sent it to Ryan, and I was like, I don't know how to make this visually arresting. What do you want to do here? Like, just go. And Ryan added completely on his own, added the guys coming in to rob the store, and this, like all that kind of stuff. That's a level of trust that we've built over for so long now that I think is, I don't know, it's a blast. I really, I'm so lucky that I get paid to make crazy comics about Spider-Man and Venom, best friend. It's wild.
For you guys watching, we will take some questions. So I don't know how that works, but they show up. So we'll take those. But in the meantime, I want to talk a little. Well, first of all, for both of you, other people are now writing the characters you created.
Oh, it's so weird.
And
so weird.
You have an Al Ewing, who his Immortal Hulk series is just yeah. That is exactly how I feel.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he's writing part of your story, and that's got to be like a really good feeling for you guys.
Well, let me tell you, the Al thing, of course, is amazing. Al wrote in God, was it his Immortal Hulk tie-in to Absolute Carnage? I believe it was. And I think he had a character called Null Space Satan. And I was like, damn it, that's so good. Why didn't I think of Space Satan? Also, dope band name, Space Satan.
Yeah.
But I gotta tell you, as cool as it is to have guys like Al and guys like Jerry and Nick Spencer and all these guys that I kind of grew up reading, chief among them in the holy crap department, Kurt Busiek is writing a tie-in to our silly goo monster book, and it's awesome. I mean, of course it's awesome. It's Kurt, but it's just so odd. I think Ryan and I were talking about this on our podcast last night when they told me that Kurt was going to do this tie-in. My immediate reaction was, why would he lower himself to us? Like, he's so much better than our whole thing. He just latched on to this certain piece of the King in Black puzzle and is having fun. It is very odd. I remember the first time it became real for me was I had left Doctor Strange, and in Doctor Strange I created a character named Bats, who's a little ghost dog, and I now own a beagle named Bats, who's right over there, and is a very well, I was going to say a good girl, but she's actually pretty bad. She's a pretty bad dog. But I remember going to the comic book store and picking up Mark Waid's first issue of Doctor Strange and opening it, and Bats was there. And it was the first time in my entire career where I was like, holy shit, that thing I wrote counted? That wasn't just some stupid fanfic. That's going to be a thing now? That's insane, And now I know Ryan and I just flip out all the time when Null shows up in video games, or Null shows up in there was a cover the other day where Null is fighting an alien from the Alien series, and I was like, what is happening? This weirdo gothy edgelord space demon is fighting alien. How did we pull this off? It's great. It really is. It really is such an honor that when other people latch on to the stuff that you do and they think it's cool too, and go and play with it.
Right.
We do have a question from Jozilla. Would either of you guys want to do a New Gods series or event?
I love the New Gods.
Does Marvel own those characters? I really do love the New Gods. Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, someday, way in the future, I could absolutely see myself wanting to play in that arena. I don't know if anyone's noticed in my work at Marvel, I tend to really like God things, quite a bit.
All right. Another question is there an actor for Mr. Quack? Is there an actor you always pictured to portray Noel? For some reason, I always imagine Charles Dance.
Oh, Charles Dance would be amazing. Do you know that, Brian?
Yeah, I do. I looked it up when he said that, and of course, that guy's amazing.
That's
Tywin.
Tywin Lannister, right? Yeah. I've always thought him or who's that? Daniel Day-Lewis.
Oh,
that's who.
Yeah.
We've said Keanu Reeves before, and I say undead David Bowie.
Oh, well, you know what we can just get? Tilda Swinton.
Yeah, there you go.
If you need David Bowie in a part, you just go ahead and get Tilda Swinton.
She can be anything.
Oh, of course.
Bradley Tan says, hi. I love all your work and by far my favorite in the comics industry today. I was wondering, what is your working writing process like? How did you practice when you first started?
Well, comics is a very interesting art form in that you kind of have to be prepared to fail in public, because really the only way to do it, it's a lot like stand-up comedy in that regard, in so much as you can't practice in your garage, like a band. You kind of got to go out and do it, and it's a very immediate reactionary kind of an art form. So to be, I took a few writing classes when I was in Savannah, at the Savannah College of Art and Design, but then I was in, like you said earlier, I was an intern at Marvel, and that taught me so much, really about the editorial side of things and the pace by which those things are put out. As far as learning how to make a comic, there's no wrong or right way to write a comic book script. Really, there's formatting that is kind of universal, but a lot of people do it in different ways. But all my stuff was I just either made like ash cans or little zines and like passed it out, and then I got I think my path is pretty typical of writers, at least. I ended up getting like anthology work at Dark Horse Presents, and then that led to a short little mini series called Buzzkill that was like 4 issues long. And you kind of slowly earn trust, like, oh, he can do 8 pages, that's great, okay, he can do 4 issues, but you fail in public. There's absolutely things that I wrote back then that I would do completely different, but I'm glad I did it. I'm glad I just put it out there. And I know, Ryan, you're kind of similar. I mean, your early work is horrible.
Yeah, no, my advice is, I feel like one of the most important traits that you can have is that you can teach yourself how to do things. I think that school and everything is great for it, but once you get out of school, you're going to have to teach yourself how to do things. So you have to make sure that you're not just relying on things that you're told, or, like it's all a feel thing. And it's just being passionate about it and doing it over and over until you get better at it, because you're inevitably going to suck at the beginning for sure.
And and that's the thing, is that everyone, like, you are going to write some dog shit.
Yeah.
It's just going to happen. You're going to draw some stuff that's not great, but you just got to get it out of there. I will say the best piece of advice that I ever heard, and I truly believe that this is true, is comic books is an industry that can be hard to get hired in, but it is impossible to be fired from. Anyone can make comics. There's nothing to stop you. There is no person on earth who can stop you from making comic books. And the only people that I have seen who have really worked their ass off and have taken notes and have gotten better every year and have taught and keep on putting things out, the only people that I've ever seen not, quote unquote, make it are the ones that just gave up.
Right.
If you're persistent and you are a nice person and easy to work with, and you get portfolio reviews and hear that, and then come back the next con or whatever, and you've improved on those things, the thing is, comics need people to make comics. You know, it's of all the entertainment art forms and stuff, it's the easiest entry. You know, it's the easiest level of breaking in. Now, there's a big difference between breaking in and breaking out, like getting people to notice you. And it, you know, I think a lot of people think of my career as being somewhat overnight, you know, around 2017. But Christy, you know, is very, very, very well. I've been doing this for 10 years. And, you know, it took me 6 years to be an overnight success, you know, of just, you know, scraping and coming and sleeping on people's couches. Thank you for letting me crash on your couch. Yeah, it's hard, but it's also so much fun, you know. And like I've always been super lucky that I've always had partners that I work with that are my buddies, you know. And I think that's one of the best pieces of advice advice that I can give is get a gang, you know. It's so inspiring to be around people who are also making comics,
right?
You know, like I know Ryan, you draw all day in like a group with
we get on Skype and talk all day, and you know, everybody shows each other their art, and we all, you know, pick it apart and help each other improve.
Yeah.
Now, did you do that before all this?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so it just is. So that really has an impact.
Well, I would never be able to do this job if I couldn't talk to people while doing it. Like, I'm too extroverted to just sit in an office by myself and, you know, draw all day. I mean, because it's so many hours, it's nearly impossible. So I'm so thankful that technology has given us, because I mean, even like I said, I was doing this 15 years ago, and I even then found ways to talk to people all day while I was working, because it just, you know, gives you so much extra energy and it gets you so excited about stuff.
And I'm the same way. I really need to, my writing process always begins by just talking things out. I have to call Ryan, or
this happened last night.
I did.
Yeah.
Or Megan, my wife, I'll just be like, hey, can I talk at you for a while, where I act out all the parts of like all this shit, you know, which I like to think is such a common thing with writers. I like to think that Stephen King is like in his boxes being like, you got to hear this. So is this cool? Like, it's like it's like a car that comes to life. Is that something? Like,
I think he might have voices in his head that he can talk to, though.
That's true. Yeah.
That's his staff meeting.
Yeah.
So who came up with the language?
Oh, like the lettering for it? That was Clayton, wasn't it?
Well, do you want to know the trade secret of it? It's a stock Marvel font that they use for all alien languages. It's when you read Hickman's X-Men run, when Krakoa talks, it's the same language.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. It's a stock kind of like alien thing that has like a built-in cipher. But what's weird is that it looks so much like, it looks very appropriate, because it looks like symbiote.
Yeah.
You know? I did not know that when they brought it to us for it. I was like, wow, that looks really cool. Like, what a cool design. And then I started reading other books, and I was like, Krakoa started doing it, and I was like, wait, what is happening right now? And I think I emailed Devin, and he's just like, yeah, we just kind of use the same thing.
All right, Princeton : what Thor stories influence you the most? It's been really exciting seeing Beta Ray Bill around more again.
I don't think it would come to anyone's surprise that Walt Simonson's run was a massive influence. How could it not be?
Yeah.
I quite liked JMS's run. I loved Matt Fraction's run. Kieran's work with Loki, like the way that he treated Loki and kind of evolved Loki's redemption arc, being a child and being raised up again. I continually make gags about how Loki has an iPhone because Kieran made such a point of him having, I think it's so funny. And then look, you can't talk about Thor without talking about Jason Aaron. And Jason Aaron and Walt Simonson, that's the bar, that is the absolute top of the heap for me, I get like emotional talking about it, but I have been such a huge Thor fan since I was a little kid, and I was stocking Jason Aaron's Thor run on the shelves as a retailer.
Mhm.
And to think that like I
Now you have your name on it.
yeah, and then I got to follow my hero. Like Jason's legitimately like my favorite writer in comics, and the fact that I got to follow my absolute hero and have his support and have him, you know, be so kind and so gracious when I was putting the book together has been amazing. You know, it's one of the things I'm the most proud of.
Okay. So we kind of have a joke in retail with all the Thors and Venoms and all of this. It's the 967th print.
I know. Sorry.
No, it's great because not only, I mean, people rebuy them because you know, new covers, new everything. It's just amazing. Well, I have a question about at the end of Absolute Carnage, the apartment door when they walk in. The door number is 616.
Yes, it is.
So who came up with that?
Right. This guy.
That guy. I can't.
Yeah, it was I'm a genius.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it was just kind of like a little nod to what was going on. You know?
Well, also it was that I quite liked that. Again, we're talking about how everyone on the team is a storyteller, and what's great is that everyone on the team knows the plan and is dialed in, and we all have the same goals. And that was a real wonderful moment when that art came in, because Ryan and I had always talked about that moment in Absolute Carnage where he goes to Peter for help. Was the first time in our entire run that Peter goes to the actual Marvel U, that he goes outside of his own little, corner and enters into the Marvel U. And so him going and knocking on a door that says 616 was a really cool thing that Ryan did.
It was really super cool. If you have questions, send them in. We've got a few more minutes to take those. I know some of them came in quickly and they showed up and disappeared, and I don't. Here we go. Tevya Smoka, Donnie and Ryan question: who's your favorite hero you love to draw or to write?
Ryan?
Well, I mean, it's become Venom, obviously, because we've done this for so long, and I do love Venom. But you know, the one that my stock answer is always Spider-Man. Before I broke into comics, that was what I would do samples of. You know, like that was my aim, was Spider-Man from day one. So, yeah.
I don't even. I mean, Venom obviously is my whole entire heart, and has been such an incredible journey to be able to put as big of a mark that as Ryan and I have been able to put on the character. That the answer to this question changes depending on what I'm writing. Right now, the answer is, can I cuss on this?
You have already.
Did I?
Yeah.
I guess. I don't know. I don't know that rule.
Yes, go for it.
Yes, you can. We got it. Yes.
Frog. Frog has been the most fun I've ever had writing a comic book in my entire life. And Nick Klein draws the hell out of that frog. And the dialogue that I'm able to put in that little dude's mouth, Thor issue 12 has one of the coolest, craziest fight scenes, including Throg, that I've ever had the privilege of having my name on. I mean, Nick Klein is such a beast, and he draws so epically, and like everything is so, like, I've always described his art, it looks like it's carved out of stone. You know, it's got such texture to it. And then, Thor is always so badass, and Thor is always so just like menacing and ominous. And he does that exact same thing with Throg, and it's unbelievably funny. for Throg to like walk out of the shadows, like holding his tiny little hammer and stuff. It's so cool. I love it.
So, when you came up with Eddie's son Dylan, another character that you guys created, which is awesome. He's got this really strong sense of justice. But he's influenced by Noel. I mean, what was the process that both of you went through in creating him?
Well, it started. I excuse me. We part of the kind of the mission statement that I wanted was that, you know, when you think of a character like Punisher or Wolverine, you know, Punisher started out as a Spider-Man bad guy, right? None of us think of him like that at all. You wouldn't put Punisher in Spider-Man's rogues, right?
No.
Wolverine started out in a Hulk issue. No one thinks of him like that. Sabretooth was an Iron Fist bad guy. And so I really thought, and I still firmly believe that Venom's a character who can stand on his own, that he can get to a place where he's not just Spider-Man's rogue. I mean, that's always going to be there. That's his history, obviously. And I'm not trying to get rid of the past. I just think that he deserves his own spotlight and be able to stand on his own. And so part of doing that was to build his own corner of the world, meaning his own mythology, his own tenor, his own themes. His own bad guys, which we've certainly done a lot of, but also his unique what am I trying to say? Relationships in his life, you know? And part of our job sometimes is we have to put these characters that we love so much in the worst possible situations. And I've always considered Eddie to be someone who is a little bit lost and a little bit damaged as a guy constantly trying to do the right thing, but there's a shadow in him that not just the symbiote, but it's something inside of him that kind of veers off his path. And so I've always thought of him as someone who's massively codependent and is incredibly scared of being alone. And that's like his big thing, is that he's afraid of being alone. So when you think about all of that, what's the worst possible thing that I can do to him is give him a kid to be responsible for, and to give him something to fight for, and give him an active reason to try and be a better man. We've always seen this with Eddie, where he wants to protect the innocent and he wants to be a better man. And now he directly has the most innocent thing in the world in front of him. And unfortunately, like so many of us, and I think, you know, this is a generally pretty universal feeling, Eddie's terrified that he'll pass these things down to his son, and he already kind of has. Like, he has this thing inside of his son that he is going to fight the fucking universe to get it out of his kid. You know, and that's what King in Black really is about. Like, yes, it's this null thing, and it's this big galactic, cosmic, every corner of the Marvel event series. At its core, though, that is what King in Black is about: is Eddie going the distance so that his son doesn't have to have the same darkness inside of him. And that's just a guy that every one of us can relate to, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, we have time for one more question. So, Brian, have you gotten a script, a scene from Donnie that you just went, what? Donnie's already nodding.
I mean, that's how I feel every time that I'm like, it's just like, and then there's this horde of, you know, in Absolute Carnage, it was horde of Carnage,
the doppelgangers.
Yeah, doppelgangers fighting. I would just be like, oh my god, like, it's so easy for you to write this, but now I have to draw it. But you know, I find ways to trick the reader into thinking I'm drawing more than I am.
Issue 4 of King in Black I sent to Ryan, and he immediately texted me and he was like, "I love this, but I hate you."
Yeah. It's like, I don't know how I'm going to draw this, but I'm sure it'll work out in the end.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
I'm very one would think that having gone to like art school and having learned how to, pencil a page and ink a page and all that stuff, one would think that I would have compassion for my artistic partners. In fact, I have way less. I have absolutely zero compassion for any of you, that extends to my lovely wife, who we're working on a book together now, and I give her the same crazy page layouts and ideas, and I give it to her, and she's just like, but you love me. What are you doing to me?
I'll show you, Megan. I'll show you, Ryan.
Yeah, I was like, I'm treating you just like my other partners.
All right. Well, we have to wrap up. This hour's gone by so quickly. Thank you both for giving us your time, and
thanks for having us.
really looking forward to King in Black. It's gonna be great. Very, very much looking forward to it. So keep up the good work, both of you, and thank you so much, and stay safe.
Christy, I would like to thank you from the bottom of my heart for jumping in and doing this panel. You absolutely crushed it. Ryan, thanks a lot for being here. Donnie, thanks for jumping into the drink and draw last night, by the way. I hope you're feeling okay today.
I couldn't stay away from a microphone and a camera.
It was...
I just want to add one more quick thing. Buy Crossover, available November 4th, wherever fine comic books are sold.
Crossover is going to be huge.
It's not Marvel. What are you doing, man?
It might be someday. You never know.
Awesome.
It's amazing, and it's got all the connections too, and I can't wait for it. So
no, thank you so much, guys, and thank you guys so much for having me on. And Dr. Blanche, it's so nice to see you again and chat.
So nice to see you. I'm glad I got to see you at C2E2, the last
show ever.
Yeah, we were all there. I saw Ryan 2 years ago.
Yeah.
But anyway, we could talk about this forever, guys. Thanks a lot for being here, guys. Stick around. We got a massive horror panel. We're doing a deep dive into horror comics right after this, so stick around. Don't go anywhere. It's Baltimore Comic-Con. Might want to help if I turn my mic on. How's it going, guys? Welcome back to Baltimore Comic-Con. Hope you're enjoying all the fun. We have had an absolute blast here. It's only day, 2? Is it Saturday? I just saw our host popped in, Mr. John Suntress. He's going to be doing a deep dive on horror comic books. We got a massive panel that's about to start right now. So without further ado, John, if you are ready, my good friend, sir, there he is. John.
Hey, man. Sorry,
John, can I just say you are burning your candle at like 5 different ends today. You were jumping from Hall A to Hall B to the Ringo Hall, back to Hall B, back to Hall A. Well, you are just doing the Lord's work here, Paul.
It's all right. Hey, man, we're all we got hit. Mainframe guys got hit with COVID really bad, so we are kind of spinning plates and jumping from room to room. So I'm sorry I'm late.
Kidding. All right, John, I'm gonna hop out. You guys have fun.
Thanks, buddy. All right, excellent. This is gonna be great, man. I'm really excited to talk to my friends here because they all have incredible horror books that they're doing, and it's going to be a pleasure to talking to all of them. Let me start welcoming people. Here's somebody that I haven't seen in a while. We did Terrificon. Was it last year? I think it was last year or 2 years. Maybe it was 2 years ago. But it's Afua Richardson. Welcome, Afua. It's great to see you.
Good to see you.
Thank you very much for doing this. This is going to be great. I'm really excited to talk about some of the really exciting things that you've been doing lately. A good buddy of mine, he's got a great book right now, and it's from Vault Comics. It's Mike Marisi, everybody. Good to see you, Mike.
Hey, happy to be here. How you doing, John?
I'm doing all right, man. Spinning, as I was saying, spinning plates. But it's good to be here, and I'm really glad everybody's here. And then another great friend of mine, Mike is a Chicago friend of mine, Afua, and I got another guy that's coming on right now. He's done incredible work over the years, a lot of interesting horror work. It's Jim Terry, everybody. It's good to see you, Jim.
Hey, can you hear me all right?
You sound great, buddy.
Okay, good.
Absolutely. Well, welcome to all of you, and it's exciting to talk about all of your books. And again, you'll forgive me because I am spinning plates right now, but I'll start with Mike because Mike, and right now, damn it, I want to say The Coffin. I know it's Vault. It's probably not The Coffin.
The Plot.
The Plot. Thank you.
The Plot.
I knew it had some. Yeah, exactly. I knew it had something to do with cemeteries. Exactly.
The Coffin sounds pretty awesome, though.
Right?
I'm into the idea.
The Plot's been amazing. Where are you in the book? I know it's wrapping up soon, isn't it? Or not?
Yeah. Oh gosh. 6 just came out. I think 7 is technically done or very close to done. And we're all written. I mean, 8 is written. We're all done. And 8 is the end. That's the end of the story. We started out wanting to do 8. That was the goal. We knew it was a limited story. The way, kind of like thinking of a model like Hill House, Haunting of Hill House, which is something I love, which is a one season, beginning, middle, of end. We kind of want to follow that model where it's like, this is a story, that's it, and then we'll be out. So we're almost there.
That's cool, man. No, it's beautifully drawn. It's very creepy, and it's great to talk to 3 artists about this as well because it's great that the level of terror that you guys can achieve with your art. Afua, you're doing something really cool. You are working with Lovecraft Country, and you've been doing illustration for them. Tell us about that. That's amazing. Great HBO show. I'm sure everyone that's watching right now is aware of the show. But yeah, first of all, explain what you're doing and also how you got the gig.
First, I was recommended, so thank you to all my friends who dropped my name in that hat. But I am responsible for all the illustrations that are hand-drawn by the actress Jada Freeman, who plays Jada Harris, Diana Freeman. See, I've mixed them up because now they're one and the same. Like D is... Sorry, Jada, I love you.
When actor and character become one, I totally understand.
Exactly. So it's been really cool because a lot of it was filmed here in Georgia, and I worked on set. I worked directly with the executive producer, Misha Green, and the props master, JP Jones, just to make the Atlas book, make the hand-drawn comic books, as well as actual tangible comics, because the main actors are nerds. And so I made all of that stuff. And it was really cool because during the season finale, no spoilers, but they gave me a name drop, and
that's great.
Happens.
That's awesome.
Happens. It's super cool. They sort of spoke about me like I was a character in the story. So I cried and I sent a message to my dad.
Oh, that's lovely. That's great. No, I know that feeling. Absolutely. That's wonderful, man. So, like, I mean, obviously the show's a massive hit. So I imagine, I mean, I'm sure season 2 is, a certainty. Obviously, when they get to it, no.
It's in talks right now. I know with COVID,
Okay.
everything is kind of, on pause, but
And without speaking out of school, I would think, especially like you said, with COVID, that might delay production. Is there any talk of maybe a graphic novel of the character's stuff that you would be ghosting or anything like appropriately for a horror panel that you would be ghosting that stuff?
Well, they've a lot of people have asked, and there wasn't a lot of time to make it into a full comic, because that's what we wanted to. We wanted to have a complete comic for the show as kind of this backstory, but there were so many different moving parts and changing scenes that we didn't get a chance to do that. But I'm actually working on a creator-owned project, my first creator-owned since my start like 15 years ago in comics, and it's going to be creepy stories. It's going to be called Aquarius, the Book of Mer, and I'm doing like a modern retelling of mermaid myths and legends from all over the world, and I'm launching a Kickstarter on Black Friday of this year. So as a perk, I'm going to have an art book with all of the Lovecraft art and everything that I've worked on the past 5 years.
That's outstanding. That's wonderful. Well, hey, you'll come back on Word Balloon and we'll talk more properly about the campaign. That'd be great. Jim, you've got a long history in horror going back, and I don't mean to age us, but you got to work with one of the greats of comics, James O'Barr, and got to work on The Crow. And I mean, that's the earliest comic horror stuff of yours that I'm aware of. Is there earlier stuff?
That's my first published work.
Oh, there you go.
That book with James, and yeah, we started off big fans of EC Comics, both he and I. That's kind of how we forged our friendship, and talking about old comics and the EC war books and the Jack Davis stuff. That was the basis of what we wanted to do, was a scary version of The Crow that might feel at home between the 50s and maybe 1979, and so yeah, that was my first published work.
That's awesome. Mike was on with Tim Seeley, and we were playing a horror trivia a few weeks ago on Word Balloon. We had a blast. And I want to
be
know,
on that.
Hey man, oh seriously, no, honestly, you're all invited. We've been so busy planning Baltimore that I really did want to do a couple more horror trivia nights before Halloween. But Halloween's year round. Who cares? So like we should, I mean, yeah. I'm trying to think if I don't know if I have a Friday this Friday show planned. I was going to reach to my buddy Steve Darnall, who's an old time radio host, and talk about radio horror, because I love listening to the old shows like Inner Sanctum and Suspense and all these great shows that he really did. Lights Out, an incredible Chicago writer, Arch Obler, just made a really effective audio horror. And I was wondering, what were some of yours, as we can go around the horn and start with Afua. Tell me about your horror influences and what you read or watched and everything that kind of, made you a horror fan.
My very, very, very first was Scary Stories. That was my first introduction into the creepyverse. And actually, the first time I went to a comic convention, the first book I got signed was The Crow. I was not in the industry at all, just clutching my sketchbook and my copy of my graphic novel, The Very Worn Out Crow. And I was like, please sign. So amazing. Oh, man. I really, man, it's funny. I don't watch a lot of horror.
Okay.
Because I have terrible nightmares. When I was a kid, I would have the most vivid, horrible, I would wake up and tell my friends about it, and they were like, what's happening to you? I was like, well, I had a dream that I went into a cave, and there was this thing that I couldn't see that ripped off my head, and then I was trying to find my head, and they were like, maybe you shouldn't eat before bed.
Yeah.
I watched Critters, and then I couldn't like have a ball of socks on the floor for like a year. It was terrible. It wasn't even that scary. It was just the idea that my mind was just like, every ball of socks is out to kill you. I'm like, no, it was terrible. It was absolutely terrible. But man.
So what'd you read? Like, what horror did you read then if you weren't watching movies? Or what did you consume? You
like
know?
the thriller stuff like Hellboy.
Oh, great.
Spooky occult things, and man, even more recently, like American Vampire, Scott Snyder's American Vampire.
Oh yeah, yeah,
amazing.
Yeah, I agree.
Like, and he himself is such a nice guy. Albuquerque is amazing. Like,
yeah, Raphael. Yeah,
yeah.
Very cool. That's awesome, Maurice. I know, and again, your horror knowledge runs deep, as we learned on our trivia game from a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, arguably too deep, perhaps, but yeah. So I was lucky. Like, I grew up in a house. My older brother is a big horror fan, and my mom was like super liberal in like what she allowed us to watch, particularly what she allowed him to watch. So through him, I started watching horror movies with him and with my mom, with my folks, both of them. When I was probably like, I think I saw Halloween, like the Halloween Nightmare on Elm Street, Friday the 13th, when I was like 5, 6, somewhere around there. So I've been watching, I mean, wildly inappropriate. As a father now, especially, I'm like, oh God, it's inconceivable.
Oh man, I watched the scene with the television, and I watched no TV for a year. That's what happened to me.
Well, I had a window that was like the window at the end of Nightmare on Elm Street where the mom gets, sucked through. I had a window like that, and I walked like as low as possible and as fast as possible, like just flying low and fast past that window.
I was living in Harlem in the 80s and 90s during the time when I watched this movie. So unfortunately, it was during like the crack epidemic. So when I saw like people on heroin or on crack walking down the street, I was like, oh! Like, I knew they were zombies. I knew they were zombies and they were coming to kill me, which was half true.
Exactly. Yeah, sadly. Jesus. That's terrible, man. And Jim, you grew up in the city and stuff. You grew up in Chicago, and I know you're a guy that likely was much like Maurice, watching this stuff at a probably inappropriate age, I'm guessing.
Very inappropriate age. Yeah, my dad, who did not like movies, would take us to this Grindhouse theater in Chicago, and they would play either like Shaw Brothers. At 9 o'clock, they would play either like Shaw Brothers or Mexican Westerns.
Sure.
And he would take us to these for some reason. He really enjoyed them. But we got there early, and I think I was 7. I think I was 7 years old. We got there early, and we caught the last half hour of Halloween. And I remember, I know my body and my brain both remember this feeling that I was going to die in the theater, that I would die. And, and I wasn't like, that was the worst. I was like, I want to do that all the time. And so it was early. The thrill was early. And, the first book that I read, the first non-pictures book that I read on my own that I wanted to read was Cujo, and way too way too young. I learned a lot of new words when I read that book.
I believe it, man. That's awesome.
It was off to the races.
Well, at least it wasn't Pet Cemetery. Then you would just be.
Oh man!
Have you read Cujo recently? That dog's thoughts are bad. I was reading it. I was like, "Ooh, he shouldn't be saying those things."
For me, it was The Exorcist, and I was, I mean, yeah, I mean, again, I'm a little bit older than you guys, but that scared the hell out of me.
Yep, Jacob's
It
Ladder.
was Jacob's Ladder. See, Jacob's Ladder, I don't know why, because it really is an intense movie. But for whatever reason, it didn't register to me. I'm so glad you brought that up as a horror film. But it is. There's a lot of, I mean, my God, that and Deadly Ringers, Jeremy Irons?
Dead Ringers.
Dead Ringers.
Yeah.
Genevieve
Dead
Bujold.
Ringers.
I mean, yeah, some of those like surgery movies are like really could get creepy. So I get it. Or Michael Crichton's Coma. I remember that as a little kid. But yet for some reason Jacob's Ladder just seemed like a fever dream more than real pure horror. But
Exactly why it was terrifying for me.
I get it. No, I totally get it. God damn, 20 years ago when Blair Witch came out, and I'm like, all right, fine. I'm in my 30s. Certainly I'm over being scared. That disturbed the shit out of me.
Oh, dude.
And really did. That first movie was so effective. And oh my God, that kid, that guy at the end, standing in the cellar. I'm like, yeah, my God.
That's a whole lot of no.
Yeah.
Nope.
So
Nope.
that's the thing. So no, I get it, man. And it's so great to talk about this stuff. Honestly, we had a great hangout a few months ago during San Diego week, and everyone was sharing their stories of like the first movie that really scared the shit out of them. And another thing, Jim and I remember a lot of. I mean, I think that the horror movie commercials have really tamed down. Because I'll tell you, there's one, and I don't know if Fu and Mike have seen this movie. It's Alive, and it was this gross baby. It started off with a bassinet, and you heard the Rockabye Baby theme, and then all of a sudden you heard like the heartbeat, boom, 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 and they zoomed in on this bassinet, and there was a hand out of the bassinet that had like really long fingernails, so it was like a claw, and they were bloody. And literally, in that great Grindhouse tradition, the voiceover guy's like, "It's alive. Don't see it alone, please." And I'm like, okay, I won't. I'm not going to see it at all. Jesus, this scared the hell out of me. Put the Flintstones back on. And literally would run like in afternoon cartoons. And I'm like, what the hell are they showing? My God.
At that same theater, the movie trailers would be twice as terrifying as half of the movie. I remember Night School traumatized me. Just the trailer. It's this girl on one of what are those called? The carousel on the playground.
Oh, yeah.
And a guy with a machete just appears, and just as she's coming around, he gets her. And that was horrifying. And the trailer for Phantasm was scarier to me than the movie was when I finally saw it. There was this kid lying in bed, and these things jump out from underneath the bed and grab him, and the tall man standing over him. And every night I'd go to bed and worry that was going to happen to me that night. It hasn't. Yeah.
Oh no, yeah. No, they were scarier. They were like now they're just they're a little bit tamed down. But yeah, I remember, and this wasn't a scary movie, but I remember that I was scared so bad by the House commercial. And House isn't a very scary movie at all.
No, House is a cartoon. I love that movie.
Yeah, it's not. For some, I mean, this had to be when I was like 6 or 7, I believe. But that commercial was terrifying, and I had already seen Nightmare on Elm Street. And I saw that commercial, and I was like, oh my God, no. I didn't watch the movie till like way later. Considering all I was watching, I was terrified of House of all things.
That's very funny. House came out when I was in college, so it was I could handle House. I honestly couldn't handle the Nightmare on Elm Street movies or the Halloween movies and stuff. Too intense. Too intense. What are you gonna say, Phil? It looked like you were ready to piss him.
I was thinking, I was like, man, would you classify Swamp Thing as a horror comic? I mean, it's like a monster comic.
That's a great question.
It started out as a straight up horror comic, right?
Oh, 100%.
Exactly.
And Len Wein. No, you're right about that.
Yeah.
And even I think during the Alan Moore era as well, there were definitely horrific moments when Toddlebon and Rick Veitch were drawing the book and stuff. So yeah, God, I remember, and it was great because in great horror fashion, I remember this 50s detective character that I don't know if you guys would remember him. I do because I'm a nerd and I read everything. But Roy Raymond TV detective was this feature in Detective Comics, and it was this very plainclothes guy, but he was a TV detective, so he was kind of a celebrity. And to keep his youthful appearance, he was all about plastic surgery and stuff like that. And they had him like kind of decompose in a limo. And it was great. And it really was like, well, that's honestly that's why certain horror books, I can't even look at them. And I had to read Maurice's plot to talk to him and stuff. And I'm like, all right, I'm reading it. That's fine. And Mike mentioned your artists because really it's incredibly well drawn, and it really does achieve the effect.
Yeah, Josh Hickson is just a brilliant artist, and just as equally good as a storyteller. Like his art, you just look at it, it's so captivating. But what he's doing, panel to panel, the stories, the pages, the way he designs everything, he is just one of those uniquely special artists that I just expect him to do tremendous things for a very long time. And I'll be thrilled to watch all of it.
That's cool. Jim, you did Sundowners with Seeley. Well, was that more of a superhero thing? I mean, how would
who knows what that was? Yeah, we're still trying to figure it out.
Well, all of you, it seems like the horror genre is getting more opportunities in today's comic world. I really, I think it's great to walk into a really deep comic store and see the horror section be this impressive wall of comics. It isn't like one or two shelves like it used to be. It's a jump ball. Anyone could comment on that?
Yeah, it's definitely expanding, and I think maybe comics as a whole is kind of starting to expand as I think the medium is changing, it's evolving, and there are growing pains that always happens, but I think specifically people are looking for certain things and they're speaking with their dollars. So people are like, I want this, I want more of that, here, take my money. And so that enables people to make more things. I think, previously it was like, okay, what are they buying? All right, well, we're just going to keep making that. Sorry, there's no room for these other stories. But I think with all of the different kinds of media, all the different ways that people can get comics, not just print, but web comics and digital subscriptions or different formats, even things like Serial Box, where you can kind of get you were talking about audio horror. Oops, cats.
Things that go bump in the night, absolutely.
Exactly. I'm like, don't kill me. Okay, wait. Okay, I'm fine. Just about it. But yeah, things like Serial Box, which is kind of like reviving the audio drama, which is kind of cool.
Totally.
I'm looking forward to exploring things like that.
That's cool. That's amazing. No, the cats can run. That's all right. It's all good. No, I think. Go ahead, Mike.
No, I say it's a good time for horror right now. Like overall, we're in a great time and a great place for horror. And the great thing about the horror community, which is a community that I think is the best. I think the horror community, that you won't find a better fan community around. I adore it and I love being part of it. As a writer and as a fan. But like they will go anywhere. They'll go books, movies, TV, comics. They'll go anywhere. That's if Tim were here. Tim Seeley, he would remark on a testament to that, because Hack Slash is a book that's been successful for him for a very long time, and I think he would tell you that like the success comes, a lot of it, not from typical horror. From typical comics. It's from the horror community who buy the omnibus. They're the people who buy that big collected versions again and again. It's gone through multiple printings, and but yeah, overall we're in a great period where there's great horror novels. Stephen Graham Jones, Paul Tremblay, Daniel Trusani released great stuff this year. Little to be said about horror films. There's so many great ones that are coming out. Through Blumhouse, through even smaller independent places. Great horror TV with, like I mentioned, Hill House, Channel Zero, which unfortunately canceled, but that's great. There's just so much great horror content right now. So and comics is no exception. We're in a great time for horror.
Yeah, and it seems like the other publishers are taking advantage of. Okay, Marvel and DC has superheroes, and they dabble a little bit in horror, but it does seem these other genres, there's a lot more room to do something effective, and that's why it was great to see with Vault and the plot. But yeah, Jim, I mean, again, as a veteran of drawing horror and stuff like that, are you thinking about creator-owned horror opportunities for yourself?
Oh, I've always been interested in that, and I think that horror never goes away. It never goes away. It just becomes popular for a little while, and then it'll be frowned upon, and then it will become popular again. And right now, it's popular, but it's always been there. There's always been horror movies. Sometimes you have to search for them. Sometimes you have to. When it's a desert, you still find water. And
yeah.
And in the 80s, it was a boom. It was a huge boom. And then in the 90s, it was still there, but it was like the WB horror movies, like all of a sudden it was these PG-13 ones, which, hardcore people didn't like, but it was also still like a gateway horror for a lot of people. And so
yeah.
I don't think it's ever gone away, but I think that definitely it's always been a great, great platform, like any kind of genre, for talking about things that in a less obvious way that you need to get off your chest or convey. And there's hardly been a better metaphor platform than horror. And so, it just comes and goes as the culture flexes and wanes. And right now I'm happy that it's huge. It makes it less fun for me when I go to the conventions and they're jam packed, but because I just want to walk around and be be a nerd, and I don't like people. Of course, now I miss it. Now I miss all those people. So what am I even talking about? Who knows?
Right.
Good
What's
question.
the convention?
Yeah.
Well, what are non-sweatpants?
Yeah, no kidding. Exactly. Good question from the audience here, from Stefan. Has anyone read 30 Days of Night, Red Snow?
No, I read the first 30 Days of Night, but not the subsequent books.
Yeah, and I haven't talked to Steve in a long, long time. Niles, I should. I always love his stuff. And Ben, the original artist, of course, continues to make great horror as well. So no, it's always good to get a recommendation from the audience. Thank you there, Stefan. I want to go back to and stay with movies for a second, because really what's happening with Blumhouse is amazing, not just as fans of horror, but truly from a business standpoint. And I have to confess that a lot of times the ebbs and flows of the horror business does fascinate me. And I love this idea that this boutique studio on such a shoestring budget make these incredibly effective movies, and everyone's freaking out. Jim, you made a great observation. I think you're right that as much as I bet those PG-13 movies were a gateway to today's 20-year-olds that are appreciating horror, I think you're right. Older fans were just kind of like, hey, you're dulling the blade and not really giving us the what we need from horror and stuff, and the excitement and the tension and the terror. And I think Blumhouse has achieved that, and a really great parodies like the Fantasy Island movie, things like that. The Invisible Man movie was incredible. I mean, that's the thing. It's like they're taking old concepts and really taking them out for a spin. So, I mean, I assume everyone's a Blumhouse fan right now.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
They're the best.
No fool, or too scary a fool? What do you think?
Yeah, that I kind of like American Horror Story. I'm like, okay, I can take it in doses. Like Castle Rock, Dark. I can go. There's some things that just like when I saw it, I
couldn't watch it.
My poor husband was worried for me. He was like, "Are you okay?" I was literally shaking in the theater. Like, does it float? Like, nope, nope.
When people were cosplaying Pennywise the last couple of years, seriously, I'm like, all right, there's a guy, I know he's cosplaying, but I really don't need an evil clown watching my panel right now. I'm like, okay, Great.
John, you know there is a clown watching the panel this very moment somewhere.
Right now,
Absolutely. There's some serial killer that's putting the white on his face right now. Interesting. I'm on its kill list now.
Yeah, I just my memories are starting to come back, like thinking about the Twilight Zone and like
I see. I love. Now that's interesting.
Dead and like I don't know. It's not quite horror. It's just thriller. It's more of a.
I understand.
Thriller.
Well, and like old examples like Night Gallery. Night Gallery. Most of them suck, but there's like Jim. I don't know, 20% of them that are effective.
Probably,
being too generous?
Yeah, I think you're being a little harsh. But
okay,
real diehard. I'm talking like unhealthily obsessed with horror people are the most forgiving viewers of garbage in the world, and I count myself among them.
I'm totally yeah. I've watched objectively awful movies, and I'm still man. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, it wasn't bad. I don't know.
How did Leprechaun get so many sequels?
Those are kind of fun, though.
Leprechaun in the Hood, Part 17.
Yes.
Yeah, that's why they are terrible. But Jim and I could be like, they're pretty good.
So good.
So let me tell you a real quick story. A friend of mine and I
went to. Is this a Leprechaun story?
No, but it's about intolerable film. We went to the Fangoria convention, and there's people there who were selling their movies that they had made.
Yes.
And I talked my buddy into buying one. I'm like, come on, you got to support these artists, man. He's like, all right. So he shelled over $20, and I asked him later. I was like, how was it? And he said, look, it's not that great, but you got to see the ending. I said, okay. And so I borrowed it, and I sat through an hour and 20 minutes, and then the credits start rolling, and I was like, what was he talking about? So I call him up, and I'm like, what do you mean the ending? And he's like, nothing. I just wanted you to sit through that thing like I had
to. That's outstanding. That's amazing. I'm really glad. I'm glad horror.
No.
I'm really glad that. I was going to say, I'm glad horror conventions came up, because you're right. And it is these little like garage kind of movies. They're like the Artist Alley first comics for some of these people. And you're absolutely right about that. And I love that. That is true. That is the DNA of these like geek conventions, that we're all like, hey, we know it's a first attempt. All right, fine. But we're rooting for you. Try it or whatever. Yeah. God, I loved, the documentary American Movie about the guy in Wisconsin that was making his horror movie. And classic, it was, as he called it, Coven, but as one of the actors, and it was like, it's Coven, like oven. I don't understand why this guy calls it Coven, but whatever. But it's such a great, weird movie. And he goes to his uncle who's got some money to help him like bank his movie and stuff. And it's that truly that can-do spirit that a lot of great creators use that and fight through those tough times and those first steps in making their creative efforts, and then become great artists. To the other guys, that it's like the Ed Woods of the world, and I didn't mean to say that with no disrespect, because Ed Wood made 4 more movies than I'll ever make in my life, and I always say that Ed Wood, and it's like, yeah, guess what? Ed Wood made 4 movies. How many movies did you make? Shut up, Ed Wood. Ed Wood. There was nothing stopping this guy. And I love that. I really do. I love that spirit, and I appreciate that level of devotion, and like, I want to make this stuff. I want to do what these other guys, and also the democratization of being able to shoot a movie on your iPhone and have it look pretty goddamn good, actually.
Yeah. There's so many different attachments and things now that you can get for your iPhone to turn it into a really high quality camera. It's funny. I was, my husband started reading Hellblazer again, and it kind of started reminding me of all the other horror comics that I have, or I've been meaning to get back into. Like, have any of you guys ever read Gyo by, how do you pronounce his name? Junji Ito?
Oh, Ito?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Nightmare fuel.
Wow. Stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my god, the creepiest
Yeah.
of the creepy, and it's so believable. It's just, oh man, I get the heebies just thinking about it because you've seen those like horrible little crickets that run around in your basement. Josilla just said a really amazing
Well,
quote.
I must be able to appreciate great art then, because boy, do I love trash.
You appreciate great trash.
Another
Very well said. Yes.
Len from An Englishman in San Diego says recommendation for an upcoming horror book, which will genuinely get under your skin. Red Fork from Alex Packnadel. And
Alex is a great writer. He's a good guy, great writer.
And Nil Vendrell from TKO. TKO, great publisher right now. Doesn't surprise me, so that's awesome. That's great to hear, man. I appreciate that. JB, what does he got here? Different type of horror which hit home because it actually happened where I see. Creep is what he was talking about. Is a different type of horror which hit home because it happened where I'm from.
Now, is he talking about the British one or the more recent one? Because I'm familiar with the British one that takes place in
JB, sure.
Which is fantastic.
Say again, what's up?
I've only seen the British one that takes place in the underground. Look at this guy showing up out of nowhere.
Look at this guy.
Celia, I'm so sorry. I didn't know you were backstage. You're underneath so many other people. I didn't realize.
Okay, I this whole thing. People tell me 2:00. I assume Central. It's Eastern. That didn't help me, so I apologize. I fucked it up.
That's all right. Well,
I almost did the same thing. Yeah.
I'm glad you were able to jump in, Tim. It's all right, man. And we've been talking about, as I said earlier, the trivia night that we had with Marisi and your wife and stuff, and we're just talking about horror in general, and the great new product that's coming out, not only in film but also in comics, and that the genre seems to have gotten a new shot in the arm. Jim made a point that the PG-13 era of the early 2000s kind of dulled the blade, but now it seems like we're in this new.
On the other hand, counterpoint, it brought in a lot of young people who are now watching. It's easy to sort of dismiss that stuff, but like all the YA stuff and everything.
Thanks, John.
I know. I'm sorry I brought him in the conversation. What can I say?
I'm just kidding. I know. They were gateway. They were gateway movies.
Yeah. Well, and also
don't make that an urban legend, guys. It's fine.
Like if you grew up in the 80s, like we did. I mean, what was your entry point? It was probably Monster Squad, right, or something to that effect, or the Universal horror movies, which are basically PG at best. I mean, they're. So I think that having an entry point for horror is always important as a refresh, personally, and we all benefit from that because we get to make stuff for them coming in.
True. Well, speaking of that, have you guys noticed the descendancy of different filmmakers now? Like you can almost see the lineage. Like, oh, that guy watched John Carpenter as much as I did growing up, and now you're seeing the influence of these people. Yeah, like maybe the second or third generation are now influencing like the fifth generation.
I'm with you. Yeah. The Argento
I was just watching,
disciples. Go on, Mike. Excuse me.
Yeah. I was just watching for the upteenth time, the Guest, the Adam Wingard movie, which is like that's just a Carpenter movie, man. That's just like straight in the best way possible. I'm a huge Carpenter fan, but it's like this is really, really Carpenter. You can see the DNA all over that. That's pretty awesome to watch.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
How about? Oh, go ahead. No, please, Afoy. No, it's about you guys. I'm just here to help out the conversation. Seriously,
thinking about games, it reminded me of Neil Gaiman talking about not having any horror for his kid and then making it. It's kind of an opportunity to sort of give people something at a level they can digest emotionally, and then as they're fine with dismemberment.
You want to hold that off as long as possible.
Depending on the parent.
I know your wife, Tim. That's not going to be a long time.
There are painted skulls in the Seeley household. We all know this.
But here's the thing.
Skull when I was out walking. Oh, anyway, go ahead.
which is awesome about what Neil Gaiman is talking about, because I think his stuff for kids is scary. And when I was a kid, I had Time Bandits, which was the most terrifying
Loved it.
movie when I was a kid. And we had Tron, which was weird and scary, and Krull. It was like this stuff.
I loved
for
Krull.
kids. Dark Crystal. Dark Crystal was terrifying when I was a kid.
That
Dark Crystal's super dark.
Yeah, but the dark fantasy is also, kind of a good entry point into horror stuff, because that's horror that makes you unsettled, right? Like that's what it's supposed to do. It makes you feel like all that dark fantasy stuff makes you, you're a kid, you feel awkward and out of place anyway. And then you watch these things and you're like brought into this world that is off kilter, and you like it because it sort of, you're taking a tour into a place that makes you feel weird and uncomfortable instead of living in it, right? Like it's the, and then that gives you the little entry point into horror movies, pretty much.
What about TV horror? I mean, and it's so funny because this weekend I'm a sucker for any rerun channel, and that channel Decades is running the Hammer House of Horror anthology series today, and I think. Stuff. I mean, yeah, but now, like you were saying before, some channels have gone away, but, Shudder is still doing an incredible job. And also a lot of the basic cables. I mean, like, Fu is working with Lovecraft on HBO, but when you think about, honestly, I think FX has done a great job with their horror stuff. And there's certainly American Horror Story and The Strain and things like that. I mean, so yeah, what do we all think of television horror these days?
I mean, if you can figure out a way to do it with television standards, I think that's actually more impressive in some ways. It's kind of easy to build horror. Like, of course, we all like the gory stuff, but that's kind of a cheat to some degree. And when you don't use it, I think, often you get more creative stuff. Like when you have sort of some of these restrictions, now you have to rely on atmosphere and you have to rely on concept. You can't go, not that I don't like a good chopped off limb or guts every once in a while, but there is something to be said about working within a system, and obviously HBO gets away with some different stuff, than network, but you're still working within restrictions, and so I think that's why horror survives so well, because it can adapt to all those things, You can do it for every medium all the time, and it's full of innovation and can be done for, relatively cheaply and all that stuff,
Well, look at X-Files. That had to abide by all the standards, and nobody forgot that episode with the lady in the drawer.
Yeah.
That was on TV.
Yeah.
Granted, I think they pulled it after
one time.
episode. Yeah.
or the episode Home, where the people were under the floorboards.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Oh, excuse me. All right, I remembered it more from the floorboards, or that head, and I think it was with the Circus Freaks, with the guy who had the puzzle piece kind of jigsaw face coming out of the black ooze or whatever. It was like,
or Victor Toombs. I still suspiciously eye any air duct near the ground level when I walk into a joint.
Oh, this is interesting. Josh Hood says, did we hear about Bissett and Chris Golden's Studio of Screams? They modeled it after the old Hammer anthology books. That's fantastic.
All right. I need to write that one down.
Yeah. All right. Again, that's
Chris has been wanting to do that
Studio of Screams,
like do a Hammer style horror thing. So I'm glad he found his collaborator in Bissett. That's awesome.
Doesn't it seem like all the old Bernie creepy stuff was like illustrated Hammer movies?
Yeah,
100%. Oh my god.
Yeah, definitely. You can see, a lot of the characters are sort of modeled after some of the Hammer regulars, right? I mean, they were such big fans of it. And the Marv Wolfman Dracula series, Tomb of Dracula, is a Hammer horror comic book. Like,
totally.
With Night Force by Marv is also a Hammer horror movie.
I was going to say Tomb of Dracula also had a little dash of Dark Shadows in there too.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So, and it's so funny. I love Decades, and like I said, they're doing the Hammer anthology series this weekend, but they're running 2 episodes of Dark Shadows in Chicago at the 4 a.m. hour, and right now they're in the original first couple seasons where I don't know if it broadcast in black and white, but the surviving videotape from those early seasons are black and white. And and that soundtrack was amazing.
This is pre-Barnabas, right?
Actually, these are the first episodes introducing Barnabas.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know, but man, I'll tell you again, 5-year-old kid, early 70s, we'd stop whatever we were doing when Dark Shadows would come and run to whoever's house was closer to watch it. And I guarantee you, I was behind the couch. I couldn't watch it. It scared the hell out of me. So, and Tim mentioned the Universal movies. What of the old school stuff, including like Dark Shadows, all that pre-Argento, I would say from the Universal era through the Hammer years, pre-Night of the Living Dead. Any of that stuff, do you think achieves a real good scare still?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah. I think we're so used to a certain kind of horror, which is the jump scare sort of, that's how they do most movie stuff. But I think a lot of those, I did a Vincent Price marathon to catch up on all the stuff I missed. Nice. And a lot of that is Edgar Allan Poe adaptations and like Gothic stuff. And it doesn't rely on any of that stuff. It relies on, it's unsettling, right? It's like, especially the Poe stuff is really about, creeping you out. And those movies hold on to that. They're using Peter Lorre and Vincent Price, who are creepy dudes, even if they're, different kinds of creepy. So it does make you feel unsettled. Scared, I think, is tough. Obviously, for us, it's pretty hard to be scared in a movie. But, do I think it still is very functional? Yeah, totally, man. This stuff works great. We just watched, Mask of the Red Death with Vincent Price. And
that is a great, intensely weird movie.
Yeah, hard to watch in 2020.
Very hard.
Yeah.
Because the message.
Oh,
and I was unsettled by it.
It's real fast, and I do want to hear everybody else talk. I literally bought an American International Pictures logo T-shirt recently because I found it on TeePublic, and I'm so glad because man, it's just those great old studios. But no, continue.
Did Roger Corman get any of that money? He wants it.
Absolutely.
At John's door with an envelope.
You can make another movie with what you paid for that T-shirt.
Probably true, actually. And that's another thing.
Hopefully
I love those stories about Corman and those guys and how they would make those movies. God, Peter Bogdanovich's first full movie, that movie Targets, which is about a sniper, and it's really a suspense movie. But it started because Roger Corman had 2 days of shooting that Boris Karloff owed him on a contract, and he gave him that terrible movie, The Terror. And he's like, "Hey, use part of this." And I got Karloff for 2 days so you can, create some new stuff. And Peter Bogdanovich and Polly Platt created Targets. And again, it's more of a suspense movie than a horror movie, but it's a comment on that end of the horror era where Karloff is saying these movies aren't scary anymore. And from that standpoint, I think as a horror era artifact, I think is an interesting comment on the genre.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys have seen it.
Well, it's weird. I was thinking about this when I was watching it, going back once. Like the supernatural horror stuff ends in the 70s, basically, because everybody's like turns to cinema verite and starts, and that's when stuff gets gritty, and like that's when you get the more of like home invasion horror and like slashers and psychos, and that sort of switches into that. But like it's interesting. If you set a movie in all these sort of Victorian era or like that all these Hammer movies are, or all those Vincent Price ones, it just doesn't scare anybody. It's just too fanciful. It seems too far away. It doesn't, what I mean? They're beautiful, but I think we're so trained to like look for something that feels real and immediate,
Well, didn't the immediacy of it? I was listening to a podcast with Taika Waititi, and he was talking about Dracula wasn't scary because he was probably in England and there's only one of them, and he was probably never going to meet up with him, and so I think that that's pertinent today as well, and I think that when Del Toro did Crimson Peak, that's about as scary as a Victorian movie has been for me since I was a kid. And it wasn't that scary. There's some awesome stuff. I love the movie, but it didn't terrify me or anything because I'm not going to be that person.
Right. Well, it's tough because like those movies exist, like, you know, if I showed my kids those types of movie, the Universal or like the Gothic stuff, you know, like I think they would be bored, you know, like I think that it wouldn't be like that they weren't scared, they would just be bored because like where those movies hit you now, like what scares me about like, you know, Dracula or Bride of Frankenstein or something in that vein, it's more of an intellectual fright, you know. And I'm like, oh, you know, the ideas of these movies are so unnerving, and that kind of hits me. But like, it's not like if I showed them, you know, which I wouldn't, but if I showed them Craven's Last House on the Left, that's a whole different experience.
Show it to them, man. What can happen?
Well, and it's the pacing of those original movies that are glacially slow that I think do keep them from really being horrific. But I was going to say, and it's interesting that you know, Jim, you mentioned that the podcast was talking about how Watiti wouldn't be scared by a Victorian vampire. Ram V, the great writer that's currently killing it. I can't remember the name of his comic. I wanted to invite him to this panel.
Savage George. Yeah.
Yes. And it really does spin the Victorian vampire going to the Middle East. And it ties in that whole kind of white, what's the word
colonization.
I'm looking for? Yes, the whole idea. Yes, the whole idea of colonization with the vampire story. And what a great opportunity to take horror and now tell them from a different point of view. And I really think that's incredible. And really, I mean, all of Ram's stuff is amazing, and a lot of it is horror based. He's a great writer, and I'm glad he's doing comics today.
Well, just talking on that in reference to Lovecraft Country, like right now I'm watching it and I'm super enjoying it when the monsters are on, and the second real historically, accurate portrayals of how people were treated at that time come on, I just shrivel up inside, you know, and it's really hard for me to come back from that and enjoy the monstery stuff. And, you know, it's like, I applaud that show for doing that, you know, because it's so easy to just sort of blur things into the background. And I haven't read this comic. I'm looking forward to reading it because, you know, as a native person, the second you said colonization, I was like, oh boy, I don't know. Let's give it a go though.
Well, you know, Ram is a Middle Eastern gentleman and stuff, and he's really he grew. Oh man, I can't remember where he grew up, or I'd tell you right now. You got to watch my word balloon with Ram. Listen, we're up against the clock, so with the time left, I'm going to go around the horn and let you all talk about what you're currently working on right now, because I'd love to hear it, and I know the rest of us would love to hear it. Afua, what you've got your Kickstarter going on?
Yeah, I'll have my Kickstarter starting Black Friday of this year, so November 27th for Aquarius, the Book of Mer. You can find out more about it on afuarichardson.com. That's AFUA Richardson.com. And then I'm on Twitter and Facebook and all those things.
And congratulations, seriously, on the great work you did for Lovecraft County. I hope it results in a tie-in book, a full tie-in book, and everything. We'll see.
Thank you.
Absolutely, Mike.
So we mentioned the plot is winding to issue 8, which is the end. Still, I'm always writing Star Wars, which that's different from horror, but writing Star Wars. I just did a Stranger Things thing. I have another series with Vault called Waste of Space that's entering its third arc, something like that. And that's going on. And some other horror stuff that I got in the works. I had one secret project with Seeley that we are going on and on with. Yeah, me and Tim teaming up.
That's excellent. Building on that, Tim, what do you got coming up?
Let's see. We got Money Shot and stuff ongoing, and Vampire the Masquerade through Vault, and then a bunch of secret projects and one with Mike, but also the / Kickstarter launches on Monday. We're doing a hardcover of the first volume. I did a brand new 9-page story that I wrote and drew, and we added a bunch of other stuff and cleaned it up. So Monday, whatever that day would be, October
26th.
Yes, that would be the day of our Kickstarter launch.
Excellent. And Jim, take us out. What do you got? Jeremy, how are you, buddy?
All
right.
I'm sorry, Jeremy. We're at the last minute here.
No, actually, hey, I just wanted to come on and tell you how awesome I think you all are. And I'm eating a really great oatmeal bar.
All right, fair enough, man. I'm sorry you couldn't
Sweet.
join us, but I'm glad to see you. And Red
This is
Mother, everybody from Boom, a fantastic book that Jeremy's doing. But
This is the greatest panel appearance of all time.
I'm a cameo at the end.
Nice
I just
job.
want to talk about how much I excited I am by everything all these other people are doing, and that they're incredibly inspiring. And I love you all.
you're the best, Jim. It's good to see you, man. Jim, what do you got coming up?
Me?
Well, you've got
no,
your
Jim.
your autobio comic as well, obviously.
Yeah, that's the big thing that's come out, and really one of the only things I've been working on this year. It's a memoir about growing up native in the Chicago suburbs, and horror plays a huge part of that story. And that's pretty much it. It's released through Street Noise. You could get it at any comic shop or bookstore.
I direct people to this incredible conversation that I had with Jim about that book. Excuse me, Tim. I didn't mean to step on you, but really, this is a great book that Jim has made, and it absolutely deserves the attention that it merits. So please, Tim. Sorry.
No, I was going to say best comic I read this year. I read the previews before, but when I read it on paper, it just all together, it's devastating, and everybody should check it out. It's incredible work.
Excellent.
Thanks.
Guys, I got to close out. I'm so sorry, but we're up against the clock. Evil Ted Smith, the incredible manufacturer of cosplay armor and weapons and helmets, is going to do an amazing demonstration. So I suggest you all stay tuned for this incredible presentation with him. Thanks a lot for watching, everybody. More great stuff. Go to BaltimoreComicConLive.com to get the full schedule. Don't forget the Ringos are coming up tonight at 8, and I'll be at the pre-red carpet at 6 p.m. Eastern time. Thanks a lot, everybody. Take care.
Okay.
Hey guys, welcome back to our continued coverage of Baltimore Comic-Con Live. What a fantastic panel. Total horror panel. Apologies to Mr. Hahn who jumped on at the very end. But hey, that's how it goes when you do a whole show live, guys. So we're going to keep the ball rolling. Our next guest coming up for the next hour, you know him. He's worked in movies, in the industry, in visual effects, prop making, model making for over 28 years now. He's worked on films and television shows, movies like The Hunger Games, Pirates of the Caribbean, Star Trek, The Walking Dead, Titanic, Batman, just to name a few. He's known around the world on YouTube for his tutorials teaching cosplayers how to make foam armor, props. He's going to spend right about the next 50 to 55 minutes kind of giving you a little bit of a demonstration. So without further ado, guys, give a massive Baltimore Comic-Con welcome to Mr. Evil Ted Smith. Ted?
Hey.
Nice match, man. Let's go ahead and...
Oh, wait. I don't need it. I don't need this?
I don't think you need that.
Oh, it's fine. It's virtual. Sorry, guys.
We're virtual this year, Ted. This is awesome. Ted, thank you so much for being here. I know what a busy man you are.
I'm sorry, guys. Being virtual, my dog is being obnoxious. Welcome, guys. Hi, guys. How you doing? I'm so glad you guys reached out to me. This has been fun. The one thing about of course, the pandemic is not being able to go to cons and do things. And then this whole virtual thing started popping up. And I was like, I want to be a part of this. So thanks for reaching out to me, guys. Thank you.
Without a doubt, we've been trying to have you on for the past few mainframes, but I mean, you're very, very busy guy. I mean, you're an active working prop maker in Hollywood. So, I mean, it's just such a pleasure to have you. Before you start your demonstration,
yes,
I just want to remind everybody, guys, Evil Ted, you are doing some private meet and greets that people can purchase if they head over to the meet and greet section of this website. So if you guys want to really do a deep dive, if you're a cosplayer, definitely go to the meet and greets. We have a special promo code. If you use the promo code FOAMGUY, FOAMGUY, all one word, you get $10 off your meet and greet with Evil Ted. It's going to be an hour-long deep dive, answering all your questions. You can show him your cool props that you guys have made. So definitely take advantage of that over at the meet and greet section. So Ted, what are you going to be working on today?
I've been really excited because things inspire me, and I like most cosplayers, you see something you really dig, and there's this whole big thing, Cyberpunk 2077. The game is coming out, and it got me really fired up. And I started watching like the early like trailers for the game and stuff. The one thing about the game and all the makers out there is that not a lot of crazy armor stuff. It's mostly about accents and things on people's faces, and I was really intrigued by that. So I thought, you know something? That'd be something cool to make. So I started making patterns. I got like 4 I'm working on, and hopefully my plan is I'm rushing to get them done, so I'll have them in my shop before the game comes out. But I love that in game there's all these enhancements. So today we're going to be making a cyber eye enhancement, and I have everything all pre-cut and ready to go. So we're going to do simple foam patterns I've made. I have them sitting over here, and we're going to do a cyber eye enhancement build today.
Awesome. Well, I want to go ahead and just cut you loose. Before I do, guys, everything you see that Evil Ted's going to be showing you, all of his patterns, stuff you can get. You've got free patterns on your website. If you head over to the cosplay page here at BaltimoreComicConLive.com, you'll see buttons for all of Evil Ted's stuff all over the cosplay page. So head over to the cosplay page of Baltimore Comic Con Live. Click on Evil Ted. You can get. I've actually done a lot of your downloads. I did one of your helmet builds. I've done some shoulder builds. So
nice.
If I can do it, anybody can do it. I promise you.
And that has been my mission. Is that I think people get intimidated when they see a complete costume. They freak out. And if you watch somebody do it step by step, you're like, oh, wait a minute, I can do this. It is doable. It really is.
It is very doable. So Ted, I'm going to hang out in the background, but cut you loose. We'll be monitoring the chat and all that. But go ahead.
Fantastic, please, guys. All by all means, there's one thing I do really well is I can take questions and talk while I build.
Great. So we'll be monitoring the chat, guys. Put your questions up. We'll throw them on the screen for Evil Ted. So I'll be hanging around in the background. Ted, take it away, man.
All right, here you go, guys. Sorry for the shaky cam. I'm going to switch the camera around real quick so you guys can see what I'm doing. Well, just a minute. Get all set up. Stand by. Oh, wait a minute. Sorry. Earthquake.
Ted, that's filthy, man. Do you ever clean your cutting board, Ted?
You know something? And guys, right for this, I have pants on, so cut me some slack.
You're at least there's one of us.
Okay, there we go. Okay, so there we go. Get this all set up. Now I'm bringing you guys a little bit closer. There it is. Great. Let me move some stuff out of the way. Move my camera so I can see what I'm doing. And sorry, hold on. I use another camera, but since we're doing the live stream format thing, so sorry guys, hold on, it's coming. What you guys are seeing here, these are all some foam pieces I have cut and made. Here, let's slice them around. Oh, dang it, hold on guys. Adjusting.
That's okay. It's the beauty of live television.
This needs to be a little tighter. Hold on. Turning. There we go. Got it. Okay. What we have here, some pieces, and this is for my cyber eyeball enhancement. And we're going to put this together today. The fronts, and these are all the pieces. So we're going to start with, put all this up aside. Now this pattern, I designed it for the right eye, but the cool thing about this pattern, with anything, if you flip it, you can make it for the left. So of course, we're going to grab some contact cement. Now, I got excited when I saw the game, and I wanted to make parts. And I thought, 2mm foam is such a great foam that's readily available, and it's super inexpensive, and it's everywhere. You can go to most craft stores and get it, or you can go to cosplay supply places. There's TNT Cosplay Supply, one of my main suppliers of foam. And if you guys want to go to a local craft store, you can definitely go to Michael's. Now, as you guys can see here, I'm going to apply contact cement to the edges here. This is going to be the eye side here. Now, I designed this with the idea of possibly in the future putting a light in it. I don't have any lights today, but it's something you can do. All right. And I'd like to tell you what, while these guys are drying, let's go ahead and apply glue to some other spots here. This eyeball was not designed to be seen through, but I thought about it. You could just take a brass tube and cut a small hole in the center, and you definitely could see through if you wanted to.
Ted, what kind of glue do you like using?
I use any relatively good contact cement is good. I used to be a big supporter of barge cement, but over time, barge cement is kind of hard to get and it's super expensive. So I found that I just kind of fell back on Wellwood contact cement, and that stuff's great because it's just most contact cements wherever you're are accessed in different countries, you can get it. So it's the great source of. Where's my foam scraps here? I'm sorry, guys. I had something I'm looking for. But yeah, it's contact cement is a great form. That one and super glue are two of my favorites. But anyway, yeah, if anybody has any questions, guys, please ask. I'm love to tell you anything you guys want to know. Now, usually you let this stuff dry. I have a piece of, where's my scrap foam here? I have a cup.
We have a question from D. Cross who asks, is this contact cement without a mask? I'm not sure what that means.
No, he means like it's a vapor content. What I do is I have a fan. I work in a heavy ventilated area, but yes, if you're working with contact cement, an enclosed area, if you're in your bedroom or in a garage or something like that, you definitely want airflow. I have a big shop, so I have a fan off camera blowing in my face. And also I have my mask on, but it kind of inhibits my voice, so I didn't have it on today. But yes, you should always wear if you're working in an enclosed area, you definitely want to work with a mask. And you'll find out really quickly, if you open up a can of contact cement in your house, everybody in your family is going to go, what's that smell? They're going to come looking for you. You'll get busted very quickly. Okay, so what we're going to do, I'm going to stick this on the top like that. Still a little wet. Hold on, guys. Let me speed this up with a hairdryer.
Oh, we got all the time in the world, Ted.
Oh,
although I do see a lot of teeny weeny pieces that probably are taking a long time to build.
But the saving grace on this is that it's very small. So my mission is what I'm trying to do is I want to get this built and painted and complete by our whole show. All right, here we go. Now it's dry enough. We stick these two together like that. Got it. Now, here's our eye. Let me line this guy up just like that. Go centered. Making sure you guys can see this. What I do is I line up the edge. So you guys can see this. And just carry it around all the way to the edge like this. That's what's so great about contact cement. It's just as soon as it makes contact, it is stuck.
So it's not just a clever name.
No, it's real in advertising. Now, I just realized one of the things I like to do when I'm putting foam to foam, sometimes you'll get a bit of a gap. And to prevent that from happening, just on the edges, apply a little contact cement on the edge as well too. Just like that. Just like that. And some scrap foam. You know, it's so funny. I have a big thing of scrap foam, and I'm going to grab some real quick.
While you're grabbing your scrap foam, we got a question from Lord Crispy Nug.
Excellent name, Lord Crispy Nug. What's up?
How do you keep motivation to keep working on cosplay and set work?
You know something that's a really good question. Is that sometimes the motivation it does get a little hard, but I find that sometimes you have to set yourself like a deadline, or like that's one thing I realized that it's happening with a lot of my friends and other cosplayers and builders and makers out there is that there's no deadline, there's no convention, there's nothing to build toward, so you kind of lose your steam. And so my play on this is that this is the perfect time to take advantage of the extra time you have. So I think it's best if you just try to set yourself a deadline for a project. These patterns I've been doing, like these cyberpunk patterns, they're done, but I still got some tweaking to do on them. So it just, sometimes, some days you just have to push yourself a little harder than others.
So is this pattern on your website or no?
It's going to be, yes.
Okay.
Everything I'm making, this eyeball and the cyber jaw, I'll show you guys later. And cyber eye, cyber jaw, cyber military eyes, and then and a cyber brain enhancement. I have all these patterns I'm doing for so you guys can see this coming together. Here's the eyepiece. All right. So now you see these holes here. I cut these guys out because I have some ribbed detail. This is craft foam. If you guys can see, there's a little bit of ribbed texture to it. And you can find these things online. Textured foam, I got this on Amazon. And you take this guy like this and you place it behind it. And look at that, see? Makes it look all techie.
That is awesome. You mentioned cutting. The comments are blowing up. I'm going to try not to interrupt you all too much, but people are really interested in this. Marcus Veneer asks, what's the easiest way to cut the foam? Because obviously these were pre-cut.
Oh my gosh, yes. Guys, the bees things to cut the foam with, two things. There's the standard box cutter blade. These guys that are great to have for cutting bigger pieces, and for smaller pieces, a craft knife. These guys are great. Just a good old-fashioned craft knife, and the blades are great. Now, this particular one Frisker made, I have links for this on my website. If you guys go to my website, I love the Frisker one because it's rubberized, and you can hold it, and it makes you allowed to steer and cut. But these guys are great, but when you find the big blade, nothing dulls foam faster. It's crazy. Nothing dulls a blade faster than foam. So periodically, I have a sharpener, and you just kind of, once you cut, you can resharpen your blade.
That's very frugal of you, Evil Ted.
All right. Yeah, because I'm cheap. So now we got this guy really cool. This is all lined up. Let's go. Let me make sure it fits pretty good in back here. Make sure it's fitting. Yeah, tell you what, let me just nick these corners off. They're a little high. Let me chop these guys down a little bit. There you go. There, cut that corner. Cut that corner. Sorry, guys, just realized I'm not square. There it's okay. All right, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to run some super glue in here because it's fast. I'm going to run a little glue here on this edge and this guy on the tops.
And Geeky Puffball, I see you in the chats. You too, Marcus. You can meet Evil Ted if you want. Just head on over to the meet and greet section. He's going to be doing a private group video tutorials live in video, like Zoom chats. So you can ask all your questions there as well.
Yeah, definitely, guys. Please chat away. All right, there we go. See, look, now it's gluing it. One thing about foam that I really like, it's so easy, is the recessed detail. I like making things that have, it's always good to stick things on the outside, but it's always good to cut and make recesses just to add some kind of like dimension to it. Now, there's our eyeballs coming together. So I do have some 8mm. These are 8mm half rounds. I got these from TNT. What I'm going to do is I'm going to glue these guys on to create this kind of like cable thing going on. So what we're going to do, same thing. We're going to get some contact cement. Tell you what, hold on. Let me grab another piece of scrap foam here. Sorry, guys.
While you're grabbing your scrap foam, D Cross also asked, could you tell us what brand of blade sharpener you use?
Oh, what blade sharpener? This is Crenshaw. The company is called Crenshaw. And again, everybody, if you guys want to know, just go to my website, eviltedsmith.com. And everything I use on this video today is listed on that website. So go check it out.
And links to his website are up on the cosplay page of Baltimore Comic Con Live.
Look at that, guys. How coincidence. All right, there you go. Get that. Now, so what I'm going to do is I take some contact cement. Sorry, guys. Oops, that isn't. Dang it! Hold on, guys. That's what I get for moving stuff. Sorry. Man alive! It just setting. Okay, sorry. Moving everything around. Now we're going to apply some contact cement for the half round details. With contact cement, I always find the thinner you put it on, the better it is. The thinner it is, the faster it dries. So what I usually do is I'll dab some on here like this. Then I'll take some scrap foam and just thin it out.
You're like the Bob Ross of cosplay. I mean, this is great. And this is like, this is mesmerizing.
Oh, thank you. It's like I was at a convention in Canada, and a young woman came up to me, and I said, she walked by my booth, and she's like, "Oh my God, you're Evil Ted." I said, "Yes." And we started talking, and she would just periodically stop and giggle, and she's like, "Your voice." I said, "Yes." She goes, "I build costumes for my kids for Halloween. She goes, I would have you playing in the background. I got so used to your voice. She's like, it's very soothing. I said, well, thank you. I did not know I had that effect on people in my voice. So now we're going to apply the contact cement to the 8mm pieces, but we want to add, I'm trying to wipe off some of this excess, is that on the top of the 8mm piece, you want to make sure you get contact cement on that too, because we're going to make sure it makes contact on the eye part. So again, I dab it, take my scrap piece and thin it out really fast. Ooh. And I'm getting glue all over my hands. Sorry guys, I should have some gloves on. Sorry, got that. Okay, set that aside. And we have 3 pieces that we're going to add. So we're going to put contact cement on all these parts. Same thing, do the top and the sides. Smooth it out. And again, contact cement, the thinner it is, the faster it dries. Does anybody have any questions? This is a great time to ask. I'm just going to apply glue and let things dry here.
I'm afraid to put this up because I don't know what ASMR means, but Going Ape Costume says, Ted, ASMR.
Oh, hey, it's going, guys, really quickly. Going Ape Cosplay is a fellow cosplayer of mine. We are stream buddies on Twitch, and she does amazing foam work. She did, there's the video game Doom, and those monsters in Doom, these big skeleton creatures that had these giant guns in her back. Yeah, she made the whole costume. I was just like, good Lord, Becky. And she was like, go big or go home. I'm like, all right. So that's some words to live by.
That's the cosplay philosophy right there.
Yeah, I so desperately want to build a big costume someday. What stops me is I just have no place to put it. Like when I get a costume, I'm like, oh, where am I going to put this damn thing? So, all right, now, you can see, now I'm going to show you guys the context. And this is the longest one right here, this piece right here. So we take our piece here. And when you touch it, you make sure you touch the side of the foam ring first, right? Come right in here like this and make contact, see? And that makes it stick right there. And then you follow down the side like this. Pow, like that. See, it kind of creates that kind of cool piping around the eye. And again, this is so cool because this stuff did not exist 5 years ago. All this foam trim and things you could get and like piping and triangles and half rounds. When I started, you had to make all this stuff because it didn't exist. So now you can get this stuff.
Is this stuff recyclable or what do you recommend for foam scraps?
Oh, foam scraps. I keep as much as I can for little projects. So I'm making the contact here real quick. Make contact on the side. It's foam is not unlike not really like plastic. I know there's not much of recycling for it. So any piece, oh, I just realized, look at this, guys. I put this on backwards. I flipped it around. I got the wrong one on. Hold on. Did I just do this? I did. Hold on, guys. Sometimes if you stick something on and it's not supposed to be where it's supposed to be, you try to take it off, you'll destroy it. So what I do is I have a thing of barge thinner, and I'll just take a little dab. And what this does is it reactivates the glue. Boop, comes right off.
Wow.
All right, so now I realized, hold on, it's the wrong one. So I have to put this guy. Oops, it's taking all the glue off. Hold on, guys. I put too much on. Set back. Hold on, I'm going to take the hair dryer to this real quick. Oh, what's the best material to add to a homemade costume? I'm going to be attacked for Spooky Day, and I need Emperor symbol. Wow, if I only eat trashy pizza. To add homemade costume. I mean, you can use anything. When I started off as a kid, all I had access to was cardboard when I was a kid. It's like, that was it. Cardboard and then paper mache. And there's so many products now that you could just use poster board, cardboard. You can go to pick up some Mod Podge. This stuff is great, like as acrylic based stuff, and very gently put on a very thin coat on top of your cardboard. So therefore, when you paint it, the paint doesn't soak into the cardboard. there's all these great things you can do now that you couldn't do when I was a kid. So you got access to all this great stuff. Now let's do this again and put the right part on. Okay, here we go. I got it now. Do as I say, not as I do. Got it. There you go.
If you play this in reverse, it
yeah, exactly.
Totally works.
It'll totally work. See, there you go. Got that. You guys kind of see it coming together now. Love the half round stuff. The half round detail is my favorite. I love that stuff.
Where can the average cosplayer pick up like stuff like the half round and the ridged?
Oh yeah, again, this is all stuff you can definitely. I know they sell an abundance of some stuff at Michael's, but the really thin stuff you can order this stuff online. All my half rounds and stuff I just order from TNT Cosplay Supplies. They have the 8mm half rounds I really like using. All right, so we got this, guys. This is starting to come together. And then what we're going to do is take this piece right here, just for speed's sake, we're going to use some super glue. Now, there's certain points, like people usually ask me, like, what's the point where you use super glue and where you use contact cement? If you're laying something down that you need to hold down, like those little 8mm pieces, it's easier to lay them down with contact cement than super glue. But for this guy, it's just a round plug. Super easy. Just tack that down with super glue. There we go. So you got that.
I have to second what Dex Baker says. He said, I would have already made a slight error by now and given up and swore vengeance. I'm with you, Dex.
Oh, no. Guys, it's just the thing about preparation and time. I'll let you guys in a secret. This is my third time building this. When I make the pattern, I always make things 3 times. So especially if I'm making a pattern for my shop, I want to make sure everything works. So that's one of the things I need to do. Now that we have this guy on here, this part. Oh, wait, hold on, guys. I'm gonna grab something really quick. Don't worry, I'll be right back.
Guys, just a reminder: all of Ted's patterns and stuff are all available at his website at evilted.com. There's links to those in the cosplay page here at BaltimoreComicConLive.com.
That's right. If you guys have not been to the Michael's craft stores yet lately, I have a line of molds I've been doing at the stores, and this one is my Cybertech mold. So focus. Why does it always do that? Focus. Hold on. It's focusing. There you go. This is my Cybertech mold, and this guy right here is this piece right here, and I like the shape, so I took some liquid Sculpey and only dripped halfway to get this part, which is this part right here. And I liked it so much, I thought that'd be so cool on the cyber eye, right? So that's what we're going to do that. We're going to glue this guy onto that for our cyber eye. I wonder if we do it like this. Ooh, like it. Yeah, let's do I like the angle better. Okay.
This would be really good for a Borg cosplay.
Right? Exactly. And what's in the cyberpunk world, everybody still are humans, but they have all these enhancements on them. So I wanted to do like some guys will have cyber like jaws and eyes and headgear. So it was the whole thinking of this. So that's why I want to make this thing very small in the profile. So you guys can just make this part and paint it up. There you go. Stick. Perfect. And now we got this. We're going to add some additional details. There's some flat places you can choose to leave smooth, but I always think it'd be cool to add a little bit more detail. So I have these pieces here. Let me make sure I have the right one before I glue it down and not repeat my mistake. Let's see. That's this one right here.
You never know where you need a button or
right, exactly,
a rivet or something.
I think I always find that when you're building something, especially if you're gonna paint it, it's like anything you can put under to add texture and things you can add different colors to. So once I get this glued on and I paint it, it allows me to have things that can accent with different colors of paint.
I got to tell you, Ted, this is such a nice sigh of relief. Like with Baltimore Comic Con, we've just been go, and this is just a wonderful breath of fresh air.
Oh, fantastic! It's time
the
to
entire con crew is just like, I'm just gonna sit and watch Ted build something.
Well, again, everybody, Baltimore Comic Con, thank you so much for having me on. And you know what I really like is when this is all over with, I'd love you guys to invite me to your convention because I would love to come and meet people in person.
2021, it'll be here before we know it.
I know. We got my fingers crossed, guys. I really do. All right, here we go. Got this. Lay it down. There. Now see that little extra added to detail just adds more to it. Now, just when you think we're done, no, we're not. This piece is the eye, and this is the eye socket part, we're going to glue on. This goes on right like so. This could be the flange. Hold on. Make sure I get this on correctly. Like that. They're going to wrap up like that. Okay, good. So what we're going to do is we're going to get some contact cement. Tell you what, before we do that, let's take some super glue and add some rivet detail. Now, these are little pieces. The rivet details I'm using is I took a piece of brass tubing and just cut out 2mm foam. I have a sharp piece of brass tubing. Let's go. Just cut them out. And that's what I do for additional detail. I know a lot of people out there love using the googly eyes, the plastic googly eyes. I find a lot of people starting off to use those. But the problem with the googly eyes is that they're just thin shells of plastic. And if you're wearing a costume and you bump against something or rub up against something, they snap off sometimes. So you got to be careful. So I just prefer to make them out of just foam, make everything foam. And now for this guy right here, additional detail. Tell you what, let's not glue this on. Let's put this on first before we glue that on. So this is a perfect example for contact cement.
Huge thank you to Baker here. Says this is easily the best put together virtual con. Thanks, Baltimore Comic Con.
Oh,
and
awesome.
Thanks, Sal, for hosting the video. Yeah, big thanks to Comic Pop Sal. We're streaming live on his YouTube channel as well as many other YouTube channels. But huge thanks to Comic Pop Sal.
Yeah, and again, everybody, for all the people out there, the person asked earlier about staying motivated. I agree. I understand, guys. It is tough right now, but is to have things like this, virtual cons, and you need to get that con fix somehow. And I think the best way to do it is if any kind of virtual cons are going on, definitely try to check it out, sign up, see people. It does take the edge off. And I have friends that I like, but I can't see them because they're so far away. So we do a lot of Skyping and was that Zoom and all that stuff. We just try to stay in touch. And it's so great just to talk to people that are like fellow makers. It's just nice to catch up with. To let you know, guys, you're not alone in this. We're all going a little nuts. And I love conventions so much that every time I'd come home, I'd always have the post-con depression. Like, no, that was so fun. And you look at pictures and you remember that day, how fun it was, and you're sorry it ended.
I think everybody feels that from time to time, especially now.
Especially now. It really does.
We're gonna feel that on Monday. Even though it's a virtual con, it's been so just exciting, all the fun stuff we've been doing. It's like, oh man, let's do it again.
All right, then I'm going to glue this on. So again, with the contact cement, I try to always apply contact cement of where I'm going to make the contact. I don't try to go too crazy with it because I find that it's just you only want to put the glue where you want to make the contacts on your foam. Just a habit I got into because sometimes when you're sealing things, you can see the glue. You can see the glue where it was, and especially making something like a cyber robot or something. You're going to paint it like a bright silver. Any indications, anything indifferent that really shows up in silver paint. So to cover my butt, I just only apply the contact cement of where I know it's going to stick and where I want it. So everybody, again, thank you so much for your patience.
No, this is fantastic.
All right, guys, you can see, look at that, slowly coming together. Okay. Let me just bring a hairdryer in real quick. I apologize for the noise. I'm going to do this off camera so it's not so loud.
For those people who don't know, I mean, you talk a lot about the hairdryer. Is that really just to expedite the drying process?
Yeah, exactly. I use hair dryers, and sometimes you don't even need the hot air. Just moving air really helps.
D-Cross says, I can hardly wait to see how it's worn. I know. Fantastic. It's like walking in halfway through a Bob Ross episode.
And I will show you.
It's like, how is it going to make that look like water? I have no idea. We'll find out.
Okay. Now that we have these pieces right here, we're going to line up right there on the edge. Make sure. One thing about contact cement is once it makes contact, it sticks. So you got to make sure I get it lined up like that. It comes up. Wrap around the edge.
You have a ridiculously steady hand.
All right, and then we do this side. There you go. Look at that. See there, you guys can see the eye socket come together. Now, this detail goes here. And again, I love this rib stuff. I love the rib detail. It's the only thing that drives me crazy is they sell it in small sheets, so you get these little like small. Hold on, let me grab an example real quick. I'll show you guys. They're about this big. Focus. You guys can see right here. Oh, come on, camera. There. You see this little dotty. This is textured foam with little beads on it. And I think it's awesome. I'm definitely going to use this for a future project, like a gun handle or a grip on a gun. But look at that. That's super cool. And again, you guys go to my Amazon link if you do any shopping. Helps me keep making videos. All right. Now, let's apply some contact cement to this guy. How are we doing on time?
We are at the bottom of the hour. So we're going to wrap it at about the 50-minute mark. So we got about 20 more minutes.
Okay. Hold on, guys. It's coming up. We're dangerously close.
Yeah, I don't see much foam left on the table.
Nope.
So this is the third time you've built this piece?
Yes.
So it's relatively new in your head. You're kind of figuring out as you go.
When I make them, I make some. I get, oh, this is kind of cool, and I make it. And the more I'll build it and look at it and go, it'd be cool. So I keep adding things or taking things away or changing something on it because what looks good on paper, then once you build it, you can physically see it. It makes you change your mind. So I always keep building stuff. Tell you what, while this is drying, hold on. I'm going to grab my finished one. So when we go to wrap it up, I can show you what it looks like.
And guys, if you're just joining us, Ted is going to be doing some one-on-one meet and greets. Just head on over to the meet and greets section and use the promo code FOAMGUY, FOAMGUY, for $10 off a ticket. He's doing Zoom chats with people so you can ask your questions face to face, show off your cosplay, get some tips and tricks from the professional.
Okay, so now let's stick this guy on. Sorry, make sure I'm staying in camera for you guys. And line it up like this. All right, look at that. There is your cyber eye. Now I have this done. I'm going to show you guys what this looks like when it's done on somebody's face. So let me position my camera ready. I apologize for the shaky cam. It's going to happen real quick. So guys, bear with me. Let me get all prepped up. Oh, shaky cam.
Why, you got soundproofing on the ceiling and everything, Ted.
Yeah, it helps because I got a noisy shop. Okay. See, my microphone stays in place. Shift things around for you guys. Oh, hold on. Move that microphone down. Stay put.
The consummate professional.
Yeah, I'm constantly. I still keep things out of frame. All right, guys. Now here it goes. The cyber eye we just made, right? Ta-da! This is your.
That's
so
wicked.
Again, now you're probably saying, how do you hold this up? I have an elastic. Well, anyway, instead of just talking about it, I'll show you. Hold on, stand by.
I was totally going to ask you, how do you stick that to your face?
Dun, dun.
That is wicked.
Now, guys, this is the as you can see, it's a little bit different than what I made because I kept changing it. This is one of my earlier patterns I made, but I was testing a chrome paint called Spaz Stick. It's a model, like a model car paint, and I painted this thing black and then put a clear coat of gloss on it. I think it was 2X Rust-Oleum 2X clear on top of everything, and then when that dried, I airbrushed this spastic chrome on it. And that's what gave it the chrome metal look to it.
That is
but
cool.
there it is. And what's holding it on, which is cool, it's clear elastic. You can buy clear elastic. It's comes in different thicknesses, and most women use it for fashion, hiding bra straps and stuff like that, and garments. Which we see like a dress that's open up. It's usually a clear elastic strap that holds everything together, and that's what this is. And I got the thinnest thing I could find on Amazon. So you just type in clear elastic on Amazon, you'll be able to find that as well. But there it is. That's my Cyber Eye.
That is the coolest thing, man.
Thank you. And to show you guys what else I had coming, this is my it's my Cyber Jaw.
Oh my God.
Here we go. Oh. It goes on like this. Same thing. You do a clear elastic strap that goes over your head, because I couldn't glue it to my beard. But for you guys out there, but there's the just to show you guys, this is the Cyber Jaw, and the side details are more. Again, this is from my Cosmolds, all detail pieces.
I'm getting some serious Doctor Who vibes. Looking at that jaw, man.
Yeah, and there's a lot of people from Venture Brothers. There's a guy, Overbite, Baron von Overbite or something like that. He had a big thing, and you guys can buy it and make teeth and things on it. But I'm getting these guys. I'm working them. Hanging by rate. Please hang in there. They're coming. I just got to get the bugs worked out. So, but they'll all be done soon. There it is. So today we made our Cyber Eye. You guys can just check that out. There it is. It's all just done out of craft foam. This is a 2mm and 4mm, and the 8mm half rounds and everything else, and the textured foam, just all cut and detailed out.
So cool. I mean, we got plenty of time. Just kind of curious. It's like,
yeah.
what's your process in creating? You know, kind of starting from scratch, coming up
Right.
with a design, with a stencil.
Right.
Like, where do you begin?
That's a good question. I always wonder myself. It's like I needed, like, sometimes it just. So when the game came out, Cyberpunk, in the game, most people had just lines in their faces and little things here and there. And there's some stuff like multiple eyes and stuff like that. And I thought it's kind of cool, but the everything is so streamlined. I thought it'd be interesting just to make something a little bit bigger and bulkier. So I got on Pinterest. I'm a big junkie on Pinterest. So I'll look at images and designs, video games, animated. I'll just get on the internet and Google search like Cyberpunk, and I'll see things of other people's designs. Granted, they inspire me, but I don't want to do exactly what they do because it's their work. It's like I just need to inspire me. So most of all the Cyberpunk stuff you saw today is just things I saw from other people, designs from video games or illustrations and drawings, and just take bits and pieces and then alter them and change them up. And sometimes I'll find something I'm like, oh, that was super cool, and I'll try to find the image and I can't find it anymore. But I realize, well, I don't want to look at the image because then my fear is I'll just duplicate what I saw. So if I see something, it kind of reminds me. So I just kind of take the concept of what I remember seeing and build from there. Don't get me wrong, though. I do like building stuff from TV shows and movies. I'm all excited about the new Mandalorian show. I watched the first season, fell in love with it. And so I'm doing right now I'm doing a heavy infantry Mandalorian from that show.
Nice.
But my friend 3D printed a helmet for me. So the helmet's all 3D printed, but I'm going to do the rest of the body all foam.
That's cheating, Evil Ted. The 3D printer is cheating. You're better. You're better than that, Ted.
Here's my people. We've had a lot of heated debates about this, and I have a 3D printer. I got loaned to me by the company Matter Hackers, and I got it and put it in my house, and it's such a learning curve for me.
Yeah.
That by the time I would get something from it, I printed a gun from Fallout. It's a 10mm gun from Fallout, and it printed. It took 12 hours to make this gun, and I realized by the time that gun was done printing, I could have made it out of foam. Done. I mean, I could have made it out of foam, sealed it, painted it, and have it done in 12 hours.
Yeah, I've seen your YouTube shows, man. You turn stuff around in an hour that would take days to 3D
Well,
print.
I to my defense, I trim a lot of stuff down. Like what I do is I stream for like I stream like about 2 hours on my streams. I'll stream, and my philosophy is this: if I'm building something on stream, I'll build it, and then when I'm not streaming, I put it aside and I don't build it until I start streaming. So I take all that and edit down. So yeah, I could build things in about 2 or 3 days, but some things take longer. The longest thing it takes days is pattern making. So the
Yeah.
actual build time goes quick. Like I did this in no time, but making this took a while. So this took a day or two to work out the patterns. But when you build it, this is what makes foam so great, guys. It's so inexpensive and it's really available, and you can get it anywhere, and you can make cool stuff for next to nothing. Now, if you were to go buy something like this, it's expensive. And as a kid growing up, I'm an old guy. I'll warn you guys. I saw Star Wars when it came out for real, first time in 1977. I was 14 years old. In 77, it came out. My mind was blown. And the one thing that blew me away was, like you guys, I saw something inspire me, and I wanted to learn how to build stuff so bad. And there was nothing available. There was no YouTube. There was no books. Hollywood was this whole hush secret. All the behind the scenes stuff, which is really available now, was so mystery back then. And it took years of Hollywood to finally realize that we like seeing behind the scenes. We like seeing how things made. And as a kid growing up, they always kept thinking, well, if you show, it's like showing a magic trick. If you show how it's done, nobody's going to be into it. And it's not true. And people love it. So the idea that I just see this stuff. So when I was 14, I was so frustrated and nobody was there to teach me. And even when I got to California in the early 90s, industry stuff was still kind of touching. Like you only knew stuff until you worked at a shop. They wouldn't tell you until you got there. And so you started working and I'd learned techniques and things. And so now anything I know or I've learned over the years, I put in my videos or I teach you guys, because I don't want to be the harbinger of secrets. You want to tell everybody. And this is a generation now where everybody's, this friendly community is sharing things. It's great. So I make these videos for that 14-year-old boy and me when I started. And so there's kids like, they're like my age, if not younger, that saw something inspire them. They want to make their own stuff.
I got a million questions. I love to have you, but I gotta go to the chat because we got about 10 minutes left.
Go.
NES Master 80 says, "Is there any other prep, or can you just paint the foam?" Great question. Talking about painting.
Yeah, you can. With this, yeah, you could totally just take what's that? The effects paint, like the Plaid effects paint, and just brush right on it if you want to. My favorite one is the Mod Podge. What I was going to do, but we ran out of time, I would just do a really thin coat of this with a brush and then go back in it with some Tamiya paint. I had all this stuff set up, but I wanted to build and enjoy myself and talk to you guys. And if I build really fast, then I would have focused and got it done and wouldn't be able to talk.
No, this is great. Now you can field people's questions. D. Cross coming back with another question. I like this. He said he made a Klaus. Klaus's Black Panther arm cannon. Oh my God, sweet. A claws. I'm sorry. Is claws arm cannon? Yes. Can't read so good. From insulation foam. Do you think I could have make it out of 2 in regular foam?
Yeah. The thing is, insulation foam is this. It's easy. People like it. It's easy sandable, and you can shape things up, but it's not very durable. And I think what you do is if you made something out of foam and you got it all shaped up, what I would do is wrap it in foil and then put duct tape on it and make a pattern off of that and reproduce it out of foam. Therefore, you don't lose your work because you put all that work into that, shaping that thing out. Take that work you put in that shape and then cover it with foil and tape, and just lay it all out, trace it, cut it all, make some pieces, make pattern pieces, trace it on the foam, and build from there. Foam is just lightweight; it's more durable because a lot of stuff. The only time I ever use insulation foam is to make a pattern. If there's something I can't really figure out, I'll carve a horn or a shape of a shoulder piece out of insulation foam and then cover it with tape and foil and make a pattern off of that. So.
Well, there's so much stuff going on in the chat. This has been fantastic, Ted. We still got a little bit more time. I wanted to ask you though, because when I first discovered you was on YouTube, and it was your helmet build, which is one of your earlier.
It's 6 years ago. It was my first one.
Explain to us sort of the growth of the Evil Ted channel and your popularity and your con exposure after making that one specific video.
It's something I never predicted. I saw Bill Duran's video and thought that's kind of cool. He's doing this thing, and then I saw in the cosplay community at the time. Everybody, this is 6 years ago when a lot of stuff wasn't available back then. But people were buying. They were making cool armor and then buying helmets. They would buy a helmet. They would do Pepakura and coat it with resin. It would take weeks, if not months, to make a helmet. And I kept thinking, you guys put so much work into making these body armor costumes that why don't you just adapt the foam thing of building a body and build a helmet. And so I thought, well, I'll show them the technique I use. And so I just did a video to make the helmet pattern, and it took off. And people were just like, what? Like I think what excited people was the curvature of the helmet. It's like that's what excited me about foam fabricating and cosplay, was that taking something that was once flat and making it curved, and it's darting. It's like the same fundamentals of making clothing. You have a flat piece of denim and you cut and dart and you make a pair of jeans. It's the same thing with cosplay with a helmet. So, but I wanted to show people that if you pen everything out, cut it, and then heat form it, that was the trick with the helmet. You had to heat curl things first, and once you glued it and match up your registration marks, it popped it all together. And real quickly, I'll grab.
I was going to say, do you have any pieces just laying around handy? Maybe you can show people some of the things that they can find on your website, some of the patterns. Because yeah, guys, if you haven't watched Evil Ted's channel on YouTube, definitely check it out. If you just watch his 1 hour how to make a helmet video, your life will change.
This is from Voltron, and this is again a pattern I have on my website. This is free. You guys can download this pattern, and I have the links for the visor. I love Voltron, and the thing is, I love the show. And of course, I think the beginning of second season, they changed them and made the helmets and clothes. So I keep meaning to make a pattern to add to this to make it more like the new season. But this is just a simple pattern.
What I like about it is it almost looks sort of, you could manipulate that and make a really cool Magneto helmet.
Exactly, and easily. And that's a big thing I tell people is like, always get my patterns. I keep them basic as much as possible so that you can buy them and alter them to your liking to make something new. For example, this is my classic. I did a night helmet.
That's all foam. Yeah,
it's all foam. I sealed it with creature cast. And this is that I did a clear coat, paint everything black, and I clear coated it. And again, everybody, there's a complete video on this. You guys want to see this? I have a whole video on this on my YouTube channel. See, oh wait, none shall pass.
Yeah.
So, and then of course, I just recently did a video. I did a BlizzCon. I did my own version with Space Marine guy. This is a foam helmet.
Oh my god.
And there's these things, and this is the perfect season, guys. It's Halloween. If you go to those Spirit Halloween stores, they sell these chrome visors called the Faceless Mask. So what it is, you buy that, and you build a helmet and trace it and cut it and stick it on. And that's how I was able to make this. And yes, you can see through it.
It screams Cobra Commander. Just those. So
you can see through it.
That chrome face shield. I just get so many ideas when I go to your website and I look at these patterns that you have. Even your most expensive patterns are very, very cheap and very, very inexpensive for people. A lot of them are free, but most of them are like, $5, $6 for a cool pattern.
True. My philosophy is this: I try to make them. I don't want to price myself out, but what makes me price my patterns, if people want to know how I do this, is that it's the amount of time and work I put into something. I did the Fallout armor from the game Fallout 4, and making it was such an ordeal and put so much time and work into it. And then you have to take it and break it all down, and you have to do all the directions and instructions. So I know how to build this stuff, so I don't have to really I just knock it out. But if somebody buys my pattern, I can't leave them in the dark. I got to show them, okay, you do this and these do this. And so you have to do the video on it. Plus you have to have printed instructions and all the stuff transferred, and have a guy in Chicago, my dear friend, the modifier. He takes all my patterns and cleans them up and puts the instructions on them. So by all this time said and done is a lot of hours out of my life. So I need to make money back from that. So that's pretty much how I make my living, but I try to keep them reasonably priced. So
I love this comment for going back to Going Ape Costume. Said I would not be doing what I'm doing without Ted's videos, period. It's so great to be able to make what I make. What I want to make. I'm sorry.
Thank you. And again, I think I like her approach, because one thing that Going Ape Costume does is that she'll see something that inspires her, like, oh my God, this is great. And she loves it. And she'll either find the artist, the guy that didn't ask his permission, hey, I'm going to make this character. Can I do it? And when you ask her, how are you going to do it? She goes, I don't know. I want it. So she challenges herself to pick something and wants to do it, post a picture and tells everybody, here's what I'm making. And then she just kind of problem solves as you go forward. And that's what cosplay is, people. It's problem solving. It's just, when I build something, I have a general idea what I want to do, and then you kind of go. And I always tell people, when you start with the costume, don't think about the whole costume. Start with one part and work your way from there. It's so much easier to build.
Well, Ted, this has been absolutely fascinating. One of the funnest panels we've done all day. We got to wrap up, but I just wanted to ask people, where can they find you? Obviously, we can find links to all of your stuff on the cosplay page right here at Baltimore Comic Con Live. And I want to remind everybody, those meet and greets with Evil Ted, video one-on-ones are available at the meet and greet section here at BaltimoreComicConLive.com, and use promo code Foam Guy to get $10 off your meet and greet with Evil Ted. But anyway, where can people find you online?
Guys, you can find me on my website, eviltedsmith.com. I also have an Instagram called evilted_channel on Instagram. I have a Facebook fan page, Evil Ted, just named Evil Ted on my Facebook page. And I also have I started a Facebook group called Evil Ted's Foam Fanatics. And what that is that when I would stream, people would ask me questions, but a lot of streamers that came in were also makers, and they're really good. There's so many talented builders out there, guys, that I intimidate the hell out of me because I think they're amazing. They're all there, and everybody's there with knowledge to share. So if you're building something and you write to me, I have people that write to me every week, and I can't get you something because I only do my emails like once a week. And if you have something that needs to be solved quickly, if you go to Foam Fanatics and post and ask a question, you get a response pretty quickly because it's international. It's 24 hours. When you join the Foam Fanatics, all I ask is that there's 2 questions. Yeah, I answer the 2 questions. When you join, answer the 2 questions, you're in. And all I ask too is people be nice to each other. In this crazy environment right now, there's a lot of trolls, and we just have no toleration for trolls. So just as long as you're in there and you be nice and respectful to each other and post links, it's great.
Great. Well, Ted, thanks a lot for being here. We really, really appreciate it. Can't wait to meet you in person at Baltimore Comic Con maybe in 2021.
I know. I got my fingers crossed, people. Let's do it.
I know, guys. Well, stick around. We got the Tom Brevoort game show. I have a quick costume change. I got to get into my my game show host costume real quick. So we'll be back in about 9 minutes. Thanks again, Evil Ted.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for having me.
All right. See you guys later. Well, greetings, everybody. That sparkly jacket can only mean one thing. It's time to have a little game show action here, Paul. I see Amy Dallin in the background just cracking up. Guys, welcome to what I think is going to be one of the funniest and funnest panels we've done at Mainframe so far, guys. It's time for the Tom Brevoort Game Show Spectacular. Stump Tom Brevoort. We called it like 19 different things. Win Tom Brevoort's money. We try to think of fun. We're just going to call it the game show, guys. So over the next hour, we got some amazing competitors competing for fictional cash and prizes to see who knows the most about Marvel trivia. And the one guy that they're trying to stump that knows quite a bit about Marvel comics is, I believe, the executive editor over at Marvel, Mr. Tom Brevoort. Let's bring him on. How is it going, my man?
Hello, how are you? Can you hear me? Is everything
I can
working?
hear you. You look
All
good.
right.
You sound good. I hate to, overshine you, but I had to wear my gold jacket because this is a game show format.
That is appropriate. That is fine. It's not that difficult to outshine me.
All I'm missing is the little Bob Barker skinny microphone. I tried to find one, but I couldn't find one. So, guys, let's go ahead and get to know our competitors. First up, one of the nicest, sweetest, bubbliest, kindest people I know. You know her from Collider Heroes and, of course, her own channel on YouTube. She just crushed it over in Hall B with Terry Moore. Give it up for Ms. Amy Dallin. Amy, how are you doing?
I'm good. I am very excited to lose very badly in this competition. But my excuse will be that I'm still in a puddle on the floor because I just got to talk to Terry Moore for an hour.
You crushed the Terry Moore interview.
Delightful.
I didn't want it to end. It could have gone for 4 hours. I think people would have just been glued to it. Also joining us here, you know him from, he is the hardest working man on YouTube. He works over at the Comic Core. If you guys haven't seen the Comic Core over on YouTube, check him out. This guy's on like 7 days a week. Give it up for Mr. Carson Woodard. Carson, are you bringing your A game, man?
Oh, man. Big thanks for having me, Chuck. I hope I don't embarrass myself too bad. I got producer Chad like right there staring at it's staring through me. He's like, you better get all the questions right. So,
dude,
love the jacket, by the way.
I am doing all the embarrassing for all of us. Don't worry about it. We haven't even gotten to our next competitor. I'm not sure if this is the Masked Singer or what, but we got to bring Mr. Antonio Medina dressed in the nines. We got a cool Masked Singer thing going on here at
Not at all
show.
intimidated.
You have a voice changer, or is that just the way your voice sounds, Tony?
I will defeat all.
Awesome. Oh, this is going smashing, I gotta say. I'm really happy. So, Tom, we have a very special mystery competitor that I don't think you were aware. You probably know this next person, Tom. He's the word underling is used far too often. Guys, you know him. He's the guy making the amazing new Iron Man book. He's also the creator of the show Halt and Catch Fire. Give it up for Mr. Chris Cantwell. Chris is here.
Yeah! Let's do it.
Big.
All we're missing is the really good music. We need some good music going on in the background, but we don't want YouTube to pull us. So, Chad, don't put any music up. So, guys, we have a whole hour to have a whole lot of fun. I'm so glad you guys all chimed in. Tony, are you going to be rocking the mask the whole time? Because that's totally cool if you want
an hour of that. Yes.
Did you make that all by yourself? That's freaking cool. Is that duct tape and cardboard?
It sure is.
Did you draw the patterns? It's so cool.
Sure is.
Yeah. Well, guys, this is how this is going to work. We got 3 rounds of awesome. We're going to try to get through all 3 rounds as best we can. First round, we thought it might be kind of fun to kind of do. Oh, by the way, Shauna over here is going to be our scorekeeper. That's her hand. She's going to be keeping everybody's score. So round 1, we're going to kind of do it Hollywood Squares style. So if you remember the show Hollywood Squares, where you ask a question to somebody and they give an answer, and then you have to decide whether or not that answer is correct, and then, circle gets the square. So I'm going to ask Tom some questions. He's going to give an answer. And then does everybody have their notepad and their marker? You'll write your answer on a notepad and hold it up to the screen. For this round, all you'll put is T or F, so true or false. Is everybody clear on how this round is going to run?
I'm the only square. There's only one square, and it's me. So you're either going to 0 me or you're going to X me. However it works, whatever you prefer, one way or the other.
So all of these questions Carson and everybody else, pertain to the What If series of Marvel comic books. Has everybody read the What Ifs? Cantwell clearly has read them.
Some. I'm here.
Some.
Yeah.
We figured these might be kind of difficult for people, so
This
that's
is
kind of why we
this
picked
is
them.
this is real what if. This is 70s what if, not latter day 90s what if.
I'm just gonna sign off.
Ooh.
Let's go ahead and kick off round number 1. Is everybody ready? So, Tom.
Yes.
May I call you Tom?
You may.
Which character acts as the narrator for all of What If Volume 1?
All of What If number 1 was narrated by Uatu, better known as the Watcher. Big bald guy on the moon, wearing a toga. Don't look up during the full moon. It's a sad sight.
Well, guys, he sounds like he knows what he's talking about. So go ahead and write, I'd say true or false, T or F, on your little notepad. Does that sound good, Shauna? We're kind of making this up as we go along. We have not had a dress rehearsal for this at all. So has everybody written down their answer? Carson,
yes.
What do you think? True, false?
I'm going T for true.
Carson says true. That is actually correct.
Yeah.
That is the correct answer.
Oh, hold on.
No rewrites. I know it's easy to change an F to a T. Cantwell also says T. True. Tony says true. Everybody gets a point.
All right.
You guys are starting strong.
This is good. We want to make this a race.
Exactly. Tom, question number 2.
Number 2.
Issue 42 of What If came out in August of 1980. What if the Invisible Girl had died? How did Sue die?
She died in childbirth. She died giving birth to Franklin.
Shauna's not so sure about that one.
It was very sad.
Cantwell already has his up. So does Carson. And Tony. So we got a bunch of Fs and Tony wrote a T. Tony gets a point. It was correct. I know we're getting dark. We're getting dark right at the beginning of the game show.
It was hilarious. She was died in childbirth with the baby, with the girl.
Are you asking Tom Brevoort if he knows
the
correct answers?
In that what if, because it was a what if, it was Franklin.
Damn. Oh no.
Okay. Oh, before you guys go up the chat, some of my questions might be wrong and some of them might be right. This is just for fun.
Yeah, you can, Chris, pitch a story where you change that fact. So that's an option that you do have.
Okay.
All right. Question number 3. In issue 43 in 1980's What If? What if Conan the Barbarian was stranded in the 20th century? What does Conan steal from the pawn shop?
Well, it was the 70s, so he steals a Saturday night special. He steals a handgun, a gun.
He steals a 1970s style Saturday night special.
He is going
revolver.
Full Dirty Harry, but not with the big one. Not with the big weapon.
Everybody's writing down. All right, everybody. So Carson says false. Cantwell says true. Tony says false. Amy says false. That is false. He stole a knife.
Everybody but Cantwell.
So everybody got it right except for Chris.
I lied.
Everybody got it right except for the guy who's currently writing Marvel comic books.
Conan with a Saturday night special. Saturday night Conan.
Saturday Night Conan would be great. That would be awesome. That's what I
Tony.
wanted.
Tony, you are winning. Cantwell, it's time to halt and catch up because you are in last place.
Had that one preloaded. Did you check?
Yeah, it was in the gun. It was ready to go.
All right.
I just didn't think he'd be losing this early in the game.
I did.
Question number 5. In issue 37 from 1980, what if Beast and the Thing continued to mutate? What happened when the radiation building up in Ben Grimm was released?
Through the story, he's building up all this radiation in him, and he explodes. Like the rocks go flying off of him, and he literally explodes from the inside.
That sounds very believable.
He blows up.
He blows up. That sounds like really, really. Amy, you don't seem so sure about your answer.
These are issues of what if, and they weren't great
Amy
comics.
says true.
So
Carson
anything
says true.
is possible.
Chris says true. False. Tony, you're killing it, man. What happened was Alicia is able to see again.
Oh,
The radiation explodes.
That is
and
better.
then- isn't that nicer? Then he just dies.
But it would have been spectacular.
It would have been spectacular.
Rocks
You're
would have
right.
flown everywhere.
Yeah.
All right, we got 2 more of these in round 1. Tony is absolutely crushing it. It must be the helmet.
It must be.
In
He's got
issue-
a little digital readout in there.
Yeah, you got the internet going on in that helmet. What's going on? All right, Tom. Issue 45, November 1980. What if the Hulk went berserk? Who eventually killed the Hulk?
Thor. Thor kills the Hulk.
Wow, he's pretty quick. He's pretty quick. Amy's not sure if she can trust you anymore.
That is a wise and well considered point of view.
We have. Everybody at the bottom says true. Carson says false. It is true, Carson. Thor killed
Until I
the Hulk.
read What If.
So everybody gets a point, but Carson. So final question in round 1. Tom, are you ready?
I am ready.
In issue 27, what if Phoenix had not died? A lot of dying going on in Marvel back in
Yes.
the 70s.
Yes.
How was the Phoenix contained without resorting to Jean Grey's death? That makes sense?
Yeah. The Phoenix, it wasn't contained. By the end of that story, it like goes berserk and it engulfs the Earth and wipes everything out and is theoretically going to expand and wipe out the rest of the universe. But it's very sad that Cyclops is dead.
So you think it's a trick question? Okay.
I do think it's a trick question.
She was not contained, or it was not contained at all?
It was not at all contained.
Everybody's feverishly writing here on this final question of round 1.
Oh, God.
Chris has it true right away.
Chris made an I for some reason.
He even underlined it.
As in, I don't know. What do we got? We got true, true, false, and true. Tony, circle gets the square. Everybody else gets no squares or no circles. It was a lobotomy. Was carried out to remove Jean's
That's a great
powers.
story. Oh my god. I'm bringing all these back.
Jean got a lobotomy, and that's how they, I guess, contained.
And
the
teamed
Phoenix.
up with Conan, who had a Saturday Night Sprinkle.
All right, guys. Moving into round 2, we've got Amy Talon with a score of 3. Carson with a score of 2.
Woo.
Chris with a score of 2. And Tony with a score of 6.
Wow.
Tony's running away with it.
This is real.
It's gonna be Robot Face in the final round.
All right, guys. This next round, questions are worth 1 point.
A whole point.
Tom's
You're
going to
nothing
act.
but not generous.
Tom's going to act as Alex Trebek in this round, and he's going to ask you a series of 5 questions. So same question to everybody. This is a answer the question type of round.
Yep.
So,
These have actual answers. I've already disqualified one of the questions.
Yeah, I screwed up.
It's
Tom
all right.
called me out immediately and said, "Chuck, there's like 9 different answers for this question." It's like, oh, okay, well, change it.
All right. So question number 1. Which of the elders of the universe cut a deal with a death to make the various elders immune to, well, death and aging and disease and heartbreak? Who among the elders made them immortal and eternal and elderly?
Which elder?
Which elder?
Made a pact with death, making all the elders unaffected by aging, disease, and toxins.
It wasn't the runner. I'll give you that one. It was not the runner. That was not really in his wheelhouse.
Couple seconds. Carson, we're going to start with you up there.
Oh, man.
Sorry.
I don't know much about Eternals either. I went Living Tribunal. I have no idea.
Tom, is that correct?
That is not correct. That is wrong. He is, in
Chris?
fact, not even an Eternal. So
I know.
an elder.
Carson, we're in the same boat,
Chris
man.
also went with the
Oh,
Living
cool.
Tribunal.
But I was like, maybe?
Maybe it should have been the Living Tribunal.
See, Carson, don't feel so
Consensus
bad, man.
reality.
If Chris Cantwell can't get it, Antonio Medina
Wow.
doesn't have a clue.
I love his using his daughter's life
Amy, bring us home.
Come on.
Grandmaster.
Grandmaster is, in fact, Correct.
Amy got it right.
Not a lucky guess at all.
No, of course not. You
Amy gets
nailed
the
it.
point. Question number 2.
Question number 2 to everybody. In Fantastic Four 167, back in the 70s, the Thing lost his powers in a story that makes no sense whatsoever. It was the 70s. But because the Fantastic Four were legally required to have 4 superpowered members, they brought in a replacement for the Thing. Who was that replacement? Who took the Thing's place on the FF because he had
Tom.
lost his powers?
Sorry, I just want to see if maybe you can like jiggle where your headphones plug
They
in.
don't. It's a wireless signal. I don't have a.
Oh, okay. Well, that's okay.
Uh,
So who replaced the Thing in the Fantastic Four in 1970s? Everybody's written down? Okay, we'll go backwards this time. Amy? What's it say? She-Hulk.
I don't know if I have the right decade.
no,
Tom.
it was not. It was not She-Hulk. I'm afraid.
Tony. And what's it say? Spider-Man? And Spider-Man.
It was not Spider-Man. Sadly.
Carson?
Who was it?
Well, Carson.
No, Carson put
I guess
She-Hulk.
She-Hulk, but I'm wrong.
Yeah, everybody's. Nobody's getting a point there. It was Luke Cage, Power Man, Hero for Hire.
Luke Cage.
They paid him $3.35 an hour, and he came running.
Good rate in the 70s, man.
That was
Good
very
money.
great.
All right, question number 3. So far, Amy's the only one with a point this round.
This will potentially be a very sad question. Patsy Walker has proven to be terrible at relationships over the years. Her first husband was Buzz Baxter, who became the supervillain Mad Dog. Who was her second husband? Who was the second person that Hellcat married, that Patsy Walker married? Who was also awful, but not in a dog fashion.
I feel like I'm falling right into a trap with this one, and I'm going to embarrass myself. I hope that the streaming numbers aren't super high right now, but I have to go with my gut. I feel like I'm missing something. But
Go with your gut, Chris. What do you got? Damian Hellstorm.
Damon Hellstrom is correct.
Yeah!
The son of Satan.
Carson, rip it off, man.
I had the word hell in my brain, but I actually wrote down Hellion, so I'm wrong.
Tony?
The Hellions team.
Oh, we got Amy got it right.
Nice.
Tony said Wilson Fisk. Good guess.
The Patsy
Wow,
Walker
Patsy,
fans
get
have
that
logged
one.
on.
Yes.
Amy
I was
and
ready for
Chris.
the Buzz. I was gonna blow everybody's mind by saying something about Buzz.
All right, guys.
So
2
Buzz
more
right.
questions in round number 2. There's only 19 rounds.
All right, here we go. Cable was revealed to be the son of Cyclops from the future, because that's not confusing. Who was his mother? Who was Cable's mother?
I see some feverish writing going on. And be
Rob
specific.
It was not Rob Liefeld.
Oh wait, you tell us when we're going.
Maybe might have been his dad, not his mother.
All right, Carson, this is you, man. Hold on. Tony's still writing, or is he sketching?
Full drawing. And if it's wrong, that would be really funny.
All right, Carson, what do you got, man?
Is it Madeline Pryor?
It is Madeline Pryor.
Yay! I'm not shutting myself out. Woo.
All right.
Chris
A well-earned
Cantwell.
point.
Hold on.
Okay, Tony.
I got the wrong color.
What does that say? Nothing. Does that say nothing?
White Queen.
White Queen?
Ah. Jean Grey.
That's what I thought, Chris.
There's a clone, right?
Yeah, Madeline Pryor was a weird clone of Jean Grey.
And of course, Amy Dillon gets it.
All right.
So Carson and Amy get a point. Final question, round number 2.
Final question for the round. Here we go. In Fantastic Four 381 in the 90s, Reed Richards died, as everybody remembers, and he never came back. It was very tragic. We all miss him. We think good thoughts for his family. But in needing to have 4 members of the Fantastic Four, Sir Richards brought in a new technical advisor for the team. Who was this 4th member of the Fantastic Four who replaced Reed and worked alongside Sue, Ben, and Johnny, and a bunch of other people? But mostly them.
Chris knows.
I think I know. And
Just
then
write Iron Man. Just write down Iron Man. Move on.
Right, actually.
Just promote the book. Write Iron Man #1 now.
Available.
I'm going to be wrong, but it should be an interesting wrong at least.
What do you got, Amy?
Forge?
Oh, that's a good answer. Cool
That is
idea.
a good answer. It is not right, but
Cool
it is a
idea.
good answer.
The Fantastic Forge.
Oh my God.
Right, guys? All right, I'll see you.
Nice.
Tony, what do you got, man? Come on, man. Get a point this round.
Power down.
Spider-Man is not correct. Not accurate.
Dr. Doom.
Doom.
Of course you would write Dr. Doom.
Is also not right.
I also put Forge.
Aw.
I
Well, it's a match.
We're subscribing to this book already. It doesn't exist yet, but you've got 2 people.
There you go.
Fantastic Forge. Put it on the production schedule.
1992.
We got an interesting game here, guys.
The correct answer was Paul Rudd.
No.
Duh.
It was Scott Lang, Ant-Man.
Yeah, that makes sense.
All right, guys. The scores of round 2, where Amy got 3, Carson got 1, Chris got 1, Tony got none.
Tony.
Total scores right now: Amy with 6, Carson with a respectable 3, Tony still sitting high at 6, and Chris, for some reason, less respectable 3.
Wait a minute.
We expected more from you, Chris. I'm sorry.
I don't know why.
You write for Marvel.
He's putting together Paper Girls. He's got a lot going on.
Good point. He's very busy. And you would know, Tom. You are his editor. All right, guys. So this is how round 3, the final round, is going to work. I'm relying heavily on your honor system on this one. Does everyone remember the show When Ben Stein's Money? The final round, it's going to be a very sort of isolation room kind of a round. So I'm going to ask questions to each of you guys. And you're going to, in 3 minutes, you're going to answer as many questions as you can get in 3 minutes. You can say pass just to keep the ball rolling and move on to the next question if you just clearly don't know it. Does it make sense? So we'll start with, say, Carson over here. So you guys, I'm going to take you down. Cover your ears. Take out your earbuds. Be honest. Because you're all getting the exact same question.
Do you want to give us a signal when you're switching and I'll ask?
Yeah. We'll wave our hands like mad.
Okay, yeah. If you're gonna say them out loud, I'll just mute my computer.
Or just mute your computer.
I'll just throw it out the window. All right.
There you go. All right. So I'm going to remove everybody here but Mr. Carson. We're going to get really, really personal here, man. It's just you and me here. So be honest. What do you think? How do you think this is going so far?
Oh, man.
Just the people in the chat room.
This is going to be great.
All right. So our time, you got 3 minutes.
Oof.
Answer as many of these as you can get right. There's 14. I don't know. I haven't tested. Maybe 3 minutes is way too long, but we'll see. We'll find out together. Are you ready? 3 minutes on the clock. You can say pass, and I'll circle back around. Maybe not. We're making this shit up as we go along. Carson, are you ready?
Absolutely.
Okay, question number 1. Oh, cool. You're going to hold it up. I love this.
Oh, do you want me to hold it up?
Question number 1. Here we go. Who penciled the cover of Amazing Fantasy 15?
Steve Ditko.
Incorrect. What
These
is
are
the
tough.
name of the only weapon in the universe that sends a shiver down the spine of Galactus?
Ultimate Nullifier.
Correct. Mark them down. Who caused the core of Beta Ray Bill's galaxy to explode?
Thor.
Incorrect. What title and issue marked the first appearance of Deadpool?
New Mutants 98.
Correct. What is the name of the future and evil version of Adam Warlock?
Magus.
Correct. Where does Uatu the Watcher live?
The moon.
That is correct. In 1977, what razor-clawed mutant made his first appearance in Iron Fist 14?
Sabretooth.
Correct. Man, I should have made these harder. Who attached a giant propulsion unit to the surface of Ego the Living Planet to send him hurtling through space?
Star-Lord. I don't know.
Incorrect. After the events of the first Secret Wars miniseries, who does Ben Grimm hand select as his replacement in the Fantastic Four?
I believe that one was She-Hulk.
That one is She-Hulk. That is correct. Hold on. Someone is calling me on the phone right now. No, keep going. X Factor number 6 marked the first appearance of what ancient mutant?
Apocalypse.
Correct. In Tales of Suspense 39, who was the evil warlord who held Tony Stark captive?
Mandarin.
Wong Chu?
Ah.
Okay. In The Incredible Hulk, number 1, what was the name of Bruce Banner's Russian assistant?
Natalie Rushman.
Incorrect. In Fantastic Four number 5, in his first encounter with the Fantastic Four, how did Dr. Doom manage to get away?
How did he get away? I have no idea. Science.
Good answer, but he flew away on a jetpack. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
What was the name of the group funded by Tony Stark after the West Coast Avengers disbanded?
Pass.
That was the final question. So this is your only...
So West Coast Avengers, who did he form? I don't know. Damage Control?
Incorrect.
Okay.
So not bad. How'd he do?
7.
I
You
missed
got
like
half
the
of
easiest one first.
You got
I'm
half
gonna
of
kick
them.
myself over that for a while.
All right, Carson. Well done, sir. I think 3 minutes might be a little long. Let's go ahead and bring in Mr. Cantwell. Carson, well done.
Thanks.
Well done. I'm going to remove you so you don't have to cover your ears. You can just hang out. We'll bring you back around at the end. Chris, you got 7 to beat.
All right,
Seven is the number. And we haven't even brought on Mr. Brevoort yet.
Okay.
Are you ready? Here we go.
Yes.
Who penciled the cover of Amazing Fantasy 15?
Oh, shit.
Take your time. You got 3 minutes, as I've found out, is a really long time.
It's Ditko.
Incorrect.
It's
what is Jack Kirby? Just in case you want to know.
Yeah, I know. He did the cover. God.
What is the name of the only weapon in the universe that sends a shiver of fear down the spine of Galactus?
The Ultimate Nullifier.
Correct. Who caused the core of Beta Ray Bill's galaxy to explode?
Pass.
Pass. We'll come back to that. What title and issue marked the first appearance of Deadpool?
X-Force number 1.
Incorrect.
X-Force number 2?
No.
X-Force number 8. Okay.
New Mutants 98. What is the name of the future and evil version of Adam Warlock?
Magus.
Correct. Where does Uatu the Watcher live?
On a moon somewhere. The moon.
On a moon somewhere?
Saturn's moon.
All right, we'll get... Oh, it's Earth's moon.
Yeah, but you said moon. You gave it to
I don't know about that one. In 1977, what razor-clawed mutant made his first appearance in Iron Fist 14?
Oh my god. It's a trick question. It's not Wolverine. Pass.
Who attached a giant propulsion unit to the surface of Ego the Living Planet and sent him hurtling through space?
Pass.
After the events of the first Secret Wars miniseries, who does Ben Grimm hand select as his replacement in the Fantastic Four? This is in 1984.
Spider-Man.
Incorrect. She-Hulk.
Damn it. Okay.
X Factor number 6 marked the first appearance of what ancient mutant?
Apocalypse.
Correct. In Tales of Suspense 39, who was the evil warlord who held Tony Stark captive?
Mandarin.
Wong Chu.
Okay.
In The Incredible Hulk number 1, what was the name of Bruce Banner's Russian assistant?
Pass.
Pick a Russian assistant. Just throw one out there.
No.
Okay. In Fantastic Four number 5, in his first encounter with the Fantastic Four, how did Dr. Doom manage to get away? Dr. Doom, Chris.
Teleportation?
Incorrect. He flew away on his jetpack.
Okay.
Okay, what was the name of the group funded by Tony Stark after the West Coast Avengers disbanded?
Pass.
Did you do Who Caused the Core of Beta Ray Bill's Galaxy to Explode?
No.
Yeah, I think you passed
Thor.
on it. Thor is incorrect.
Okay.
What about shit? I forget which ones you passed. You did good. You did good.
There's no more questions.
That was it. I wish there was.
Okay.
How'd you do? You got 4, Chris. A
Yeah.
respectable 4.
It's not 7.
I got it. I got it. A.
You and him and Carson were tied at
You and
3.
Carson. Oh my God, someone came to play.
Oh wow.
Chris, thanks a lot. We'll bring you back in at the end.
Okay.
Don't go anywhere. All right, Tony. It's time. It is time, sir. Are you ready? Did you hear any of those questions or answers?
What's that?
Did you hear? Oh God, this is gonna go great. Did you hear any of those? Okay.
Okay, no.
Question. Are you ready? Are you ready? Okay. Question number 1. Go. Who penciled the cover of Amazing Fantasy 15?
Mr. Jack Kirby. Jack.
That is correct. What is the name of the only weapon in the universe that sends shivers of fear down the spine of Galactus?
It's the ultimate something. The thing.
You can pass.
Pass.
Who caused the core of Beta Ray Bill's galaxy to explode?
Thor.
Incorrect. Everybody says Thor. What title and issue marked the first appearance of Deadpool?
New Mutants 98.
Correct. What is the name of the future and evil version of Adam Warlock?
Magnus.
We'll give it to you. Magus.
Oh.
Where does Uatu the Watcher live?
It's the moon, isn't it?
It is the moon. In 1977, what razor-clawed mutant made his first appearance in Iron Fist 14?
Oh, that's Sabretooth.
Correct. Who attached a giant propulsion unit to the surface of Ego, the living planet, and sent him hurtling through space?
Pass.
After the events of the first Secret Wars miniseries, who does Ben Grimm hand select as his replacement in the Fantastic Four in 1984?
Pass.
X Factor number 6 marked the first appearance of what ancient mutant?
Apocalypse.
Correct. In Tales of Suspense 39, who was the evil warlord who held Tony Stark captive?
Mandarin?
Wong Chu. In The Incredible Hulk number 1, what was the name of Bruce Banner's Russian assistant?
Dmitry something off?
No. In Fantastic Four number 5, in his first encounter with the Fantastic Four, how did Dr. Doom manage to get away?
He flies away.
Damn right he flies away. Good job, Tony. What was the name of the group funded by Tony Stark after the West Coast Avengers disbanded?
Pass.
Shit, I can't remember which ones you passed. After the events of the first Secret Wars miniseries, who does Ben Grimm hand select as his replacement?
It's not Spider-Man. That would be, let's say She-Hulk.
She-Hulk was correct.
Jesus.
Well done, sir. I don't think you passed on any other ones. Or hold on, wait.
The last
no, you
one.
didn't.
But the last one.
Oh, you don't know the last one?
No, I don't know.
Okay. Good job, Tony.
Wow.
I think you let me I think you beat out Mr. Carson. You beat out Carson by 1 point. Tony, well done. Tony, you got Amy, you got to beat Tony. Tony's got 7. No, 8. Yes. All right.
Sorry, I thought I came in too early.
All good. 8 is the number to beat.
Oh boy.
8 out of 14.
Okay.
I have noticed that 3 minutes is an eternity, so you can really take your time. You probably noticed. We probably could have done it in like 2 minutes. We're already done with this whole show, and it's only 30 minutes in. So, how you doing, Amy?
I'm okay. How about
What
you?
call the business killing time. Did you have a good time talking to Terry Moore?
It was such a blast. This is so great. I'm having a real good day. I'm so glad y'all are putting on this convention.
Awesome. Well, it's about to get a whole lot funner.
For being part of it, Amy.
Are you
Thank
ready?
you. It's Shauna, right?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Amy Dallin said your name.
All right.
Are you ready, Amy?
Maybe.
3 minutes is an eternity. Question number 1. Who penciled the cover of Amazing Fantasy 15?
Oh, dang. Who penciled the cover?
Who penciled the cover?
Also, is it just out of frame next to you, by the way?
What? Oh, yes, it is.
I spotted that earlier. Oh, we're on a clock. Okay, who penciled the cover?
Obviously a reprint.
You could pass.
I feel like it's designs by Kirby, pencils by Ditko, but I'm gonna get it wrong.
I thought 3 minutes was a long time.
Okay, no, I'm gonna mess it up. I'm gonna go with Kirby.
Correct.
Okay.
What is the name of the only weapon in the universe that sends a shiver of fear down the spine of Galactus?
Ultimate Nullifier?
Correct. Who caused the core of Beta Ray Bill's galaxy to explode?
Carp. Do I lose points if I guess?
No.
Yeah, Galactus.
Incorrect. Good guess,
Okay.
though. What title and issue marked the first appearance of Deadpool?
Title in New Mutants 98.
Correct. What is the name of the future and evil version of Adam Warlock?
Shoot. The Magus?
Correct. And everybody says it differently. Where does Uatu the Watcher live?
Live? I mean, he's usually hanging out on the moon.
Correct.
Okay.
Hanging out on the moon.
When
In
he was alive.
In
Yeah.
1977, what razor-clawed mutant made his first appearance in Iron Fist 14?
Iron Fist 14.
Razor-clawed
Mutant. Sabretooth?
Correct. Who attached a giant propulsion unit to the surface of Ego the Living Planet and sent him hurtling through space?
God, I don't remember. Thanos?
Good guess, Galactus. After the events of the first Secret Wars miniseries, who does Ben Grimm hand select as his replacement in the Fantastic Four? This is 1984.
She-Hulk?
Correct.
All right.
X Factor 6.
Okay, this time.
X Factor 6 marks the first appearance of what ancient mutant?
Apocalypse.
Correct. In Tales of Suspense 39, who was the evil warlord who held Tony Stark captive?
Oh my God. I just read this because they did the True Believers. What's his name? His name is definitely going to escape me. Pass.
In the Incredible Hulk #1, what was the name of Bruce Banner's Russian assistant?
Oh my God. Boris.
Close, Igor.
Ah.
In Fantastic Four #5, in his first encounter with Fantastic Four, how does Dr. Doom manage to get away?
Oh no.
10 seconds.
Pass.
Okay, what was the name of the group that funded Tony Stark? Tony Stark funded after the West Coast Avengers disbanded.
Oh my God.
Oh, we're the only one to go all 3
A long
minutes.
time. Oh
They're tied.
You just tied Tony for the highest, but Brevoort's gonna crush you guys. Hate to say it. Tom, you can unplug, or plug in or whatever. Amy,
Can I
tied.
listen on this one?
Sure.
So that all seemed visually heartbreaking. I don't know what happened. I don't know how everything went down, but it sure looked like people were having things. So a couple quick questions before we start.
Yes, sir.
Number one, how did people do? You don't have to give me like a full number. I'm up against however many things, but generally speaking, what are we talking about here?
Everybody did well.
Good.
Everybody did well, except for maybe your golden boy.
Well,
Mr. Cantwell.
he probably writes better comics than most of the others too. So it's a yin yang kind of a thing.
Without a doubt. You can't be #1 at everything.
It's true.
It's
true.
You just can't.
Second question that I've got, just out of curiosity, we have 3 minutes to do this. How many questions do you have total?
Oh, we got plenty of time to kill. Don't worry. There's 14 questions total. Now, here's where I'm going to show my ass a little bit, because I'm sure you're going to say my answers are wrong. So I'm just going to trust you. If you say you're right and I'm wrong, I'm just going to give you the point.
I'm going to play an honest game. So I will not abuse that power.
Well, the number to beat is currently held by Amy Dallin and Tony Medina, and that number is 8.
8.
8 out of 14. So
Out
that's
of
pretty
14?
high.
I think it depends on how good the questions are or what the questions are. It's
I'm-
super easy to stump me if it's in the wrong place. So
Well, let's find out. Let's
yeah,
find
let's
out, shall
go.
we?
Let's do it. Let's do it.
3 minutes on the clock. As I told Amy and Tony, 3 minutes is an eternity. We probably should have done 2 minutes and made it a little bit more exciting. But hey, 3 minutes it is. Are you ready, sir?
I am ready.
First question. Who penciled the cover of Amazing Fantasy 15?
Jack Kirby.
Correct. With confidence. What is the name of the only weapon in the universe that sends shivers of fear down the spine of Galactus?
That would be the ultimate nullifier. Soon to be seen in
Correct.
Fantastic Four 28 on sale.
Awesome. Hear that, Cantwell? No one's gotten this one right. Who caused the core of Beta Ray Bill's galaxy to explode? You can pass.
I'm gonna say Surtur.
Correct. What title and issue marked the first appearance of Deadpool?
That would be New Mutants 98.
Correct. What is the name of the future and evil version of Adam Warlock?
The Magus.
Correct. Where does Uatu the Watcher live?
Most of the time, he lives on a house in the blue area of the moon when he's not being dead. Recently, he's been dead and been living in Nick Fury's eye.
That's exactly what I have written down.
All right.
Correct.
Very thorough.
In 1977, what razor-clawed mutant made his first appearance in Iron Fist 14?
Sabretooth.
Correct. Who attached a giant propulsion unit to the surface of Ego the Living Planet and sent him hurtling through space?
Galactus, that bum.
Correct. Galactus, that bum is totally correct. After the events of the first Secret Wars miniseries, who does Ben Grimm hand select as his replacement in the Fantastic Four in 1884?
Jen Walters, She-Hulk.
Correct. X Factor number 6 marked the first appearance of what ancient mutant?
Apocalypse. He was going to be the owl, but the new editors and creative team thought the owl was lame.
Are you sure you can't see my questions? In Tales of Suspense 39, who was the evil warlord who held Tony Stark captive?
That was Wong Chu.
Oh my God, correct.
Wonderfully stereotypical evil Asian warlord.
In The Incredible Hulk number 1, what was the name of Bruce Banner's Russian assistant?
Igor.
That's
of course.
correct.
There's only one name for a Russian assistant, and it's Igor.
That's what I was trying to tell everybody else. In Fantastic Four number 5, in his first encounter with the Fantastic Four, how did Dr. Doom manage to get away?
He had a jetpack under his cloak, and he takes his cloak off and goes, "You've set my castle ablaze, but I've got my jetpack. I'll go shooting off." And the torch goes after him, but he's used up enough of his flame in the fight that he can't do it. And Reed says, it was a good try. And the thing says, they don't pay for also rans.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. He got an Uber. No, that is correct.
No, he did not.
What was the name of the group funded by Tony Stark after the West Coast Avengers disbanded for the perfect win?
ForceWorks.
ForceWorks? Bring everybody back in here. You got every single one correct.
How much time left on the clock?
30 seconds left.
All right.
Every single one. Guys, that's impressive. That's not just
Well done.
I don't know.
Well done.
I don't know that it's impressive. It worked for this crowd.
Well done.
That was outstanding.
Never doubted you.
I'm going to go ahead and let's see here. We got anybody in the director's chair? Chad, if you're there, let's start throwing up some questions if we could. I'm sure everybody has questions for our panelists. Let them fly in the comments section. We got Chris Cantwell, Iron Man, Amy Dallin, we got Tony, we got Carson, and of course the great Tom Brevoort. I can't believe that. You swept.
Anyone made this joke yet? Very good.
They tied.
Tony and Amy did tie for second place. Yeah, very respectable.
Very good. Very
Second
good.
place.
Sorry, Chris.
Chris did not do as well as everybody else in the final round. Carson, you missed second place by 1 point.
But everyone's a winner here because we gave up our Saturdays to join together with our fellow humans and to celebrate stupid comic book stories of the past.
Couldn't agree more. Anybody have any questions in the panel while we wait for people to log into the chat about to Mr. Tom or Mr. Cantwell? Carson, I'm sure you got a couple questions for Chris.
Yeah, I kind of want to hear about the Ultimate Nullifier coming up in Fantastic Four. What's that all about?
Well, Chris
Well,
is
that's
also
not me. That's Dan, right?
Yeah, that's Dan. That's
Yeah, okay.
Dan Slott. But there is some other Galactus-related shenanigans that will be coming up in Iron Man that Chris can kind of talk about.
Yeah, I mean, there's that too, and then also the Nullifier shows up in Doctor Doom #6, which came out in April.
Yep,
and it's referenced in 7. It's in 8. It plays through the end of the series, so it's a big part of the whole run. And yeah, there's some Galactusness happening with Iron Man. Anybody who is looking into the backstory of Michael Korvac, of who I can answer any question. There's some Galactus related events in Korvac's life that he's interested in maybe repeating. So yeah.
Good answer. We got a question from Tevia Smolka. I love this question, Tom. What's the future of Marvel after King in Black? You can't answer that question.
Well, I could. I'm going to try and find a way to do so without spoiling anything. I'll tell you this: that King in Black ends in March, and in April, the Marvel Universe will be completely different, and you will not recognize it.
That's awesome. From the Great Legend Show, let's ask everybody the same question. Who's your favorite Marvel superhero? Amy, who's your favorite Marvel superhero?
Oh, impossible question. Kitty Pryde?
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one.
If you were a little brunette reading X-Men comics, there was basically one person had your heart. Yeah, and she was a nerd. It was a big deal.
Chris?
Spider-Man. He's 5'9". I'm 5'9". It's that simple. It's that simple. Heroes can be 5'9". This is what I learned.
Tom, what do you say? If you had to nail one.
My favorite Marvel hero is the Thing.
Nice.
And Grimm, the Thing.
Carson?
Yeah, yes, this is my buddy, the Great Legend, asking. I was going to answer it the same way as Tom. The ever-loving blue-eyed Thing. It's one of my favorites as well, for sure. But yeah, Kitty Pryde, I read Astonishing X-Men recently, and Kitty Pryde, by far the star of that book. I absolutely love that one, too.
The first
Tony,
Astonishing... Sorry.
I just got to say, Tony, obviously, Wolverine. It seems fairly clear.
Right there.
I love this Masked Singer thing we got going on. Are you ever going to, take your helmet off and we realize you're actually Tom King or you're... Okay.
Chuck, who's your favorite?
Oh, yeah.
I love Dr. Doom. I'm a massive Doctor. Did you say hero or non-hero?
They did.
Just character?
He is a hero in his own
Okay.
right.
Well, I'm going to consider him a hero. He's a hero to many.
He's got a comic, so that's close enough.
And that's not just
we assign no moral judgments.
Oh, yeah. Here we go. Hey, Tony.
Yeah.
All right. Let's do this. Let's keep this. This is in honor of Mr.
Oh,
Chris
nice.
Cantwell.
Okay. Here we go.
I should have done this the whole time. Only I can't see the questions. KB Tibbs says, by Magic Flat, you got to make a 6-issue miniseries with any character group. Who would it be? We'll go to Chris.
I have a funny answer to this one, I guess. I wanted to do a mini series about Death, like Mistress Death, but she gets punished because of something she's done wrong. So they trap her and they kind of imprison her in Fresno, and so she's just living in Fresno, California, and trying to live normally. And I would call it Death in Fresno. Tom,
I've
quiet the room, Tom.
I think that was a pitch, right? I mean,
Yeah. I think this is a completely unfair question for me because I have editorial fiat, and so if I have a thing I want to do, I just do it.
That's true.
So Tom,
Is there one that you didn't think they would let you get away with that you did get to do? Can I just?
That's a good question.
There are probably thousands of things like that. The one I had to I had to dance the robot on a conference table to get done was Great Lakes Avengers.
Oh, it's so good. It's so good, though.
That video is somewhere online on YouTube. It is quite embarrassing, and everybody can seek that out now and entertain themselves in my misery.
Another question from Tevia. Question: how do you feel about Spider-Girl maybe Mayday. I can't
Mayday
read
Parker. Yeah.
You read them, and will she return someday in the future?
Well, I like Mayday Parker. I edited the Spider-Girl book for a little while, and a number of my assistant and associate editors edited it for a long time after I handed it off. I think it's inevitable that we'll see the character again because nobody disappears forever in the Marvel Universe. Everybody comes back at some time, and I'd certainly like to see an opportunity if it arose for Tom DeFalco and Ron Frenz or Pat Olaf to do another Spider-Girl story somewhere. They're dialing my phone even as we speak right now.
Yeah, because they're watching this. Tom, how often does something come by your desk like that you just say no? Is it all the time?
All constantly. Chris is laughing now because he knows.
Every email.
Are you allowed to talk about any cutting room floor things that have come across your desk that you were just like, absolutely not?
All the best ones are ones that I wouldn't want to share. But anything that you can think of that is weird and beyond the pale and sort of nonsensical, chances are somebody's tried to pitch it.
Yeah.
I'll talk about the one that everybody pitches. Like, once every year, 18 months, somebody pitches the story where his back is to the wall. There's no other way out. There's nothing else he can do. And this is the one time that Spider-Man finally has to kill somebody. Nope. No, it's not.
Everybody, I bet you Kate's pitches you that on a daily basis. Let's kill somebody. We've already killed the Inhumans. We've already Donnie kills everybody.
Yeah, but Donnie's actually smarter than that. Donnie understands Spider-Man a little better than that. But somebody pitches that story or some version of that story like every 18 months, and they're so passionate about like this is the one. It's gonna be so amazing, and it's gonna change everybody's. Nope, not happening. Next.
Thank you on behalf of the fans for keeping that wall.
I'm happy to hear that. Yeah.
Tom, I'm sure this question is for you. What has been your favorite project you have ever worked on so far?
Well, I have effectively two. For years and years and years, I've said, and this is the right place to reiterate it, Baltimore Comic-Con, that the best run of comics that I worked on, my favorite run, was the Mark Waid, Mike Waringo Fantastic Four back in the early 2000s. It now has competition. I've gotten to do another run that I like equally well, and that is the Dan Slott, Mike Allred Silver Surfer.
Oh yeah.
Both of those are available in excellent omnibus editions now that you can go purchase, as though you were at Baltimore Comic-Con. So seek them out. They're good books. But I have lots of books that I worked on that I liked.
I want to ask you and you, Tom, and you, Chris, as well. What's the future plans for this new run of Iron Man? How long are we thinking this is going to run? Like, how many arcs do you have in mind for this? Is this going to run forever?
Well, I want to be on it as long as Tom will let me be on it. But the first arc is planned. The Korvac arc is substantial. So there's kind of 3 big chunks, and I'm about midway through with the scripts. So I'm trying to do like a legit saga with those 2 dudes. So I'm hoping we can pull it off. Yeah. And then after that, I don't know.
No plans after Iron Man?
Well, I've got some thoughts, but again, like I don't want to jinx myself. I was raised Roman Catholic, so I feel like if I say anything out loud, I'll have sinned.
Does that have anything to do with Spider-Man killing somebody?
Spider-Man's going to kill Tony.
Yep.
That's the pitch. I haven't pitched it to Tom yet. I think he's going to go for it, though.
Big shocking twist.
Yeah.
Amy or Carson, anything for our panelists? We got about just maybe about 5 minutes left.
Just quickly, Tom, you're a legend to those of us who go deep in reading the indexes on our comics. But for anyone watching this who might not realize why that's such a big deal, what's the fun part of being a comic book editor?
Well, the fun part is seeing the books when they're done. All the stuff up to that is not as much fun, maybe. But it's putting together good. You get to work with all these great, fun, terrific characters from the past, and you get to work with super talented and interesting people like Christopher. and you know, to put this stuff together in interesting ways, and it's great to be able to make stories that affect people, that they love and that they carry with them, and you know, that have an impact on their lives. That's all terrific. And all of that is really us standing on the shoulders of all the guys that came before us. Because if you're starting with Spider-Man, say, you're already standing on a mountain and you don't have very far to go to tell a story that somebody cares about. A lot of the heavy lifting has been done for you already. But you know, it's being able to do that keeps Spider-Man alive and vital today. You know, in the same way he was 10 or 20 or 30 years ago.
Yeah, my question was going to be, you know, about that Fantastic Four run you said was your favorite thing you've worked on, because that was one of the runs that got me back into comics back in the day. And I was actually going to ask, like, do you have a favorite memory of working with those two gentlemen, or is there a favorite special moment that happened in that run?
There's plenty, but they're a little nasty. So I'll tell the nasty one. There was a point at which, you know, it's about 2/3 of the way through that run, the president of Marvel fired Mark, fired him off the book, and Ringo went in solidarity, and they were going to leave. And you know, through a series of circumstances, a bunch of issues that we were going to accelerate ship, double ship every month, ended up single shipping. And by the time we got there, the person who had done the firing was no longer there. And so I was able to call Mark and Ringo back up and get them back onto the book. But the thing that I remember about it was Ringo had been given another deal. He'd been made an offer by DC to do another book over at DC. He had a contract. He had to start by a certain point. And he and I talked, and I said, well, look, you have time in there to do like 2 more issues. Let's just do 2 more issues and end the run properly. Let's give it a real finish. And he said, yeah, absolutely. I'm down for that. If Mark is there, I'm there. And he ended up, you know, the next day talking to the head of DC and saying, oh yeah, I'm going to be ready to go on to my new assignment. I just have to do these 2 issues of FF first. And the guy went bananas. He got super angry because what he was really interested in was taking the team that had been fired from Marvel and putting them on this thing. And he went berserk. He went, you know, if you're going to do those issues, don't, you know, this DC deal is off the table. You got to choose here. Are you gonna do this or not? And Ringo said, I promised that I would do them, so I'm going to do them. And you know, he came back and you know, told us about this, and I went and talked to Joe Quesada, and by that afternoon, we matched the DC deal, and Ringo was exclusive, and he stayed with us, and Mark stayed with us, and we did like another year on the book.
That's great.
That's awesome.
Wow.
Tom, this has been a lot of fun, and it was all wrapped in this kind of goofy package. But honestly, the whole point of this hour-long panel was really to just kind of, you know, highlight your amazing work, your amazing career. It's been a lot of fun. You clearly wiped the floor with all of these people in your Marvel knowledge, as we knew you would. And I
know a few things.
Yeah. So, guys, this has been a blast. Chris, can't thank you enough for coming on. Tony,
Thank
Amy,
you. Fun.
Amy,
Thanks,
your ray of
everyone.
sunshine. Parson, I thought you'd do better, but that's okay.
Yeah, Chad changed my name again, by the way.
What did he change? Oh, did he have your email address up or something? All right, guys, well, stick around. We got the spotlight on Shelley Bond coming up right after this, and we are mere moments away from the live Ringo Awards with Jeff Johns, with Kevin Smith. Everybody's going to be on that thing, so definitely stick around for that. Tom, can't thank you enough for being here.
My pleasure. Anytime.
I believe we'll see you here tomorrow with Mark Waid, correct?
Yes, we will talk late on Sunday. Late tomorrow.
Awesome, guys. Well, thanks a lot for watching, guys. Stick around. Shelley Bond's coming up right next.
That is my own face. I am not sure if they're just gonna pop Shelly in or what's going on.
Hey guys, how's it going? Sorry, I was gonna do my costume change, but then I was like, you know what?
Please
I'm gonna
don't.
hop
Your
on in.
jacket is incredible.
Oh man, thanks. I only wear it on game shows and game show related panels. Thanks a lot for joining us here, guys. Can't thank you enough. I'm gonna go ahead and bring Shelly on, and you guys can rock and roll.
All right, sounds great.
Hey, Shelly.
Hi, Vita.
Shelly. I think it's just they're just having to start right out the gate. We're just gonna rock and roll. So I guess I'll give you a
All
little
right.
intro, and then we'll just jump right into the questions. I know that there are also there's a public chat side, so we'll be able to see questions that kind of pop up there. So yeah, all right.
Fun.
For those of you who do not know who Shelly Bond is, you're about to find out. But it is my great honor to be able to edit, to talk to one of the best editors in the business. One of the best editors.
Oh, make me blush. Make me blush.
That's my job, right? So Shelly Bond has been working in comics since the 90s. She has worked for companies like DC. I'm sure that's the one that people have been talking about. She has worked for IDW, had her own imprint there. Black Crown, some of the best independent books that, look at that. She's got it all set up.
Thank you.
And she's currently editing, freelance editing, yes, Bitter Root over at Image Comics, the critically acclaimed Bitter Root. Some of the books that she has gently, yes, I was hoping you'd have a pile
I
of
told you
yourself.
I was going to bring visual aids today. I did not let you down, Vita.
Thank you. I appreciate you. I'm also not tech savvy, so that's why she has the visual aids. She has put together anthologies such as Insider Art. Do you have your very, very sexy Hey Amateur next to you as well?
Yes. Why, yes, I do. And in fact, Vita, just because I don't want to take center stage for the whole hour, I'm hoping we'll get a chance to explain this.
I have been blessed to work with Shelly on 2 anthologies now, actually, which has been really awesome. She has been responsible for resurrecting people's careers back from the dead, or so it says on her resume. And
I like the sound of that.
Listen, I laughed because I was like, you know what, this is accurate. And also just bringing you books that have changed the shape of comics. Books like Fables, books like House of Mystery, which is one of my personal favorites that you've done. That book absolutely changed the way I thought about comics. Books like Scene of the Crime. Didn't you put together the dream team?
I did. Wow. You're really taking me back, but yes. What a team. Ed Brubaker, Michael Lark, and Sean Phillips. And I think Ed and Sean might have gone on to do 1 or 2 things after that.
I suppose.
Duh.
They
right?
did a few things together. So thank you for that. Thank you for all of the things that I have not mentioned as well. Instead of me just listing all the things you've done, I want to get into the questions. And I'll keep an eye on that side chat just to see if anyone else has any questions. But so I wanted to kind of start a little softer before we get into the nitty gritty. I talked a little bit about your resume. Your resume is amazing. It calls you a mad scientist and a mod curator. So before we get,
I'm not sure who came up with that, by the way.
No?
It just, I sent the resume to the printer and that's how it came back. So I'm kind of just running with it.
It was blank paper and then it came back and it was incredible.
Pretty much.
You're too modest. You're entirely too modest. But I wanted to talk a little bit first about what being an editor means, because I think that there's a lot of misunderstanding about what it is that people like you do. So if you could kind of talk a little bit about what you think makes a good editor.
Sure. Well, I used to say that editing comics was the greatest job that no one knows about, but that was very true probably in the 90s. But today it's definitely much more commonplace. We have so many different ways to get work published. So, back in the day, you either had the big 2, the big corporations, or you had indie publishers. And a lot of the self-publishing that was done was sort of under the radar. I think what's so exciting about working in comics today is that the tables have turned and self-publishing, whether you do it on your own DIY or whether you go to a crowdfunding site like Kickstarter or Indiegogo, you can really make a comic today. And that's the most exciting thing about being in comics right now. But going back to editing, Vita, one of the things I always say to people is that being the editor of a comic book means you're the boss, you're master control. So if you open up a comic and the cover got you in, you like the artwork, you find the story compelling, you find the lettering easy on the eye, and you can read a comic straight through, see my name in the credits. I'll take all the props for that. However, if you pick up a comic book and you absolutely don't know where to look because there are too many word balloons bouncing off into your face, if the color looks more like you just ate a bag of Skittles and threw up, or if you can't for the life of you figure out who the main character is and what the story's about, see my name in the credits. The editor is in charge, and the editor has to assume responsibility for the good and the bad in every single comic book, every single graphic novel, every aspect of the page. So on the one hand, the editor has to be bossy. The editor has to be fearless. You know, a lot of times, like any business, it's about negotiating. You know, when you're working with a team, you know, editing comics is like juggling plates of fire. You are managing so many different people, not only as a part of the team of one book, but in an anthology, you sometimes have 150 people like we did in Insider Art. So you have to be really comfortable juggling. And you have to realize that there's triage. You know, you have a finite amount of time to actually call a page a finished page. So it's a lot more than being part copy editor, part art director, part enthusiast, part psychiatrist. What you're not great at, you have to fake, because you have to be a Jill of all trades to be a great comic book editor. And the one thing it's not is paper pushing. And I've seen over the years that the art of editing, the very craft, has sort of been pushed under the table. And that's really a crime. It's an editorial crime. And I say that as I'm wagging my red pen, because an editor is just as much a collaborator on a comic as a letterer or colorist or artist or writer. And there's nothing I like more than talking about what it means to be an editor. And it means everything.
So I think that kind of leads into my next question. I was actually talking in preparation for this. I listened to a bunch of interviews and I talked to a few people because I was really nervous about it.
What? You nervous? I find that shocking.
I am full of anxiety, much like almost every creator. But one of the things that kind of kept coming up when I was either hearing about you or talking with people about you was your voice. So your voice comes through very clearly in the comics that you make. And I think, you know, what I'm interested in is when you sit down to collaborate on a comic, what is your mission statement as an editor? Like, what are you setting out to do?
Ultimately, I'm setting out to elevate the art form. To me, comics is the ultimate art form. I studied filmmaking in college. I love television. I was part of the MTV generation. And I love music and comics equally. So my mission in life is always to combine my two great loves. And I think that's what Black Crown was all about. It was my way to take everything that has made me who I am, from the moment I heard David Bowie on the radio in 1974. I've been very charmed, as you know, by all things English. I not only married my favorite comic book artist who's British, but most of the music I listen to, I'd say 98%, is by British bands. So it's part of my ideal and my aesthetic. So for me as an editor, I am always not only looking for something that captures the pulse of now or 5 minutes into the future, but something that captures our times by way of anything to do with pop art. And by that, I don't just mean something that's Warholian, that's an appropriation of something else. I think we should always be thinking about paying it forward, taking the best things about the art form and actually utilizing them to take a step into the next wave of comics. So, yeah, I just like to think my comics have motion. They've got a vibe or a verve about them, and an attitude. I like to think that they're urgent and frenetic.
I agree.
Not
I think
unlike
they're
my
really dynamic.
favorite, not unlike my favorite frontman from a band, who I'll let you guess who that is. We've already prepped you with this, but tell me, can you
Oh,
recall?
I feel like we have to wait because I know that we're gonna ask that question at the end. So I know that.
Okay. Okay.
I wanted to shout out Lord Crispy Nug. Thank you so much. They say, I love Shelley's Hey Amateur. It's a book that I know you worked really hard on putting together and getting out into the world. So that's really nice.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It was a blast. It really was a blast. And we put this out on Kickstarter. We did the hardcover on Kickstarter. The soft cover is going to be available through Black Crown. It's the very last book from the Black Crown imprint, which, by the way, that was the greatest experience I've ever had in comics, working with Chris Ryle. And of course, my husband, Philip Bond, was the creative director, and all of the tremendous artists and writers who worked with us in those 3 years. We had 10 trades in 3 years, and many of them were nominated for awards. Got a chance to work with that creep David Lapham again, who, as everybody knows, my favorite comic book is Stray Bullets. I am not receiving payback from the Lapham estate. I'm not on their payroll, but I always tell people, if you want to get into crime comics, there is no other. It's Stray Bullets. It will not let you down. It will keep you up at night, in fact.
I wanted to kind of jump off of hearing you talk about some of the people that you've worked with, I mean, multiple times in the past. I know that one of the things that you really pride yourself on is being able to spot talent, sometimes where others might not. So I wanted to talk about that a little bit. Let's get into like what you do specifically as an editor. What does it mean, to you? What is it about certain creators that kind of ping that sense of, oh, I want to work with this person, or they will be good at something? And kind of talk to me a little bit about developing talent. I know we had this conversation off camera like yesterday, so I wanted to get back into that.
Hey, all good. It's one of my favorite things about working in comics. It's bringing people together. It's connections. And one of the tenets of Black Crown was not just to merge music and comics, but actually my secret mission was to take a lot of the veteran creators that I worked with over the years and actually shake them up a little bit. People as they age like to work on things that are familiar and comfortable. And that's the one place I don't want to go with a lot of writers and artists who I've worked with for 15, 20 years. There's nothing I like more than to actually grab them by the lapel, often kicking and screaming, into the now or into the future. And what I tend to do, and I did this at Black Crown, I did this on Hey Amateur, is I tend to unite a neophyte, someone new in comics, with one of the more veteran voices. So I did it with Kid Lobotomy, with Peter Milligan and Tess Fowler, which I think was a hell of a shakeup and a really terrific result with that book. Teenie Howard, who wrote both Assassinistas and Euthanauts on Assassinistas. She worked with Gilbert Hernandez, who I bow to and salute as one of the masters. He was one of the reasons that I got into editing comics. I discovered Love and Rockets in the late 80s, and I love Jaime's work, but it was Gilbert's work that made me say, whoa, this is monumental. There was a surrealist edge to his storytelling, and I loved avant-garde filmmaking. I was a big fan of the French New Wave. And at that time, I was studying screenwriting. And I was reading comics, and I thought, wow, I can't write or draw, but maybe the editing that I've been learning in college, whether it was videotape editing, audio tape, or hot splicing film, maybe that can translate to comics. And 32 years later, here it is. So that's really what I do. I love spotting talent, sometimes at 50 feet. Sometimes I look at a portfolio and I see one tiny kernel, one facial expression, the way somebody has drawn shoulders or eyebrows, or the way that someone actually colored a scene. I find in comics, people that get their hands on a computer tend to overcolor. They think sometimes they have to show off all of the different tools that they can use. way too many types of modeling, when in fact, most people forget that white is a color. So we don't need a rainbow spectrum to connote ambiance on a page. So it's often the nuance, the subtle things in both a piece of artwork or in somebody's writing, because I think most people tend to overwrite in comics. And I think it's people, I look for people that have guts, people that are not afraid to put their work out there, and people that actually have something to say. And I always like to tell people when they're writing a story, write the story that keeps you up at night, that only you can tell. Make sure it's personal, because we've seen all of those stories before about good versus evil, order versus chaos, heaven and hell. We've been there 1,000 times. What can you bring to a familiar trope that turns it sideways and then kicks it in the teeth? Those are the kind of people I like to work with, and those are the kind of books I like to put my imprimatur on.
And you know, you talk a lot about developing people, about spotting people, about seeing like kind of the diamond in the rough. What is it about working and mentoring newcomers to comics that appeals to you? Why is that something you clearly value? That you clearly spend a lot of time, you know, ushering in the next wave of people. Why is that something that you want to do?
Well, thank you for noticing that, because I feel like there are a lot of posers out there. There are so many people, so many editors, so many companies who claim that they're into diversity and inclusion. The proof is always in print. You know, when you can hold up a book like this and you can say 272 pages of female and non-binary creators came together to do insider art. I don't need to say 2 words. Here's the proof. But I think what we see are a lot of people just flapping their gums and saying, oh, yes. And what they're really doing is filling buckets and ticking off on their to-do list. Oh, yes, I've reached out to a person of this gender, a person of this age group. Now my book is complete. Well, I challenge those people to really sit back and think about it, because unless you're really publishing those people and unless you're walking the walk, you're doing a disservice to yourself and to the industry if you're not showing us the goods.
Yeah, I don't want to spend too much time just talking about one thing, but I really could talk about kind of the value of finding new people and mentoring them forever. And part of what you just said too, kind of doing a disservice to, you know, people. If you just are trying to check a box, you're not really helping them thrive in the industry. You're just like, and I'm done. I'm not even going to bother with you. And so one of the things that I did notice about you and that I really appreciate, not just in working with you myself, but in looking at kind of your whole body of work, is that you get in there, you roll up your sleeves and you're like, all right, we're making this together. Like you said, you know, your name's going to be on it. So, you know, you're going to try and do the best job possible.
Well, one of the things I wanted to mention, Vita, which is so important, the reason I feel so driven to make comics, even as a freelancer now, and I might be the first freelance editor who letters. It's kind of like if you think about a dancer who can also act. I feel like over the past 3 years, I've been sort of teaching myself other aspects of making comics, and it's been such a delight to get my hands on the Adobe Creative Cloud program and actually not only letter but do design, because I've always been accused of being a frustrated art director. And when people would tell me that, I would look at them in the eye and I'd say, but editing comics is art directing. If you don't have a strong visual acuity, you better get one. That's another thing that I see happening a lot. You have editors who don't understand all aspects of the job, and they might be afraid to art direct because they don't know the difference between a vanishing point and a horizon line. Well, the solution is very simple. Ask someone, look it up, take a course. You know, I taught myself how to letter, and I actually asked both Aditya Bidikar and Todd Klein to look at my first samples for some feedback. And I think Todd actually in particular found it particularly thrilling because it was his chance to edit me for a change. But there's no stopping you now. So part of chatting with you today, Vita, is my way of looking everybody in the eye out there in comics and saying no excuses. If you want to create comics, you can do it now, but you got to do it. You have to show up and do the work. And that's sometimes the hardest thing of all. An editor can hold you accountable, and that's super important, but still the idea and the determination comes down to you, and you have to make it happen. And I really am only interested in working with fearless people who want to create new things, who want to represent new voices. What I wanted to say is I think one of the reasons why I'm particularly interested in developing and working with the new generation is because I have a lot to learn from that generation. I have a 16-year-old son, but there's like plenty I've learned from him regarding his type of music and gaming. But there's a whole new wave of artists and writers who are coming in right now, particularly out of the UK. I haven't seen such an astounding group of talent since the mid 90s. And I really wanted to get my hands on them. I wanted to be a part of their scene. I wanted to find out what makes them excited to create comics. That's why, part of the reason why Insider Art came about, because everybody was on lockdown. We were 1 month into the pandemic. There was tons of vitriol, and I wanted to take that negative energy and I wanted to put it into a positive space. So ultimately, I asked 8 editors to join me, but we all edited 30 pages each of comics and prose and games. And basically, that's what became Insider Art. We put it up digitally on Gumroad. We told people they could pay what they wanted. And again, it was a group of people from around the world, from Greece and South Africa, Denmark, London, Canada, you name it. We have people from representing all different walks of life, female and non-binary. We raised over $6,000 for female and non-binary comic book retailers. And we also put this in print through Kickstarter. But the one thing I've been trying to say, Vita, I apologize I'm so long-winded. The reason I love paying it forward is because I was so lucky that when I started in comics in 1988 at Kamika the Comic Company, I had some great mentors. One of them was Rick Taylor, who I will still say is the greatest mentor on earth. He was the art director, and he really took me under his wing, handed me a Winsor Newton paintbrush, showed me what Doc Martin water dyes were all about, and said, here, paint this page. This is how we color comics. He showed me the color wheel, and he taught me how to memorize codes, because back in those days we didn't have computers. So we literally we would look at a painter's colors on paper. We would draw with pencil a very fine line, and we would color code the book. So you would have 100% yellow, 100% red. So that was a bright red color. We would have to learn different shades. So it took a very long time to like mark up an issue of a comic book. But he not only taught me that, he taught me how to he taught me the basics of graphic design. You know, I had a lot of art classes in film school, but he really showed me the ropes when it came to lettering and type and burnishing letter columns onto paper. And, you know, so many elements of comics I had no idea made up the actual comic page. And also, in addition to Rick, of course, Matt Wagner is someone who I considered a great mentor. I was a huge fan of Grendel in college. So the idea that I was working for the company that actually published Grendel made my knees knock. And Matt was so amazing. I was basically the editorial assistant for Kamiko. So I answered phones and I stuffed envelopes and I sent out rejection letters. But Matt was always open to my questions. So if I had a few minutes to chat with him on the phone, he was so generous with his time. And over the years when I would work with him, whether it was on Sandman Mystery Theater or on Madame Xanadu, I got a chance to work with him again. He always took the time to share his knowledge of the craft. And he's really one of the greatest draftsmen, whether it comes to composition or storytelling and being a fearless writer. I mean, Matt's the whole package. And one of my favorite things he taught me was always, when you're looking at a page and you're trying to decide if there's, you know, a good page balance, he always said, pick one panel that's your beauty panel. and spend a lot of time on the one panel, everything else will fall into place, but you can't spend 2 days on every panel. Comics are organic, but they're a ticking clock. And I think that in classic comic style on monthly books, you really didn't have time to lose, or the next person in line would have to rush, or you just might not make your deadline. And your deadline means your book wouldn't ship on time. So Matt was always the best with sharing a lot of the, tips and tricks of the trade that worked for him, which in turn informed my editing. And I like to think my type of editing is very specific because, like you've intimated, I'm really hands-on. My type of editing is not for the faint-hearted. I tell it like I see it. And that's so critical. It's the trust that you have with an editor has to be 100%, and it has to work both ways. And it always starts with respect. So, there were some editors from like the 80s. I remember Denny O'Neil was famous for saying that editors, their best job is to hire the right people. I'll say yes and more. You should always hire the right people for the job, but if they're not working out, you should fire them and fire them fast and then move on, because the comics imperative is forward motion and everything needs to move forward, or you're going to just, you're not going to have a comic. You're just going to have a lot of disparate parts that aren't meshing together. And when things connect and come together and get into a groove, that's when you see magic in comic books.
Three questions already like spun out, as you were talking, and they're kind of different. So I'm struggling to figure out which one I want to ask first. But I think maybe the first question I wanted to ask kind of dovetails out of that, which is about collaborating, about what makes a good collaboration. What are you looking for in collaborators? Not just people who are going to be working with you, but working with each other. A big part of what you do as an editor, especially when doing more corporate comics, which you have a lot of experience with, is to, put together a team, assemble a team. So when you're doing that kind of stuff, what are you looking for? What, you have enough experience that I feel like you can answer this question in a way that is like,
I'll give it a shot. I can only speak for myself. Look, editors need sharp instincts, and you got to trust your gut. Again, you're gonna take the crown and you're gonna take the fall if it doesn't work out. But you got to be able to take those chances. You have to be a risk taker. For me, being the editor of a book that has many different contributors, you have to be a really strong middle person, and you have to be able to keep secrets. So to me, I think a lot of the reasons why some of the indie comics struggle is because a lot of writers and artists work with their friends. And that can be great if you can both take criticism well and you both know how to give and take. It's the happy compromise I think we always need to strive for. So as the editor of, let's say, a book like Fables, where we had writer Bill Willingham and we had Mark Buckingham as a penciler, Steve Lealoha as the regular inker, Todd Klein as the letterer, Lee Lowridge as the colorist. I need to be mission control. I need to communicate with everybody on the team. So I bring good news and bad news. You have to be able to deliver all the information quickly. You have to make sure you're very clear, and you have to make sure that people are reasonably happy. And when you're putting together a book, you have to take personalities into consideration. So sometimes you've heard a creator is difficult. So what I try to do is try to find out why. There have been people who are rumored to be, pain in the butt to work with, but unless I've actually had a conversation with that person, I'm not going to trust the media, as it were. So I think it really is the pairings of eclectic people that truly elevate the art form. And that's why I think with Hey Amateur, I was able to do that. I was able to put someone like you, Vita, who's a tremendous writer, who, by the way, I hope we can actually bring you into the conversation and specifically what you are doing in comics and for comics as a voice and as a talented writer. But I paired you up with Eduardo Medeiros, who is a
Amazing.
Brazilian cartoonist.
Incredible.
You might not have ever known he existed. And there's nothing more exciting, right? There's nothing more exciting to me than if I know a terrific South African painter and you know a tremendous young writer from Brooklyn who writes prose, but she wants to write comics. Let me bring those two people together and see how they can collaborate on the page. But I think the common denominator that everybody in comics needs to have is the ability to work well together. And that does mean that you're not going to always get your way. And it means that when you pass the baton, you have to take it and run. And I remember one of my favorite things Neil Gaiman always said was the difference between writing a novel and writing a comic book is that when you're writing a novel, it's a very intimate relationship that the writer is having with the reader. And of course, the editor. I don't want to take the prose editor out of the equation, but it's a little bit different. When you're a prose editor and you have a manuscript, you're one-on-one with your writer as well. But when you're working on a comic book script, you are writing for a team. And when that script leaves your hands and goes to the artist, you have to understand that the way you describe a window on a house might be drawn a lot differently than you described it. You cannot cry. And I have been in those situations, Vita. I can count them on more than one hand, where I've worked with novelists who would receive the artwork back and tell me the art was wrong. And then it's my job as the editor to explain, well, it's not wrong. It's a different interpretation, but perhaps it's even stronger because not only do we have these beautiful ornate windows, but we have op art curtains in the windows. So now we've got a great 60s lounge vibe. And this is so cool. And I can't wait to see how the inker then takes the pencils. Maybe the inker will put a slick polish on it, or maybe Bill Sienkiewicz will be the inker and he'll start throwing and flicking spatter at it. That's how art happens. It happens organically and it happens fast. And it's invigorating.
Absolutely. I think one of the very first lessons that I learned in comics was as the writer, I don't draw at all. A lot of comics writers actually do draw or design. I don't. I'm not that kind of person. I'm not that cool. So the first lesson that I learned basically was whatever I put on the page, the artist is going to make it better. They are the visual part of comics, and comics are a visual medium. And so you have to just let go of that control. And it was really freeing.
Yeah,
it was really, really delightful to be able to go, oh yeah, that's their job. I give them what they need to do, what they need to do.
And you brought up a really great point. So let's say the artist actually did a terrible job. And let's say you actually asked for a woman to be wearing a V-neck t-shirt, and the artist gave them a crew neck t-shirt, and you really wanted someone's tattoo to show at the top. That's when the editor comes in and says, okay, we do need changes because the artist ignored something that was really critical to the character or the story. So I do think that it's important to point out that my job as an editor is when you're happy, then I'm probably doing my job. But if you're unhappy, I need to know why. And I need to try to find a way to find a middle ground so that everyone's happy. But at the end of the day, make no mistake, the editor has to keep the quality of the story and the comic book, the actual art, at the front. So my job as the editor is to make sure you're telling your best story and that it's being visually represented the best way possible. And even if that means pissing you off a little bit, we all have to let go. And even as an editor, there were times, and I will confess to this, that I sometimes would get a little too self-indulgent myself, and I would sometimes get a little bit be too much of a bully. And I think over the years, I've realized that editors also have to kind of let go a bit because it isn't my story. I think as I've been writing comics this past summer, I've realized that more and more. And I highly recommend that editors, even if it's just for a day or for a week, to challenge themselves to learn how to letter a page, to write a comic book script. If you can't draw, just work with shapes. I am certainly by no means an artist, but I have lots of really rough illustrations around me because I still can think with color and shape, and that's sometimes enough when you're trying to block a scene.
So this isn't, I have a bunch of, this is for the people that are watching. I have a bunch of questions that I've written out, but I always go off script. So apologies. But I wanted
Here's
to
proof. I want to show them proof. See?
I did my homework, kind of. I wanted to kind of dig in a little bit more and talk about notes. I think that for me, one of the hardest things that I learned how to do, and I don't know if I've done it well, is to learn how to see the note beyond the note. And I think that's something that gets, like that saying gets thrown around, but if you could talk a little bit about the purpose of your notes when you're giving notes and why you would give a general note versus a specific one. Like what is that tool for you?
Well, everybody has a different editing style, and my editing style is all about how does the script make me feel. So I have a really particular method. I'm a systems person, so there's always a method to my madness. The way that I sit at my desk, and it's always been this way, by the way, even before computers, I would set up my area of working like a little spaceship. I'd have things within my reach because you never have any time to waste when you're editing 6 to 7 monthly comics. So I was always used to having all my tools around me, my dictionary, my thesaurus, my stapler. I'd have a calendar on the wall, which I actually moved right now, but I can assure you that right here was my gigantic calendar, which I took from my very first boss, Diana Schutz. She used to have a giant desk calendar on her desk, and I still think that's a great way to put your really critical deadlines in red so you won't forget them. When I edit, the first thing I do, I take a script, I sit on my hands, I kid you not, and I read the script straight through. And I'm always tempted to grab my red pen because it's always on me. But first read of any comic book script is I just want to read it. And that tells me everything I need to know about how much work I'm going to be putting into the editing. If I read it and suddenly I think I want to make a cup of coffee, or if I remembered that I have to turn a side over on an album that I was listening to, anything that stops me from reading the script, I know is like danger. I know I'm going to be editing for probably a day or two. And that usually means there are structural problems. There are too many panels per page. I'm not quite sure what the story's about. I don't even know if there's a beginning, much less a middle or an end. That first read is everything. In some cases, it can be deceptive because there have been so many wonderful writers over the years who write a hell of a script that's fun to read, but couldn't be drawn because there might be 2 or 3 actions per panel on a page, or there might be 10 panels on every page and no splash pages. So that first read sitting on your hands, that just gives you the lay of the land and shows you how to budget your time for the next couple of days. After that first read, I'm allowed to pick up my red pen. But instead of just going in for the kill and starting to correct typos and just starting to, notate what I like or what I don't like, that's when I block the actual script. So I do a beat sheet. Are you familiar with the beat sheet, Vita?
Oh yeah. I think I learned how to do that from editors. Whenever I only can do the one thing. And so I ask questions about everything else just to make sure that I'm not making other people's lives more difficult.
Oh God, no, for sure. Well, when I do a beat sheet and I do it the most basic way possible, I number from 1 to 22, I count the panels per page. Yep. You generally want 5 panels, but an average of 5 panels per page. And that was a Bill Willingham tip. Long ago, I was Bill's editor on the Elementals, and one of the things I remember he told me was that most of his stories are 5 panels. Most of his comic book issues are generally 5 panels per page. You have a few pages that might have more, 6 or 7 panels, maybe a 9-panel grid, and then you have 1 or 2 pages that are less, a splash page or a double page spread, and that's the law of averages, and it's good to stick to that. Then you get a nice rhythm throughout your comic. at that stage, I'm also going through and I'm trying to figure out how many scene changes I have, because so many comics start off with a very long scene. And I can't tell you how many I have edited that are 8, 9, 10 pages. That's practically half the comic. So, you can see a lot of trouble ahead if in your first 3 pages, you don't have a lot of interesting things happening. And it was the old rule of thumb that if somebody walks into a comic book store and can read the first 3 pages, they'll either take the comic to the register or they'll put it back on the shelf. So those first 3 pages are critical. They don't have to always be very linear. They don't have to be the very first part of the story, but they need to grab you. They need to shake you up. They need to linger and taunt and tempt you to continue reading, no matter the subject.
You give a lot of really good advice. I'm jumping ahead to something that we were talking about when we were off camera yesterday, but is there going to be a vehicle for you giving advice to people or kind of sharing more of what you have learned with people that are interested beyond this very short panel?
I'm really glad you brought that up. Over the past year, I've had such a blast, not only freelance editing Bitterroot, which, by the way, I'm so proud of the Bitterroot team. And if anybody watching now wants to hear me talk less and listen more, I'm hosting a panel tomorrow with my incredible Bitterroot creators, Sanford Green, David Walker, and Chuck Brown. And it's tomorrow at this time, 5 o'clock Eastern, 2 o'clock Pacific. And I'm getting the honor of bossing them around again, but on a panel. And also I'm going to try to trick them into revealing some of their secrets about Bitterroot. So let me just say that freelance editing is only amazing when you have a team like the Bitterroot team. They're just tremendously talented and then super cool guys telling a story that is so vital and so important for everyone to read right now. And can I just say I'm so proud of them for winning the Eisner for Best Continuing Series. And we've got a lot of fun things to talk about tomorrow at our panel and some sneak peek artwork to show. So, but back to your question, Vita. Over the past year, I've not only been freelance editing, but I've been doing quite a bit of writing. I've been working on my memoir, Filth and Grammar. I've been chipping away at it for years. I started it in earnest right as I pitched Chris Ryle at IDW, the Black Crown imprint. And I knew I couldn't do both. So I sort of put the memoir to the side, ran Black Crown for 3 years, no regrets. That was the right decision. But now that I've had a little bit more time on my hands, I've been going back to Filth and Grammar, and it's a graphic memoir. So it's part comic book short stories, part prose and single illustration, and part experimental. So I've got this corporate game board from hell, which is a lot of fun. I've hired so many new and up and coming artists, mostly female artists, a lot of people from England. I'm not going to lie, still the Anglophile, a lot of talented South African artists and also American artists and Canadian artists, but so proud of it. So I'm still chipping away at that. And I'm also writing what I'm calling right now, working title, The Elements of Comic Book Style, which is basically the method of my madness of how I edit comics, which is very different from my boss, Karen Berger, who has her own style of editing comics, and my first boss, Diana Schutz. And basically the things I picked up along the way, and I can tell you, most of all, the greatest things I learned were from the writers and artists that I worked with. You know, people like Mike Carey, Neil Gaiman, Grant Morrison, Mark Buckingham, Steve Lealoha, Mike Allred, 100% red line drawn under it. One of my best friends in comics, one of my favorite creators in comics, one of my favorite people. Mike is pretty much the older brother I always wanted. And I love telling the story that Mike was also my first friend in comics, because when I was at Comico in 1988, having to send out those rejection letters, I was asked to send him one. Mike had sent some of his work to Kamiko because he had wanted to work for the company. And Diana Schutz at that time didn't think he was ready, but asked me to send him a nice note. I wrote him a personal note on the rejection slip, which he still has. And I pretty much said to him, hey, from your art, it's so cool. It looks like you like David Bowie. And of course he did.
Flash
And so
forward.
we bonded over Bowie. He's been one of my best friends in comics ever since. So I've learned more from those wonderful talents. And it's been such an honor for me to sort of come of age in the 90s with my generation of comics people. And so my goal for all of the things that I put forth about comics now and my personal work is to pay it forward, is to share my experiences. And trust me, it was crazy and fun. You know, I was living in Manhattan in the 90s. I walked a 6-block radius around DC Comics. My mom and I took the cheapest apartment in Hell's Kitchen, and I lived and breathed comics 10 hours a day, every day. But on weekends, you have to believe that I was like on St. Mark's Place.
Oh,
I just was down there and I never left. I would shop for comics at St. Mark's. I'd go to Kim's Video. I'd eat at Dojos. I'd hang out at Sounds. I'd go to Trash and Vaudeville. I was like living the ultimate life from 92 until 99. And so that's what the bulk of my memoir is about.
That's awesome. We have some more time, so I'm going to continue to ask the questions. I didn't think we'd get through most of these, so we're doing pretty cool, doing pretty good.
Wow.
You know, I just want to talk. I just want to talk about what's exciting you right now in comics. I know that we were, talking a little earlier, and you said, there's a lot of stuff coming out of the UK that you're really into right now. Just talk about what's getting you up in the morning and either sending away for comics or reading digitals, right? Because you can't harder to shop now.
Well, I'll tell you something. For me, the pandemic has made me even more inspired to make art. And I have a lot of hobbies. So in addition to comics and music being my ultimate, the fiber in my every atom, I also love crafts. So, I've been known to sew a teddy bear or two in my time. People that know me from, I'd say 2010 to 2015 know I took a drawing that my husband Philip made of a teddy bear, and I thought it was so cute. I brought it to life through sewing it, and I started a side business called Ursa Minor, and I sold teddy bears and had a lot of mad money for a while, which was great. But I turned the crafting side of what I like to do. I sort of put that into insider art. So that's why that was special to me. It wasn't just, let's just do another comics anthology. I love comics anthologies that actually have a conceit and have a story about them. So love of crafts. You probably know that I love tap dancing. And, the only other thing I did in addition to making comics in the 90s was I'd run to a tap class. That's where if I had frustrations, I would imagine certain freelancers' faces on the tap floor. Grant Morrison, I didn't say that, just kidding. Bill Willingham, just kidding. But yeah, that's how I got my frustrations out with with sometimes dealing with writers who were late or potential problems. What excites me about comics right now is that it's so easy to make them. It's so easy to find talented collaborators, but you just have to be straight up about your expectations. So if you want to work on, let's say, a platform like Kickstarter, you have to make a commitment to yourself and to your partners that you are going to deliver. And that's the one thing that I see that also sort of sometimes falls apart at the seam with projects that people have in theory. It's going from theory to execution. And I think sometimes that's when a great editor can help you. I think a lot of people, maybe people don't need the kind of editor who corrects their grammar. Perhaps they've got that area, but they need more of a coach. So I always find that if you make a list of expectations and you share that with any collaborator and in any kind of business, top 5 things that are important to you. For me, it's respect. It's also proof of receipt. And I know, Vito, we talked about that. So much is lost in written communication on email. by not saying got it. And in the old days, I sound like I'm 80, but you know, before we had computers, we had the phone, and I would call people all the time, and that is a lost art. There's so much lost between communicating by voice and by picture. So when we can't do that, if you're just communicating on email, for the love of any God, please write back to people who send you a note and say, got it, back to you soon. Because that's the number one complaint I have in working with people in any medium. You're never 100% sure if somebody's gotten your message. And if you're not sure, you can't move to the next step. And again, like the forward imperative, when you're making a comic, you're building a book. You can't get to page 6 until you get through pages 1 to 5. So I think those are two key things that I ask people who want to work with me. What are your expectations? Do we have a mutual respect for each other? Do we have a similar vision?
Mhm.
You know, there are a lot of people that want to tell comic book stories that don't appeal to me. And I'm not a big superhero person. You know, anyone who knows me at all knows that. But I am interested in what sometimes people do to rally against the standard superhero tropes. Like, I love The Boys TV show. I think that's like one of the best comics to TV adaptations. And I didn't even read the entire comic, but I love that approach and that study of fascism. I think it's terrific. I like Umbrella Academy a lot too. So I can look at the superhero genre. What might interest me is somebody completely pulling its head off and then ripping its throat apart and then stuffing something else in it. And I know I'm being violent on purpose, but I'm thinking like Burroughs, I'm thinking of David Bowie, Circus Station to Station. Write it down, rip it up, toss it in the air, and let the confetti fall where it may. That appeals to me. What can we say about this topic that's new? Because I'm so tired of the same old drama and vitriol, and in a lot of cases, garbage that we've seen in the world, socially, politically, and in fiction. Here we have this wonderful medium, you know, of storytelling where we can choose what we say and show. They can contradict each other, they can complement each other, they can defy each other, but it's an art form unlike any other. How can we use it to our advantage to entertain and educate? Those are the big things that I'm into. And Joe Strummer. I think it's the right moment to bring out my Joe Strummer pillow.
I think it's time.
I also make pillows, not for sale, but Vita, I've threatened to make you a pillow with your favorite album cover. So you definitely have to tell me, I'm making this for you for Christmas. You got to give me some ideas.
Okay, I will do so. It'll probably be Dirty Computer because the cover to that is phenomenal. Okay,
no problem.
I have 2 more things because we are running low on time. Unfortunately, this is like I believe this is the first spotlight panel you've ever had, so I want to cram as much into it as I can, but also I want to, we'll leave them wanting more.
Okay.
But so my 2 questions are, one of them is coming, right? It's the I always try and ask this on panels. What question do you wish
which I spoiled? Which I spoiled twice already, by the way.
but you have to bring it together. You seeded it, right? Like in a comic, you seeded it earlier. Now
I tried foreshadowing. I tried to foreshadow it. Yes.
So what question do you wish people would ask you on panels, and what is your answer to that question?
Well, I love this question so much, and basically, I love when people ask me what my dream project is, because my dream project has not changed. My dream project since 1992, perhaps, is that I've always wanted to do a history of The Clash and Big Audio Dynamite. And trust me when I tell you, Vita, I've been trying every year since 1992 to get the attention of Mick Jones, because I'm certain that both Mick and Joe, and probably the other band members, love comics. I mean, all you have to do, and I'm going to I was thinking I was going to show you, but I must have cleaned up my desk. Look at the lyric sheets on the albums. You know that the Clash loved to draw and make comics and write. And I can't imagine Mick Jones not wanting to tell the story of one of the greatest bands in the world in a graphic novel form, because I'm told that he actually loves comics, reads comics, and people have seen him at comic shops in London. So I've had times in my career where I get this close. I've had chats with different managers. I've sent him Vertigo books. I've had people tell me that they've told him that there's this crazy editor who thinks he's just amazing and wants to tell his story. No luck. So if Mick Jones is watching, or if the spirit of Joe Strummer wants to come along and take his pillow away from me, I'm all about it. Because if there's one thing I like to do is share my musical icons with the world. And I just think it'd be so cool to not only do the history of the Clash in a graphic novel form, but also I'd love to do the history of DFA Records. And I've written to James Murphy, and I've spoke to his studio mates, sent over lots of comic books, did the same with David Bowie, and actually met with David Bowie's manager, I think in about 2011. David Bowie's manager was in the same office building as my dermatologist. You can't make this up. And I had a meeting with him, and the manager was amazing, and he loved the comics. I brought him Heavy Liquid. I brought him a lot of Paul Pope's comics. And the manager looked me in the, and he looked me in the eye. He said, "Look, Bowie loves comics. One of two things is going to happen. I'm going to send him your comics, and you're going to hear from me next week, or you probably won't hear from me again because he's very busy." And sure enough, I never heard back. But I was really delighted to hear that, like, Bowie's son, Duncan Jones, is into comics and he's doing comics. Like, it just goes to show you that, like, you know, the musicians are out there, and many of them have a great love and respect for the comic book medium. Many of them don't know that it's still not capes and tights. And I was shocked to find in 1988 that there was a comic book boom. There were black and white books. There were books like Electra Assassin. You know, when I walked into a comic book store and saw Bill Sienkiewicz's Electra Assassin cover, I thought I fainted. And I couldn't believe my eyes. I couldn't believe that this was comics. And it was one of the reasons why I'm here, why I decided this was my career path. And by the way, Vita, in case you were worried, I'm not going anywhere.
I was
Even
going to
though the
ask.
state, yeah, no way. I mean, I am so happy to be back to my indie comics roots. I had no idea I would be working for corporate comics for 23 years. And I certainly wouldn't have joined Vertigo if Karen Berger wouldn't have paved the way for the Vertigo line and for doing cool comics and encouraging me. You know, she really let me hone my own skills and edit my own books and curate my own type of books. You know, Winter's Edge was one of the first anthologies I did for Vertigo, and we did 3 of them. That was all mine. I wanted to do an anthology because I love anthologies. It's a chance to test people. It's a chance to try a new artist out, or have a new writer perhaps try a different style of writing. And it's a way to find out if you're a small idea can grow into a larger idea and perhaps become a regular series. So I'm in it to stay. One of the other things I wanted to tell you is that if I'm down, I try to be positive, but obviously the world at large can throw rocks at us. And what I always say to people when they ask me, like, what do you do when you feel kind of bummed out about the state of things in comics or outside? I say read comics. This book, Maids by Katie Skelly, blew my mind. Now, of course, I was a film major snob in college, so I saw the film. So I couldn't wait to see what would happen in Katie Skelly's hands. Katie is a genius, and if you don't know her work, I highly recommend you pick this up. This is, in my opinion, her greatest work to date, and she also did a tarot deck that is hands down my favorite tarot of all time. So my advice is, seriously, when you're depressed, pick up a book, or as I like to tell people, shut up and read. There's enough complaining and there's enough vitriol. Put on a great album. For me, the album that always makes me step up and swing is The Clash Sandinista. I don't care what anyone says. It's all killer, no filler. Those 3 albums are necessary. Vita, if you're going to disagree with me, I'm going to cut us off
I
right
would
now.
never. I was laughing because
Okay.
I don't have a huge vinyl collection,
Cheers.
but that is some of my vinyl. In fact, the second vinyl I ever bought myself.
I have to also give you props. Your Keith Haring shirt is just the best, by the way.
Thank you. One of my favorite artists, and I grew up in the Lower East Side, so that was my area.
Well, I love it. And honestly, I was so delighted when I heard that you were going to be moderating this panel. I feel so honored because Vita, you are one of the true, new, amazing voices in comics. Full stop.
You're making me blush.
You are such a great writer, and you and I were talking about this yesterday. One thing I want to see for the future of comics is I want people to be hired because they're tremendous writers, and tremendous writers can write in many different voices, in many different styles. So Vita, I hope someone has the balls to ask you to write John Constantine Hellblazer, to ask you to write the Punisher. I mean, my favorite Punisher writer is Becky Cloonan, and I'll bet you would give her a run for your money.
Oh no, I love Becky Cloonan's Punisher. The dream that I always laugh about with the DC editors that are buddies of mine is that I would love to do a John Constantine, Renee Montoya crossover comic. Just full.
Well, they should have the balls. They should have the balls to let you do it. And if they're really trepidatious, have them put an anthology together. Again, it's a great way to showcase small doses. Let's see if you can really do it. Who doesn't like a great challenge? To me, that's what's disappointing about comics today. We don't have long form. Long form was the best thing about working for Vertigo, because we could hire people and we could ask them to set up a year of events. So you could say, what are your 3 storylines for your Hellblazer run, Vita? And then we could help you block them. We could help you do an outline. We could work, we could hire guest artist issues and hire people like Mike Allred, people who might not have time to do a full run, but could do guest artist issues. Lucy Sullivan, people bring more women to draw typically male drawn comics. Come on, we can do better, and we should do better. And I hereby challenge your editors to step up, make it happen.
That's the perfect way to end this panel. So I wanted to say thank you so much for asking me to moderate Baltimore Comic-Con. And Shelly, thank you so much for just being awesome all the time.
Hey, and thank you. No, thank you for being awesome. It's been such a blast to talk to you, Vita. And thank you, Baltimore Comic-Con, for giving me my first spotlight panel.
I want to thank
amazing.
both of you, Shelly and Vita. Just as sitting around watching all the comments in the comment section, it wasn't questions, it was just gushing love of how great this panel was, and everybody was just like, "This is the most amazing thing." Somebody chimed in like they joined in a little bit late, and they're like, "Oh my God, I just stumbled onto the greatest thing on the internet right now. I'm telling all my friends."
It's going to
so
be
great. Everybody
YouTube,
just
right?
adored it. You guys, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much. Everyone
Thank
have
you.
a lovely evening. Enjoy the rest of Baltimore Comic-Con Live. And also to Ash and Jackal, I will let Teeny know.
I saw that one too. I want to remind everybody, this panel hall will be closing up, but I want to tell everybody to head on over to the Ringo Hall. We're doing a 2-hour Mike Ringo pre-red carpet kind of special. So it's just going to be honoring Mike Ringo leading up to the Ringo Awards at 8 o'clock tonight with Kevin Smith and Jeff Johns and everybody. It's all going to be streaming live, so definitely check that out. But starting right now is the red carpet pre-show. So thanks a lot, guys, for being here, and we'll definitely call you next time.
Awesome. Thank
Everybody
you.
be safe and be well, all right?
All right.
Bye, everyone.
Just ended. Some